Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Emmanuel, the violinist, and Adekunle, the drummer. Please, a round of applause for them, please. If you enjoyed that, a round of applause. All right. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, investors. Good morning, disruptors, dreamers, dream makers. Welcome to Pitch to Win 5, where the bold pitch, the best win, and then the rest, well, I don't know, they come back next year. Or you could make like $100 to $1 million in seed funding. How does that sound? If you're excited, put a round of applause for each other. Okay. All right, so before we get into it, let's go through some house rules, right? I have 4 exits, 2 to my right, 1 behind me here, in front of me here, and 1 to my left. Should in case there is an unfortunate incident where we have an emergency, please make sure to use the exits. Again, 2 to my right, 1 straight ahead, and 1 to my left. We have 2 monster points, 1 by the poolside, and then 1 by the signature building. So please make sure you rally around there. The restroom is straight ahead to your right, and then take the next left. Walk straight down and you see the markings that says restroom. Check. All right. Lastly, we have one last thing to say. Please keep your personal belongings close. We would like that you go the same way that you came. So please, your phones, your purse, your bags, please keep them close or keep them close, and then you keep them with friends, or then you make sure that it's with you at all times. Again, please keep your personal belongings close. My name is Daniel Oguntremo, and I'm going to be your host for today. I'm going to be the good cop today, so it means I'm going to be smiling, I'm going to be happy, and then I'm going to be introducing somebody else later on who's not going to be smiling, who's not going to be laughing. She's going to be the one saying, your time is up. Time up. Georgie's hand over my mic, Peacha's hand over my mic, and that's what she's going to be doing. So, let's get to know each other a little bit. So I want you to look to your left. Go ahead, look to your left. Where's your left? Look to your left. Look to somebody by your left. Are you shy? Look to somebody by... Boss, why is squeeze face now? Look at her. Oh yeah, look to your right. If there's nobody by your left, look to your right. If there's somebody by your left, look to your left. Is she a statue? Okay, if there's nobody by your left or right, look to your back. Just make sure you're looking at somebody. Tell them you look gorgeous. The hall is quiet. Tell them you look gorgeous. You're not looking at them, you're looking at me. Are you telling me I look gorgeous? I thank you, I know I look gorgeous. But look to your left and say you look gorgeous. Look to your right, say you look gorgeous. Look to your back, say you look gorgeous. All right, so let's get to meet each other a little bit. I want you to ask somebody beside you, what is your name? What do you do? And what are you most excited about today? Don't be shy. Bros, I will find the two of you. Look at her, ask her, what is your name? What do you do? And then what are you most excited about today? The hall is very quiet. Look at me. Since nobody is looking at you, I'll come and meet you. What is your name?
Hero.
Hero. Okay, what are you most excited about today? My name is Daniel. What are you most excited about today?
I just came here to see very exciting startups. Yes.
All right, so very exciting startups. Me, do you know what I came here for today? I'll tell you later. I'll tell you now. But I'm here for the thrills of the event. I'm here for the excitement. I'm here for the fun. I'm here for the tension. I'm here for the heartbreak as well. Because unfortunately, there might be some heartbreak today. But I'm here for it all. So we'll play a little game before we get into it. This is a game I like to call Raise Your Hands. And I'll tell you how it's played. It's a very simple game. So I say something, and then you raise either your right hand or your left hand if it applies to you. So for example, I would say, raise your hands if you think you're beautiful. If you're ugly, just put your hands down. But if you think you're beautiful, raise your hands. Oh, see, that's my man. Like that. Like that. All right, so first category, raise your hands if you're a founder. If you're a founder, raise your hands. Okay? Fair? Let's go to something more interesting. Raise your hands if you had jollof rice this week. I see how excited you are. The jollof rice must have been nice. Okay, let's do something else. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. This is for the startups in the building that will be pitching. Raise your hands if you had practiced your celebration dance, either yesterday or this morning. Nobody. Thank you very much. That's confidence. What do you mean by you didn't practice your celebration dance? So what are you coming to do? When we give you our check, you just come, thank you very much, and you go. You have to dance. All right, let's do something that concerns everybody. Raise your hands if you want an investor to invest in you. Nobody. Oh, now everybody's hand is going up. You all want investors. I see that. So let's do something again. Raise your hands if you are here scouting for startups today. If you are scouting for startups to invest, raise your hands. See your investors. I'm giving you expo. Are you seeing the investors? All right. Raise your hands if you Googled somebody before coming here today. So you went on your phone, you knew that somebody was going to be here today and you quickly Googled them. Don't lie, you. Raise your hands. You guys are spies in this place. You have been raising your hands for all the categories. You must be spies. You must be big spies. Okay, so let's do 3 more and then we'll keep it moving. Raise your hands. Let me see something interesting. Okay, so if you know, and this is for the startups, if you know startups that are pitching today, if you know that you were still editing your slides as at yesterday night stroke this morning, raise your hands. Don't lie, you. I will confirm if you are lying. Raise your hands. No hands are up. Where are you? Raise the hands now. Let me see now. Hey, are you shy? Okay. So last category, let's do something fun again. Alright, so lastly, raise your hands if you are here to witness greatness. Raise your hands. If you are here to witness greatness today, raise your hands. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for PITCH2WIN 5. Let's take a fucking noise for PITCH2WIN 5! Come on! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you're outside, please make your way inside. We'll start the event already. So, without further ado, I'm going to be inviting somebody up on stage. I introduce myself as the good cop. I'm going to be here smiling. I'm going to be here telling you that it's okay. This is not the end of the world. You have to keep on moving. You don't have to give up. I'm going to be a shoulder to cry on, a hand to put around. And there's going to be somebody again who's not going to be doing that. Somebody who's going to be stern and firm. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite on stage Lamisco to take over for me. A round of applause for her, please. Come on, let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. That's what I'm talking about.
First of all, thank you, Daniel. I am not stern. I have a lovely smile. I am also a good cop, aren't I? Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to PITCH2WIN 5. I love the fact that you all made it here today. We have people from all over the world. If you are from, a lot of you came from different places. You came from Europe, you came from North America, you came from Asia, you came from Africa, Lagos. If you're from Lagos, shout, make some noise. If you came from North America, make some noise. I know we got some Canadians in here. Yes, yes, yes. And if you came from Japan or anywhere in Asia, make some noise. The biggest group over here. If you're anywhere else in Europe, if you came from Europe, make some noise. Yes, all right, we got some Europeans here. All right, wonderful. Thank you all for being here for the 5th edition of Pitch to Win. Once again, my name is Lamisco, and you've all met my wonderful co-host, Daniel, the good cop. And I want you all to give it up for Tech Circle for putting it together, another fantastic edition. This is going to be a fantastic day. We have so much in store for you. Shout out to my tech bros and tech sisters for coming out here today, especially our developers. I know developers, you guys like to hide, stay in the dark, don't come out, stay behind your screen. So thank you for making it out today. Thank you to our founders, our investors, everyone who came out. And of course, our VCs, because you guys have the money. There's so much money in the room today. Can you smell it? I can smell the money. And of course, our 12 finalists, our startups. Are you guys excited? Make some noise. Yes, that's the winner. I'm telling you, that person that made the most amount of noise, that's the winner right there. All right, so a little bit about Pitch to Win. Pitch to Win is one of the largest tech demo days on the entire continent. Over 1,300 tech startups applied for an opportunity to pitch on this very stage. And only 12 startups have been shortlisted for their bold ideas, their execution, and their potential to scale. From different industries like fintech, AI, health, logistics, and so much more. Excuse me. These finalists are solving real-life problems with their tech solutions. The 12 startups will be battling it out for the grand prize of $10,000 in equity-free funding. Can you guys make some noise for $10,000? Yes. So today, a few things you'll be expecting. What you should expect today, you have our live pitch sessions from our 12 tech startups. You have panel discussions from our industry leaders. We have keynote speeches that will inspire you. You also get to meet investors from Nigeria, Japan, China, and all over the world. Founders, it doesn't matter what stage your business is in, okay? Get to meet people. Go shake hands, introduce yourself, let them know who you are. Your next big cash prize or your next big investor could be in this room. Same thing with investors. Your next big investment could be in this room too as well. So please get to meet people, network, say hello to everyone. And last but not least, we also have entertainment for you, like our wonderful violinist and our drummer earlier on. So, are you guys ready? Are you ready? I don't think you guys are ready. Are you ready? Wonderful. I would like to invite to the stage. Do we have OO in the room? Is he ready? All right, wonderful. I'm going to invite and introduce you. So the man behind Tech Circle, OO, he was going to welcome you to today's event. OO Noye is the convener behind Pitch to Win and the founder of Tech Circle, Nigeria's influential tech ecosystem catalyst with over a decade of impact across venture building, community growth, and founder support. OO is a trusted connector between startups, investors, and innovators. He has helped shape some of Nigeria's most exciting startups and journeys and continues to be a relentless advocate for founder-first thinking, execution, excellence, and Africa's global tech ascent. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, OO Noye.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Konnichiwa. All right, yeah. Hi, my name is OO Noye, and I run Tech Circle. I'll try to keep this brief because we are running behind time. I've said this so many times. The idea behind Pitch to Win came, I think it was 2007, when Hiro Mashita, you would meet him soon, who was the first investor in Paystack, wanted to see more of where Paystack came from. So the idea was then, it was really hard to know what people were building in their houses. So we just came up with the idea and said, well, if you bring out money, people will come out from the woods, as it were. And that's how it actually started. So the primary reason is not to do a pageant, but to try to create deal flow in an ecosystem where everyone is building quietly. And the double opportunity is that for a lot of startups, they always hide. So pitch competitions are a way to get them to come out there and talk about what they are building. People always delay launching. So the pitch competition had that double effect. We've come a long way. The first winner of PITCH2WIN was called Kankbe, and it became Reliance Health, founded by Femi Kuti. They won equity free, and they have gone on to become a startup called Reliance Health, that's worth over $200 million. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had said that money wasn't really free. Like, you should have converted at a particular valuation. But we are very happy to say over the years we have helped to act as a catalyst. We don't have many opportunities for people starting out to learn how to communicate at scale, or what would I say, to a large audience, because think of it like with football, you have lots of friendly matches, you have lots of underage competitions, and when you go through all those things, you become very tough so that when you're going to play in the big leagues, you have experience. But unfortunately, most times, people, the first time they are going out to pitch is they are meeting a Series A VC or a big VC, and of course they have challenges. So we need more of this. This year's is very, very special because we have a massive contingent from Japan. I have said so many times, I don't think we have ever had 30 people from Japan in a room. I don't know, except if Japan had played Nigeria here. I don't think we have done it. So I think this is massive. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. So yes, so it's massive. And what this says is, many a time we usually complain and have questions about the way the country is going, the state of the economy, and it's really brutal. But anytime I think of it in that way and say, hey, maybe it's time to just give up, then you see people from outside saying, where you're about to live, we're very interested in it. Then it's very important to check and say, am I sure I want to live? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? So it gives us hope that, well, there's a massive future of this continent and everyone is saying it. So without much further ado, I want to say everyone, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. And I hope you have a wonderful day today. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Oo, for that wonderful message. And yes, I don't think we've had this many people from Japan here in Nigeria, in Lagos at once. So thank you so much for being here. You're welcome to Lagos, and we are happy to have you here for PITCH2WIN 5. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Hiro Mashita onto the stage for his welcome address. A little bit about Hiro Mashita. Hiro joined Nomura Securities Co. Limited in 1991 and received his MBA from Duke University in 1996. After working for Hikari Tushin Inc., the CFO, and Machi Town Inc. as the CEO, he started his own business in Singapore in 2013. After establishing several companies, he founded S-Grow PCE Limited in 2023, which does startup investments and directly supports them. He has global investments and business experience, especially in Japan, the US, China, India, and Nigeria, and of course, Southeast Asia. He'll tell you a lot more about that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Hiro Mashita.
Good morning and hello, Nigeria! This time, with the 30 prominent delegates from Japan, we are back in the stage! Last year, about 10 people from Japan, and then they really fascinated by speakers last year. Also, they are really impressed by huge potential in Nigeria. This time, we brought IVS. IVS is biggest conference organizer in Japan, and they're managing $2.5 billion venture capital fund, global. Then other people, investors, corporates, some people already showed the commitment to Nigeria, but some other people quite new. But in Japan, everybody understands Africa has future. Africa has huge potential. But seeing is believing. Without seeing people here, ecosystem here, people cannot be so enthusiastic really to get involved something like an investment or alliance partner or even business expansion to Nigeria. So we invited some Nigeria founders and VC people to Japan, and this time we 30 people came from Japan to see what's going on in Nigeria. Quickly, okay, let me introduce quickly some people. IVS headline group, managing $2.5 billion. The head of the headline, Mr. Akio Tanaka. Okay. His massive, very diversified and then professional experiences all over the world for investing. And IVS, biggest conference organizer. Okay, IVS Infinity Venture Summit. This year, early July, 13,000 people participated. 2,200 people from overseas. In here, 13,000 is almost nothing, right? But in Japan, 13,000 is biggest, okay? Welcome IVS CEO, Toshi, Mr. Toshi Shimakawa, and global head and then crypto head, Mr. Whipperswan, okay? IVS organizing IVS Extreme Trip Africa this time. So more Japanese big player try to engage in this market. Other people, we have 30 people. I have limited time this time, so I cannot introduce everybody here. But let me introduce some of the people who already committed this market. Uncovered Fund. The head of Uncovered Fund, Mr. Takuma Terakubo. Okay, he invested in many companies here, including Lemify. Later on, the Lemify CEO is doing a speech. Anyway, and also the Manex Ventures, one of the biggest financial institutions, Manex Ventures, Mr. Hada. Right. And anybody who participated last year and last year? Okay, regular visitor to Nigeria, also great global angel investor, Mr. Honda. He's gonna do a closing remark today, okay? And also we invited the venture capital, the great guy from Silicon Valley and Japan and then corporates. Later on, some people showing here as a speaker, sometimes as a judge. But please have a good communication with them. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here again. Lastly, I'd like to say special thank you to Shola pay stack because he gave me a lot of opportunity at the beginning. At the same time, after the introduction by the Shola, I met the OWO Tech Circle. Without Tech Circle, we couldn't establish this type of the great event for last 10 years. Thank you so much, Tech Circle. And also, lastly, thank you so much for our Nigerian friends. Okay, relationship, very important. Seeing is believing. So all the time, we are really attracted by your energy potential. And then hopefully, I'd like to see more opportunities here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Hiro Mashita. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you around again this year. All right, so before we move on to our keynote speech, I'm going to invite my good cop, the fun guy, the fun one, up onto the stage again, and we're going to play a little game. We want to warm up the crowd a little bit. You guys are stiff, and we want to break this idea of tech bros and tech gals being too what's the word? Is it boring? Or what do they call it, Daniel?
Boring will be the
boring,
word.
right? Okay, come on, let's bring them up. Come on, Daniel, come on the stage.
Okay, ladies and
I personally
gentlemen,
don't think that they're boring, but
let's do something fun.
Let's do something fun. All right, I'm gonna head down there and I'll help you out.
Let me scroll.
Yeah, I have the item. I'll help you pass it around.
Okay, so we're gonna do something fun now, right? There's a myth that when you come to corporate events and social and just tech events, it's usually all English speaking and all of that. So we're going to break that myth today. So we're going to play a game real quick. We're going to play it aisle by aisle. So it means that we're going to start from there, and then we're going to move here, here, and here, and here. So it's very simple. We're going to pass something around, and then the DJ is going to play some songs. Wherever the bottle stops, I'm sure you played this game when you were a bit younger. Wherever the bottle stops, you have to come up on stage and meet me. And then you will draw a lot, and I'll tell you what to do afterwards. So, do we all understand the game?
Very simple.
Alright, so DJ, play the song. Just give me something, any song.
Alright, so it's starting over here. You pass on the bottle.
So keep it within the aisle. Just keep it within the aisle. Don't move past the aisle. Yeah, keep it within there.
Are we keeping in this? Okay, in this section. Keep passing it. Oh no, keep pass it on, pass it on.
No, yeah, keep it within that side. Yes.
No, bring it back forward, bring it back forward, bring it forward.
Don't rush it. If it's your turn, it's your turn. Without fight
One of these. Oh, hey!
Who's the lucky winner? Who's the lucky winner?
Here's the winner right here.
Bring her up on stage.
You know what's awesome? She gets to climb the stage twice today.
Way before your pitch.
Give it up for our winner.
For her, please. Come on, let's go. Welcome. So you tell us your name real quick, and then I'll tell you what to do afterwards.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah Andino.
Alright, so the game we're about to play is called Basket of Dares. We don't have a basket, so we'll play the game either ways. You have from number 1 to number 10, and then you have to pick a number at random. Afterwards, I'll tell you what to do. So 1 to 10, what's your number? Number 7, 007, okay. So the idea is very simple. It says, do your I just raised $1 million celebration dance. So the DJ is going to play a song.
Which song? Which
and
song
you're
do you
going
want?
Okay, you tell us the song you want. You just raised $1 million. It's not $1 million naira. $1 million. You don't dance like you raised $1 million naira. Please. So you just raised $1 million. Like you check your phone and it's there. Bim. You can see it. It's not an imagination. It is real. Tell us the song you want to dance to, and then you give us your dance. Or you want the DJ to pick for you?
Do you have Cats Later? Agbo Jerry.
Hey!
Okay.
I like that!
That's $1 million
Yes.
song. Hold on. Let the DJ cue it for you. Practice your moves, though. Are you ready for your moves? It just might be real.
Oh, I hope he has that song. I want to see this. I need to move into the a really
Please.
good position.
If you are here watching now, if it be your turn, you can be next. Yes, you can be next. You can certainly be next. The title of the song?
That's not the song.
Okay, just give her any song. Give her any song. A celebration. Burna Boy. Any song by Burna Boy.
I will find that song for you for later when you're doing your pitch.
Any song by Burna Boy. Let me allow you the stage so that you can give us your dance move. Don't be shy. You just raised $1 million. Come on. That's how you dance for $1 million. That's $1 million. Alright. That's $1 million dance. Odogu, you bad. Hi. Hello. Remember me? I was the one that brought you on stage to dance. So when you raise that $1 million, just push a few my way. Alright, where's the bottle? Let's go to the next aisle. Yes, the next aisle. DJ, are we ready? Don't rush the bottle, please. Don't rush my bottle. Start from him now. Why are you omitting him? Start from the front, yeah. Alright, so pass it around. Don't rush. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, yeah. Who that?
Sir,
Who that?
no,
Come up.
I saw you hand it over to him.
Come up.
I saw you hand it over to him.
Come up. A round of applause for him as he comes up.
Oh.
He's about to give us some ginger right now. All right. So you have 1 to 10. Number 7 is gone. What are you picking? Number 1. You're going for the top, straight to the top.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very simple. You have to deliver a 30-second pitch, and I'm going to tell you what your startup does so you know what your pitch is about. So, your startup specializes in drone services that delivers Amala in Lagos. You have a drone service that delivers only Amala in Lagos, and you're trying to convince us to patronize you. How do you do that? Hot Amala. You have 30 seconds. Tell us what you do. Can you think? You can think for like 10 seconds. 10, 9, no pressure. 8, 7, no pressure again. 6, 5, 4. I should slow down. How much do you bribe me to slow down? 3. Again, a drone service that specializes in delivering Amala anywhere you are in Lagos. That should be easy now. 2, 1. All right, you have 30 seconds. Your time starts.
My name is
now.
Ugochukwu, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Amalify. Amalify.
5.
My time is going. So we specialize in delivering Amala to you anywhere you are in Lagos. The market size, as you know, for Amala in Lagos is really huge. I can't put a value to it. Our ask to be able to push, this startup forward is is $1 million.
Scott, we said I should pitch to patronize. You're asking for $1 million.
Out of the pitch.
All right, thank you very much for that. A round of applause for him.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep a pause on it now, and then we're going to come back. We still have this aisle, and this aisle to go. So I'm going to invite back on stage Lamisco to continue the event.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. All right, we're going to move on to the next segment. I'm going to invite our keynote speaker up on here to the stage. We have Mr. Ridwan Olalere, going to tell you a little bit about Ridwan, and then you'll invite him up onto the stage. First, we have Ridwan Olalere is a technology executive with expertise in product, payments, and scaling fintech operations across Africa. As the CEO of Lemonade Finance, he's building a borderless banking platform for Africans in the diaspora. With past leadership roles at Paystack and Flutterwave, Ridwan brings a track record of driving innovation in financial services and enabling seamless global transactions. He's passionate about building inclusive financial ecosystems for the modern African. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ridwan Olalere. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I don't know if to try to crack a joke or to just say it's good to see everybody today. And I'm going to take us through the journey of LemFi. I think everyone has sort of been calling it Lemonade Finance, but the company is now known as LemFi. And the key point to make as I sort of take us through that journey is to talk about the anatomy of a startup at different stages. What your startup will look like pre-seed, what your startup looks like seed, and what your startup looks like Series A, and so on, right? And when I was thinking about this last night, I was like, what is the best way to sort of illustrate the journey? And I thought, let me share the pre-seed deck, the seed stage deck, and the Series A deck. Okay. And as you sort of look at the content thoroughly, you sort of see that the company has sort of changed, and you also see the changes, right? And so on the screen, we have the pre-seed deck of LemFi. And at that time, it was called Lemonade Finance. So together, this is going to be interactive, right? So together, we're going to go through it. I'm going to ask questions, and then we're going to talk through the differences in the different decks. But what you will also notice is that the content of the deck, or sort of the way it's structured, also sort of illustrates what the company looked like at that stage, right? Because when you start a company, the truth is you really don't know a lot, right? You have so many assumptions. It's okay for them to be assumptions. The most important thing is just to start, right? And then you can figure out the rest later on. So in the very early days, I think one of the first things we did before we even started this company, to sort of share the context, was we called OO, which is one of the reasons I'm doing this talking engagements, because I never take one. And I was like, oh, we're going to start a company. And, I think it's going to be stocks trading, because I think Robinhood was sort of a big thing at the time. who was like, my guy, you're going to start finally. Oh yeah, now, let's go. You know, always was so excited. And I think the next day we said, okay, no, it's going to be digital banking. And we kept evolving the entire idea until we sort of figured out what would work. And putting this deck together was sort of also OO's brainchild. So we did the first version, we sent to OO, edited it, we went back and forth, right? Just to share the context regarding the deck. So we thought, well, if you're going to build a remittance app or a diaspora financial service app, exchange rate was a big deal. Managing accounts back home and abroad was a big deal. Access was a big deal, right? And then we sort of illustrated the features we wanted to build. But remember, we didn't have any of these features. Let me see if we have this is what the app looked like. If you use Learn 5 today, or you've sort of seen it, you sort of realize huge difference between the design at that time and design today. So if you're not embarrassed, and I'm sure a lot of people sort of said it, if you're not embarrassed about your design, pre-seed or when you're starting the company, then you're not starting early enough. Doesn't matter. Like, there'll be so many bugs, it won't look that great. The color palettes won't be as sophisticated as they should be, but it works, right? And you probably just do one thing well, just one thing, right? And for these, at that time, you know what? Canada was even the wrong market. Canada was sort of the smallest market ever possible to do a diaspora banking app. Because like if you sort of look at the statistics, it's just about 100,000 Nigerians in Canada. In the UK, there's over 1 million. In the US, there's over 1 million. In continental Europe, there's over 1 million. So typically, the best place to start shouldn't be Canada, right? It should be sort of the UK. But when we were starting, we needed a license. And Canadian license was sort of the easiest to get, right? Should we wait 6 months to get the UK license, right? And that's sort of a 50-50 chance. Or should we start in Canada where we already had a license within that month, right? So we started in Canada. So again, it's important to start. Doesn't matter how tiny it is, you sort of expand your TAM as you go in that journey, right? I was looking at this page yesterday, and what was so clear to me about this particular page is that half of the information here was incorrect. There isn't 170 million African diaspora. It's a lie. It doesn't exist, right? But we thought this was correct at the time. He's like, yeah. Oh, today, you know what? This page is also very interesting. When we're raising this round, we thought it was wise to put WorldRemit, TransferWise, SendWave, Western Union, really big companies, lots of millions of dollars as our potential competitors, right? And I remember we were talking to one of these investors and I was like, what are you talking about, Ridwan? You're in Lagos, you want to start a remittance app, you're telling me that we should give you $500,000 to beat these guys. Please, don't waste our time. Today, in African market, we're bigger than each and every one of them, except SendWave. But we're not bigger than SendWave in African market. But each and every one of them, WorldRemit, TransferWise, we're bigger than them. You know what? Another thing here, we thought 2% transaction fee was going to be what we would take. At the time, we were actually losing money. So what happened? We got a license in Canada. We didn't know how to get a banking partner to process payments in Canada, right? So we would use Flutterwave, because I used to work at Flutterwave. So we'll send, if you put your card details in Lemonade Finance at the time, we send the payload to Flutterwave and say Flutterwave should have processed the transaction as an international transaction. That costs 3.5 or 4.5%. If you sort of see the pay stack of Flutterwave page for international processing, sort of 4.5%, right? You don't make 4.5% on FX. Best bet, you make 1.2. These days it's so bad, it's 1%, you know, and so on. Again, you would not have all the answers. And as you go in that journey, you learn. What you need to do is adapt. As you learn new information, you sort of go into your P&L, adjust the framework, adjust all the guessworks in it, right? And sort of do that. Okay, so one thing to highlight here, traction. So before we started the company, I used to work for, I think the best advice I got starting a company was sort of from Mark Essien. So I used to work for Mark Essien several years ago. And when I worked for him, Mark would say, I would have side projects. I had a side project called bestprices.com or .ng. I don't think anyone here remembers it. But it was once a time in Nigeria. Jumia, Konga, etc. was sort of the talk of the day. And Best Prices was sort of like this website where you could go and you could compare prices across e-commerce websites, right? And when you click on it, we were using affiliate links to sort of make money if you sort of purchase something on that website, right? And so Mark would see that I had all these side projects and I'd be like, Ridwan, I know you're going to start a company one day, but I think the best advice I'm going to give you is save first. Save, have some savings. At the time he was giving me that advice, I didn't think it made sense, right? But like when I think back today in hindsight, what he meant was if you personally as an entrepreneur, especially in the emerging market, and this might just be useful to emerging market entrepreneurs, you're in a system where there's really no health insurance, a lot of things don't work, right? There's nothing to fall back to. When you have savings, you have that to use to sort of live your life while embarking on this very painful journey, right? And so you're not hoping that the money you raise is the money you use to pay school fees or the money you use to feed yourself or the money you used to do. That should come from your own personal money. And invest as much as possible from the money you raise on the business, solely on the business. And so for me, I was fortunate that before I started this company, I used to work for Uber and OPay. I had some meaningful savings, right? But it came in handy in two other places. One was I could feed myself, I could pay my rent, stuff like that. But the second thing was, this was our deck for the first fundraise ever. And we already had one license. And the other one, we had gone through interview stages with the FCA. But this was our own first deck. And we already paid engineers, and we already had the product live. So that meant somebody was paying the salaries, right? Somebody paid the consultants to get the license. I personally wired £19,000 at that time to the consultants, right? And so as you sort of have your own money to sort of take the risk, the investors see some seriousness in what you're trying to build. This might just be peculiar to emerging market, right? But that's the reality of emerging market. $12 months runway, that was a lie. I didn't think that money lasted like 6 months. Yeah. And another thing to highlight here, focus. Like if you think about this page, today, LEM5 supports remittances to at least 45 countries. Philippines, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Brazil, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and so on. And these are markets that are fast growing. But at this time, we said Naira, pounds, Naira, Canadian dollar. And that's the only feature we had. That's all. It was no more than that. You couldn't go in and do Kenya. You couldn't go in and do Ghana. You could not. It was Nigeria, right? But if you sort of look back, let me quickly take us a bit back here. Even on the home page, it was so clear. Move and manage money between Canada and Nigeria. That's all. Today, that has changed. You wouldn't see that. So it doesn't matter. In the very beginning, you can focus on a very small TAM. Total addressable market, right? And get it right. What happens there is you build the muscle to sort of put a good team together, debug your app, integrate, learn, figure out how to market and distribute the product. You figure out a lot of things just doing that and capturing that small TAM, right? And so that was sort of the deck, pre-seed stage, right? So if we think about it, a few key things here. Focus, 1. 2, get started. Just get started, doesn't matter. 3, you won't have all the answers, right? But again, keep going. Okay, so this is a seed stage? Yeah, seed stage. Remember in the pre-seed, we said we wanted to raise $500,000 to make $300,000 revenue. Not $300,000 monthly. We thought the most money we could make that year was $300,000. Okay. So if you sort of now, this was seed stage, we're got into YC here. This was the deck we used in demo day. And if you sort of go through YC teaches you a lot of things. How to present your deck, what to focus on, how to speak to investors, how to put together your Excel sheet for sort of running the process with the investors, right? And also how to create FOMO, right? I think in the pre-seed stage, OO actually did all the FOMO creation, all right? So let me see that exciting part. When we're ready to raise, OO will sort of say, oh, give me the deck. And OO will send the emails one after the other, right? To the different investors. And we'll say, read one, I don't do this one. Just tell them, say, this thing will be this way, this way, this way. No worry. So whatever he said, I'd say on the call, right? And I would add, oh, we've already raised money from XYZ. So the round is going great. And then I'll be like, thanks. And then I'll follow up a few weeks later and say, we're about to close the process. And I'll message you on WhatsApp. Oh, we'll call the investor. God, if you know enter this thing now, no see, I no tell you. And a few weeks later, they'd wire the money. And that was sort of the process that we ran pre-seed. Seed stage, I don't think OO was not even involved at the time. But let's go through what we had achieved. So if you sort of look at it, we started November, December was sort of pilot stage. The real product started January. Within that half of the year, we were already processing $5.5 million monthly. We sort of highlighted 135% month-on-month growth rates. So let me explain what YC thought us about putting this page this way. Michael Sebel was our partner, and it's like, read one. If you tell an investor that you went from 1 customer to 2 customers, right? Or you tell an investor you grew 100% week on week, which one do you think the investor prefers? Which one do you guys prefer? 100% week on week, right? But it's the same, because 1 + 1 is 2. That's 100% growth rate, right? And so YC will sort of teach you how to do that. Say, look, It's all about how you present it. 135% month-on-month growth rate, right? It's different from saying we went from 5 million to 10 million or whatever. That's just better, right? So you'd seen we'd evolved a bit in how we presented the documentation, right? Now, we're getting the license in Canada. We're getting the license in the UK. We're getting the license in the US. All of these happened in less than 8 months, if you look at the timelines, right? And by this time, we had $23,000 of monthly revenue. So that means in that first year, we didn't even make that revenue we said we wanted to make, right? But at least we'd gone from 0 to 23,000, right? We'd put the average transacting customer, we just focused on numbers. Do you also see that? Focused on numbers. So at this stage, it's more important how you present the numbers. This is just storytelling. This is storytelling. This is storytelling. Storytelling. The rest is just storytelling. You don't see the interface of the app. It was just storytelling and numbers, right? And that was it. So proceed, we had incorrect information, right? Incorrect time, incorrect this, but we had traction that we'd gotten the license, the product was there, right? And we were serious because we'd committed some of our own money, right? Seed, we had traction. So what did we put in front of in the deck? Traction. It's like, hey guys, we have $23,000 of revenue, growing 135% month on month. This is the TAM. And I think, was the TAM sort of correct here? Oh yeah, TAM was then sort of correct here. The last time was like $100 billion. Yeah, this is much more accurate. Okay. And this is what we thought we would get to. And you know what? Like if we sort of think back at the time, we didn't even think this was possible. Like, what are you talking about? $50 million? Thought, lives will be made. $50 million a month? We just put the number because we thought it was a whole number. It made sense, you know. Yeah, and that was the deck. So it was more traction. So when you're raising your seed round, you want to show traction, right? And you want to sort of emphasize the numbers. Now, let's look at our Series A round. This is where you see the complete shift and complete difference in the mindset of the entrepreneurs, the mindset of the team, and the progress that has happened, right? So you don't want to go through pre-seed, seed, Series A, no progress, no traction, and you're upset that no investor is sort of giving you money or giving you time, right? There has to be tremendous progress, right? You also don't want to go through those phases without showing that you as an entrepreneur have sort of gotten better at doing this thing, right? I'm just going to slide through the Series A deck just to show you what it looked like, and then we'll go back to the beginning again to sort of take it one after the other. So you sort of look at the Series A deck. The design was a lot better. See, we now had a logo, we had a personality, right? You know, style. The app was completely different. Looked better, felt better, the vision was clearer, right? I don't think we reached $50 million monthly, so we're already halfway through, right? So let's just go through the entire design. Here we sort of knew what the architecture would look like. Now we even had bigger competitors now. Sort of put Revolut there. That has no business with us. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, but we get the point. So Series A, we're a bit more serious-minded. We'd grown a lot, right? And we'd evolved in how we thought the business should be. What were we building? What would it look like, 5 years from now, right? What makes us different? In-depth analysis of every single segment. We knew our competitors better. What were the features that sort of differentiated us? And we had serious revenue, at least at that time, right? So you sort of see the difference. So now we sort of even knew the meaning of CMGR. I never knew what that meant. ARR, I always thought this was, oh my days. But one thing to note here is that it's very common to sort of raise a Series A round once you sort of cross, or you're about to cross, like, I think, is it $100,000 or $200,000 in monthly revenue, I think, right? So we had multi-currency. And I think in this deck, we started talking about other countries, other African countries, seriously. So let's take a look at it. Yeah. Okay, so let me go to this particular page. Okay, yeah. So you see, now we had Ghana. But if you sort of remember in the beginning, it was just Nigeria. So by this stage, we had Ghana, we had Kenya, we had Uganda, we had Tanzania. So as you can go from a small TAM and expand the TAM, because as you sort of conquer one, you build the confidence to conquer the other. And then you build the confidence required to conquer the next one. If you sort of set yourself, you can set yourself up by going for like 10 things at once. Let's say in the beginning we said we wanted to do Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, and we sort of put the apps, the integrations there, right? And we sort of just pump performance marketing. I can tell you for free, what was gonna happen is we would not have good service, one. Two, we would burn money acquiring customers that didn't really get a great service, right? So we would have really high churn. And we would not have built confidence in how to actually build a great product for a small customer set, right? But because we had built for Nigerian users, we then understood the CAC on Facebook. We then understood what marketing channel worked better. Did Facebook work better than Instagram? Did Instagram work better than YouTube? Did YouTube work better than influencers, right? Doing for just Nigeria, which was the closest market to us, right? And so when we knew all of that, you can sort of write a small playbook and then say you're going to go after Ghana and use the playbook in Ghana. But it doesn't mean it will work. But at least you have somewhere to start from and readjust that playbook. Does that make sense? But if you sort of like go after everything, then you're in trouble. You won't go that far. You waste all the money. You not really learn a lot. And before you know it, you've run out of $500,000. Right? And then you don't have revenue. And then you have a high churn. Right? But by this time, we knew what Ghana was like. We knew the TAM. We knew what channel worked for Ghana. We knew what channel worked for Kenya. Right? And we knew Ghana should use for example, Kenya's influencers don't work as well as just free education there. Influencers don't work as well as they work in Nigeria. So that was a lesson we learned, right? And the type of influencers that work in Kenya are also somewhat different from the type of influencers that even work at all in the Nigerian market, right? And so it was more important in this stage to show the sophistication of the team, the sophistication of, and you see that at the end here. We had churn graph, right? You have to show the sophistication of the know-how of building a great product and scaling it to multiple users. You have to show the sophistication of that team. Do you have the right team? In the first deck, it was just, do you have the right founders? If you also notice the difference. First deck, second deck, founders, third deck, team. Because if they're going to give you $15 million or 10 or 8, it's important that you have a great team that can sort of manage the money and use it to sort of get to the next stage. Yeah, and I think this is where I stop, and I'll take any questions that you have, or I think O is supposed to come on stage.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Ridwan. I have to say that your story, your growth is inspiring as someone who uses LEMFI themselves. So thank you very much for sharing that. I'd like to invite Onoye to the stage. He's going to ask you some questions, have a little conversation with you. I have a mic for you. Please have a seat. Thank you.
I say, man, do small liberal work. May not be like say we don't get style. You understand? So, I think when we had the very first keynote, I spoke to Shola because I had certain context that may not have come up in the keynote. And would I say I'm fortunate enough to have certain context that hasn't come up in this keynote. And I'm hoping this conversation will pull it out. I met Ridwan. First of all, I need to say, anytime you see Ridwan, just say thank you. Oh, just thank him on behalf of OO. One day you understand why. So I met Ridwan, I think probably 10 years ago or so. And so for context, I was the person that wrote the first deck for then Lemonade Finance. And how was it possible that such an experienced founder came to me first? What happened was, years prior, he used to be a developer at Hotels of NG. Then he started a community of developers. It was called For Loop. And it was supposed to be non-profit. And we did everything to help him get into YC. He didn't get into YC. Then eventually, he went to Flutterwave. Then from there, he became the head of growth at OPay. He tried to recruit me multiple times. I wake up one morning and he says, I'm in Enugu buying motorcycles. The next day, I'm Kogi, getting people to sell food. Then he became country manager of Uber. And from there, he came to start Lemonade Finance. So what's very important was that while we were trying to write the deck, it was pre-seed. So he was trying to raise a $3 million valuation, 500K, without any product. And I had to extract from him, why should anybody give you money? And he explained to me that they launched remittance in OPay prior to him joining Uber. So there was domain expertise. And most times people don't see that aspect when they say they want to come in to launch a startup where they don't have context. So tell me quickly about your experience getting into the remittance business and why you knew it was something you had to go back to.
Okay. I think the key variable for us was we didn't like the P&L of Nigerian banking startups. So I'll explain. When you sort of help build OPay, and sort of sees from charging 0 naira to only being able to charge 20 naira. We remember OPay was sort of like 0 naira, if you remember the first set, and then later we charged 20 naira. And you do that at scale where you now have over 100,000 agents, so they were called at the time. And you sort of run the P&L, the revenue. You find out that the ARPU, which is sort of average revenue per user per year, for Nigeria was like $10 to $15. But you sort of spend, let's say, pay-per-view on Facebook ad was sort of like $4 or $2. And the number of view per click is sort of like, let's say, 10, 20, right? If you sort of have really good targeting. And then the conversion rates to transacting customer. By the time you do the math, you're spending almost $20 to acquire an agent. But you're only going to make $10 to $15 a year from that agent by selling airtime and making 2% on the airtime and so on and so forth. And that meant that your payback period was going to be the second year, right? And we just didn't like that. So we thought, how can we build a company that sort of takes that equation out of it, where the ARPU was much higher, but still give us the advantage of Nigeria, right? And then we remember we tried to build remittance for that sole sake at OPay. It was called O-Transfer. I don't think a lot of people ever saw it. And if you're sort of the product manager at OPay, you sort of also will inevitably be involved in that particular product because it has to integrate to OPay. That wasn't successful, but then we thought if we were the one doing it, we would have done it differently.
So the idea that you could look at you were in a company that had many products and you saw a sub-niche that you could extract to focus on. So it was interesting because, like you said, it wasn't really successful. Is it possible that all the other things that were happening in the company were distracting to prioritize it? So it was easier for you to just focus on that particular vertical for it to succeed?
Honestly, I don't think it's that we thought we could be successful because it was us. Because we didn't even understand how to obtain a license abroad. We had to Google all of those things. It was just the economics. We thought the economics made more sense and it was worth trying than ending up in a $15, $20 ARPU business market and then not being able to scale as we thought we could.
Okay. So there's one other aspect I want to talk about most people don't know. So Ridwan was country manager and we started this fundraise, say October 2020, around that period. One day I will show the charts where they had there was no logo. So I just Googled lemon. I just told the person writing the deck. So that deck was just the first result for Lemon to show how quickly he was moving. But there was one key thing. Ridwan was still in Uber and his 1 year was supposed to vest in February. And he was like, I'll go full time in February. There was a lot of money on stake. But eventually, after raising the money, I think you left December, or you left in January. When did you leave?
I left a month before my
vesting
of ESOPs, RSUs at Uber.
So, yes, so why? Because a lot of people, what we see a lot of founders do is you try to juggle two. This thing is still succeeding. Let me take as much as I still take, so I take the second one. But 1 month, two, you said, man, I'm all in. I'm happy to sacrifice this.
Honestly, I can't say why. I just felt too excited about the project. Honestly, I was like, this is it, this will work. We have to go all in. And I was like, and I don't want to be dishonest with Uber, and I just resigned. I just wanted to be in 100% as quickly as possible. So I resigned. But I only needed to stay a month of like not doing that much for my RSUs to vest. But I didn't. So I was just like, I'm going to go in.
So there's a very big similarity with Shola in the sense that, again, I normally tell people I've seen patterns. So Shola had a company called Precurio, and they just raised 50K, and Paystack couldn't raise 10K. But even though he left all his stocks and went with Paystack, he didn't say, and they were making some revenue per year, he didn't say, let me still have this side project. I would only work on it on weekends. He went all in. So I just wanted to point out that pattern, that if you really believe in something, you can't tell me that I'm still trying to keep this. So I don't know how it is for the other people that have succeeded, but when I say two people that have changed the game, it's very, very important. There's one more thing I want to talk about. I want to capture. Okay, two more things. One is the team you have built. The first person to come in was Ryan, who you worked with at OPay. All right, for me, that was a very good signal. If your colleague is really willing to come in, then that sends a very, very strong signal. But of course, it was only you at the beginning, very, very beginning. He was consulting. Then all of a sudden, he was like, "Man, I don't want the cash. I want my equity in here." He was there from day one. So tell me, how were you able to bring him in? The second thing I've seen is the team you have recruited, going very, very global, and recruiting domain experts. That is so surprising how high quality they are. How did you approach team building?
The first, which is Ryan. So Ryan and I used to work at OPay. It was a direct, actually Ryan used to be my boss, let's be clear. Ryan used to be my boss at OPay. And I think I sort of worked in that company with all my heart, and I was 100% honest in a market like Nigeria with them. And so when I asked him to join, actually, brought the idea. Said, Ridwan, say you be product guy. I know say you be product guy, technical guy, but you need a co-founder. How about that guy? How about one of those guys at OPay? I said, okay. But you need a finance guy now. That's not the compliments. I said, okay, wait. So I called Ryan. But Ryan and I were not that close, right? And I said, Ryan, I'm building this thing. Will you join me? And Ryan was like, okay, let me think about it. It was later on I found out how he decided. He came back and said yes, but later on I asked why. So he went to my real boss. So I used to report to a guy called Nuno Sitima. Nuno was the CEO of Opera Software, the browser company, and was also like the head of OPay at the time. And he went to Nuno and said, there's this guy, Ridwan, I'm sure you remember him, he used to report to you. He says I should join him in a startup. What do you think? And this is interesting, I sort of paraphrased what he said. I mean, it was a compliment to me, so I'm happy to. And Rand said, Nuno said, if there's anybody in Africa that we had worked with, that you wanted to do anything with, that was worth doing with, then the only name in his mind was Ridwan. And that was what Nuno told Ryan. And Ryan came back and said, yes, he'll do it. He didn't take a salary for like a year. And then later on, he was in full time.
So one of the things I like to tell people is that you're always interviewing. So you never knew you were interviewing for your co-founder while working. So wherever you are, I normally try to tell people you're always interviewing in life. However you operate, when they set the time for 10 and you come by 10:30, you're just naturally interviewing. And the day the job, the day they have to make a decision, you've already interviewed for the job. So you already interviewed without trying to convince him in future, it was in the past. So it's something that most people that are building in existing companies, where you're working for someone else, you just have to give your all so that when it's time, you would be able to know that you will pass the stage. Finally, I wanted to just talk about one very important point. They are coming to drag me off the stage, but before they can get here, I just want to talk about something. So I noticed a few things. At the beginning, me now, the one guy, I was always receiving investment updates. Then the relationship changed over time. Then all of a sudden, it became more secretive, right? And I learned of Series A from TechCrunch. I just say, Ridwan, God bless you. And that was it. So what I want to understand is what has changed. It's easy to say from the outside what changed in the business, etc., your scale, your scope. But what changed in the essence of how you could trust, how you could become a bit more paranoid, how your investors went, and not just investors, how competition became more risky, how you had to information control, just how the stakes just got higher over a period of time. Then we'll conclude here.
I think two things. The first thing was the industry we're in. In remittance markets, the sensitivity of the amount of remittance you inflow into a country, that information is very, very sensitive, right? And I'll tell you why. So a lot of emerging market countries are scarce, like always look for dollars, right? And so if you send X amount to Nigeria, or you send X amount to Ghana, or you send X amount to Kenya, and for one reason, the regulator thinks the amount you send is more than how much you report, because somebody saw the number incorrectly somewhere, you're in trouble. The next day, your business can be shut down. So because of the sensitivity of that data, we also had to treat the information rights of LEMFI we had to hold it to a high standard of who would get the access to information. And then two, also because of the markets, African market is, if one person knows you're doing well, 3 days from then, their friend starts the same company. Or their friend's friend start the same company. And then what's happening is that you're sort of diluting value for your investors, right? Because it's the same guy that gives A money that will give B money, that will give C money, right? And so you want to prevent that as much as possible, right? To be able to get a head start, to scale fast, to sort of build huge moats around your business, right? And so that's sort of another reason why we sort of reduced the number of investors that could get access to our information.
All right, thank you very much. While we take a picture, one final thing. When are we hearing the announcement we're at the billion? Because I do not know. I need to find out from you. No comment. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. We have Ridwan Alaridli from LEMFI. Can we please have pictures? Thank you very much. It was inspiring to hear, especially the points about how he did not wait until he was vested in his current job before leaving to move on to essentially his dream job at LEMFI. I want us to move on to the main part of the day. Are you guys ready for the pitches? You guys are not ready? No? Yeah, okay. Are you guys ready for the pitches? Okay, I think it's only Japan over here. Are you guys ready for the pitches? Make some noise. Thank you. All right, while the stage is being set up here, I'm going to explain a little bit about I'm going to explain how this works. This is my favorite part of the show. This is where I get to be bad cop, as Daniel likes to call it. You're going to hear me sound very, very strict in this part. We have a slight adjustment. We originally had 12 finalists, but I've been informed that we now only have 11. I guess that is a good thing for some and a bad thing for one. However it shall be. We now have 11 finalists. I will be introducing you to our judges shortly, but before I do, I want to explain to you how the pitch competition works. So, on this screen right here and on these two screens, there are timers. These timers are for the judges, and this timer here is for the startups, whoever is pitching on stage. Each startup is going to be given 3 minutes to come up here and give their best shot at their pitch. After 3 minutes, they will be given 7 minutes for which the judges will use that time to ask a maximum of 2 questions. 2 questions within that 7-minute period. If they finish within the 7 minutes, then we move on. In that time period of 7 minutes, the judges will also use that time to essentially grade them, figure out what their rating is, and then we'll move on. They will then have 1 minute to finish up, and then we'll move on to the next pitch. We have 11 pitches, which we'll be breaking down into 2 sections. Now, everybody is going to be participating in this pitching competition today because number 1, you are either a startup and you are pitching, you are either an investor and you are looking to see where to put your money, or you are part of the audience and you will be voting as a form of or you'll be voting in what we're calling the People's Choice Awards. So I'm not sure if it has been sent out yet. It should have been, but check your emails. You should have received a QR code. If not, it should be placed on the screens fairly soon. And that will give you the opportunity for you to be able to vote for your favorite startup pitch. This means that you have to be paying attention. Pay attention to every single startup and then you'll be able to vote. The voting does close by the end of the last pitch. So I'll repeat that again. Everybody here gets the opportunity to vote for their favorite pitch. This is separate from the 10 million, I wish. This is separate from the $10,000 grand prize. There is a People's Choice Award, so you will all be able to vote. And then also, if you're an employee and you're in tech, this is also important for you to see which company you want to join. As you can see from Midwan Oladire's story, he moved around a lot. Where you are might not actually be where you're meant to be. See which company you want to join. The company that wins today might be where you need to go next week. They might be hiring. You understand? They might have a cool new $10,000 that they gotta use to employ. So pay attention, figure out what you like out here, and we're going to move on to introducing the judges. Are we ready for the pitches? Awesome. Okay, I guess I don't, we don't need the podium for the, okay. All right, so the first judge I would like to welcome is Hiro Mashita, who we've already had on the stage here. Please give him a round of applause. Please have a seat, yes, thank you. And judges, please make sure you wave and let everyone see you. Awesome. The second judge I would like to welcome to the judges' table here is Akio Tanaka. Akio Tanaka is a co-founder and partner at Infinity Ventures Crypto, IVC. Co-founder, and he's also the co-founder and partner at Headline. Akio founded Headline in 2008 and recently announced its 5th $145 million fund. Dollars, oh, not naira, dollars. Headline is a venture capital firm actively on the ground in the US, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The funds have over $4 billion in assets under management. Give it up for Akio Tanaka. The next judge I would like to invite to the judges' table is Tepe Tsujitsu. And please forgive me for not pronouncing the Japanese names correctly. I am doing my very best. Please welcome the judge to the tent. Tepe is a general partner of GFR Fund at a San Francisco-based venture capital fund investing in the future of gaming, entertainment, and consumer technology. The fund currently has 2 Nigerian portfolio companies. He is based in the Bay Area in the United States, and prior to the GFR Fund, he was the director of the GREE investment team. GREE is a global leader in building top quality, high engagement, free to play mobile games having over $1 billion annual revenue run rate. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Tepe. The next judge I would like to invite to the judges' table is Amanda Etuk. Amanda Etuk is the program director at Cascador, Nigeria, a trailblazer in the logistics and e-commerce sector. As co-founder of Messenger NG, she redefined last mile delivery through a customer-centric and tech-powered approach. Amanda is a firm believer in operational excellence and the power of indigenous solutions to solve African challenges. Her leadership style combines empathy, strategic thinking, and a commitment to empowering underserved communities all over Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Amanda Etuk. Wave and say hi. Love your green, you look fabulous. Next up, I would like to please welcome Ife Oyedele. Do we have Ife? Oh, apologies. Moving on to the next judge. Oh, this next judge is very special. Okay. Next judge I'd like to invite to the stage or to the judges table is Rukayat Bello. Rukayat Bello is the co-founder and CEO of Register, a fintech company providing accessible financial services to the unbanked and underbanked across Africa. Through Register, she's leveraging technology to drive inclusive lending and empower underserved communities with microloans and financial tools. A visionary leader and advocate for financial inclusion, Rukayat is passionate about using innovation to close economic gaps and build a more equitable financial ecosystem. Under her leadership, Register has impacted thousands of lives and continues to scale across emerging markets. She is the winner of last year's PITCH2WIN 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Rukayat a round of applause. We have a former winner here, so that's why she's very special. Thank you for being with us this year. We're happy to have you as a judge. All right, so I believe we are good for judges then, correct? Wonderful. So we're going to move on to the pitches. Once again, like I said, each startup is going to have 3 minutes. You do have a timer here. At the end of your time, your mic will be turned off. You will also hear me say time. I will say time, meaning that you will stop speaking. I will say time, meaning that you will stop speaking. I will say it one more time. Thank you. You also hear the buzzer, all right? So this is just to make sure it's fair. Of course, we have $10,000 on the line. I don't want to waste any more time. We are going to move on. Questions, comments, concerns. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right, and don't forget, you will be voting for your favorite pitch at the end of the 2 sessions. I am going to welcome the first startup, and please make sure you cheer them on, you welcome them, because it's not easy to come up here and let people know what it is that you're doing with your time, with your money, with your energy. Make sure you welcome them, you support them, you give them all the support you can. Please welcome Iyewo onto the stage. Make some noise!
Young black woman so fly. Think someone's a ride, but the heart of the line, man, I just
pride. Time starts when you start.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing this wonderful day? I am Dr. Falake Kofoido. My slides are not up, but I am the founder of Iyewu. And today I'm talking about Iyewu. Today, okay, we're here.
Oh, you know what? You can just pause for a moment. We're going to start your time again.
Okay, thank you.
Please, could we have 3 minutes?
Morning. I'm Dr. Falake Kofoido. Ding, ding. There's a text message on your phone. Do you want to check it? Unfortunately, it's bad news. Someone you walked out of the house today with just slumped, and they're unconscious in the hospital. That's how I got the message about my mom dying on dialysis. 2 out of every 5 Nigerians are dying actively of kidney disease, and many are unaware. Nigeria has a great deficit and human resource infrastructure in healthcare. And this is leading to late diagnosis and catastrophic health spending for many families. This problem sits on an industry that is valued at $5 billion. From a TAM of 1.8 billion and a SAM of $720 million, EA was looking to obtain a market of $144 million from 12 million potential clients. Now, how do we want to do that? EA wants to deliver, and we're already doing it, insurance-backed, convenient, and affordable, community-based primary care to Nigerians in the informal sector with a self-financing mechanism. And we're doing this using community health workers in a barefoot model, telemedicine for physicians, a micro-savings platform for Ajo for health, to power proactive and continuous medical care for people. Now, Mama Day is a good customer. She gets onboarded with a full medical history. She gets a care plan that's tailored to her and starts getting weekly visits in the market. Unlike all other competitions, we're giving her care where she wants to at an affordable price. We provide telemedicine to escalate issues immediately, and now she can save small towards her healthcare. Next, since we've launched, we now have one market clinic. We're active in 3 markets in Lagos, and we have registered 1,200 clients. Almost $10,000, and this has been through subscription fees, profits from retail medication, referral fees, and also revenue from processing fees. I am the founder. I have 23 combined years experience in medicine and public health across the US and Nigeria. The rest of my team sits on 40 plus years of experience in management, financial management.
7 minutes on the clock for the judges. Do we have mics on the judges' table? Pardon me. Judges, please go ahead with your questions.
Good morning, Madam Grassroots.
All right, powerful presentation. Okay, good morning, EO. That's such a great presentation. However, the question I'm going to ask is going to be around your scalability. Okay. You mentioned you are in 3 markets currently.
Yes.
Can you tell us the 3 markets? How did you get into the 3 markets, and what's your plan going to another market? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're currently in Mount 12 markets, which is the largest produce market in West Africa. We're in Oyinbo market and Lagos Island market. And anybody that knows Lagos Island knows, first of all, Lagos is the commercial capital of the country. Now in West Africa for trade, actually in the whole of Africa, Lagos Island is a heartbeat for trade. People come as far as from Abidjan, even Morocco, moving goods all around. So we have people moving through these markets. But if we even say these are transitory people, we're looking at people, our people who are here. Mount 12 market, like I said, is the largest produce market in West Africa. It has over 10,000 traders. Now, how did we penetrate them and how are we looking? When we started this, we were kind of trying one-on-one, and it took us a bit of time. But working with community stakeholders, because these are grassroots people, they have the way they work and the people that understand them and they listen to. We're currently in talks with multiple stakeholders, but more importantly, like the Yalojas and the head, their entire structure, they know us. If you mention Iyewo, they know us now. We're in talks with the community stakeholders, the heads of the Yalojas, even the State Commission for Chieftaincy and Market Affairs. They know us and we're talking to them. They are literally taking us to the market to say, this is a good plan and we want you guys to sign up.
Judges, thank you.
one more. There's still 4 minutes.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I'd just like to know, what's the common objection you've received as you try to onboard customers?
Interesting. Many times I think it's their lack of trust of orthodox medicine, because we all know how Nigeria is, unfortunately, and they're wondering, are you like the others? And I tell them the reason I don't even look like the others because the others are not coming to you in the market, right? So again, it's that, are you going to be the one who would make me sit and wait or tell me you don't know what's happening with me? But the most important thing is when they hear us and what we're bringing, which is one, I have you in mind as a person. I have a staff who is thinking about your health, and they will come to you, save you the transport money, save you the time to go from your shop to the hospital and sit 3, 4, 5 hours and leave there at 5 p.m. and you're not earning anything that day. And they like the idea that someone sees them, someone thinks about them, someone cares about them, and is saving them all of that stress to keep them healthy and earning money to support their families.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have 3 more minutes. I have 3 more minutes.
2 questions. We were told 2 questions first. Yeah, it has to be 2 questions first. All right, thank you very much. We've been told 2 questions per 7 minutes. Thank you very much. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. All right, judges, you have 1 more minute to finalize your scoring. Please let me know if you're ready to move on to the next startup. All right, so we've been told by production that when you are on the stage, please say start when you're ready to start so they can start your timer. So please say the word start so your timer will start counting down. All right? So I'd like to invite the next startup onto the stage. We have Middleman. Please give it up for Middleman. Let's get 3 minutes on the clock.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omalara, a co-founder at Middleman, a platform that helps African businesses import from China with ease and safety. Let's talk about a $296 billion problem. Millions of African businesses rely on platforms like 1688, Pindodo, but they face language barriers, payment risk, and unreliable shipping. These platforms weren't built for us, and it shows. I know this because I lived it. For over 6 years, my co-founder and I ran e-commerce businesses, sourcing from China and struggling every step of the way. That's why we built Middleman. We simplify sourcing, payment, and logistics for African traders from Lagos to Nairobi, Aba to Accra. On our platform, you paste the product link and our AI breaks it down, from product details to supplier reviews to cost in Naira and shipping estimates. Once you are confident, we help you make payments in stable coins, connect you to procurement agents for quality checks, and give you options to ship. In 2024, China-Africa trade hit $296 billion, and Nigeria accounted for over $22 billion of that. Just 1% of this market has a $2.9 billion revenue generating opportunity. We are starting there. We make money from a 1.5% to 3% markup on payment, $10 per month on our AI, 2 to 5% on procurement commissions, and $2 per kg on shipping. Since May 2024 to now, we have processed over $1 million in transactions. We have grown our users to over 8,900, and we are growing our revenue and users by 10% month on month. We have won 5 startup competitions and have been spotlighted by top publications as a startup to watch in 2025. We are part of the current cohort of the Google for Startups Accelerator Africa. Unlike informal agents and fragmented tools, Middleman offers an end-to-end stack, AI sourcing, payments, procurement, all in one place, built for China-Africa trade. My co-founder and I work at the company full-time. We have spent over 10 years of our careers driving growth and scaling some of the finest startups you know today across edtech, social commerce, and fintech industries. We are backed by a strong engineering and design team with experience at top startups. We also have AI as co-pilot to reduce our time to market. We are raising $250K at pre-seed to scale our team, improve our product, and grow. Our goal is 200,000 users and $1 million in revenue over the next 24 months. We have lived through the chaos of trade. We have built something for African importers, and now we are ready to grow. Join us to make China-Africa trade simple, safe, and scalable. Thank you.
Judges, over to you. Judges, 2 questions, please.
Thank you very much, Omolara, for a very exciting presentation. We do invest a lot in cross-border e-commerce, and one of the things actually I was wondering after listening to your story is that I think one big challenge, at least in the Western or even markets like Japan, is that the Chinese players come directly to you, right? In US, we all know Temu and Shein, they do direct business in US, undercutting American middlemen. So my question to you is that maybe they haven't really came to Africa in full force yet, but how would you compete against a Chinese player if they decided to compete with you?
So they're actually present in Nigeria, but they target like consumers. So a lot of the businesses in Africa today shop on platforms like 1688 and Pindodo because they have access to direct factory suppliers and they get the absolute best trade from those platforms. So we don't really see them as competitors.
Hello. Yes. Thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting business. I was kind of curious to hear your thoughts on so you do those AI, the sourcing help to like delivery to logistics and seems like everything. So what's your like secret sauce to be like really, like kind of focus on like one thing and try to be like a really differentiated business? What's like a differentiation strategy? Because you've done like a lot of things.
So we started out with payments. We didn't just wake up to do all of these things. So a lot of the progress that we've made and the new features that we are now launching, the AI sourcing assistant, the procurement, are from real user feedback. These are the things that people are asking for, and there's a lot of value to tap into along that value chain. Instead of just focusing on payments alone, we can expand our revenue sources.
All right, thank you very much. We've had 2 questions from the judges. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Middleman. We still have a little bit of time left on the clock, so judges, please feel free to use that to fill out your evaluation and just give me a wave once you are ready. Backstage, do we have the third? Ready? All right, judges, are we ready to move on? Awesome. Could I please have 3 minutes on the clock? Next, I would like to invite Cubes onto the stage. To start up Cubes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them onto the stage.
Guys, where they I tire for school stress, so lecture notes long like express road, but I don't jam one up where they make sense. Try to best day for you, oh nana. Everything you need, no.
Please mention start when you are ready to start.
You go read less, but score like Pala. All
right, I'm ready to start. Start. My name is Peter Adeyemi, and I'm the CEO and co-founder at Cubes. This is a note from a student from 20 years ago. This student was one of the organized students at the University of Ilorin. He organized his notes, but over the years, they continue to photocopy these notes. This is the experience of most students right now. That student was me, and I led my class from 100 level to 500 level, and I graduated best graduating students. The experience for most students right now is that they go ahead through school, 50 million African students go ahead through school with this jointed learning process. They go and photocopy notes, they find past questions, they go on WhatsApp to get the notes. Everything is all over the place, and they spend so much money getting all of this. Our solution is that we have now organized all of their course library in one place, so they can find their course material, their past questions, everything in one place with time management tools, tax management tools, AI study tools, learning science tools, and seamless payments as well. The way it works is that we organize everything for them, the user-generated content and the platform-created content, and the student will find those resources, and then they can use it to learn and pass their exams. The market opportunity is huge. Right now, students in Africa spend about 2.5 billion sourcing for all their materials that they need to go through tertiary education. And when we look at that as our sum, that's like $10 million, just looking at what we can cover in the next 18 months. Our business model is very simple. We charge from 1,000 for undergraduates, but for postgraduate students, we charge about 2,500. For other markets that we're exploring in Africa, we are going to charge $3 per month. This is our user growth. Right now, we have about just less than 50,000 students on our app. We have 10% conversion from them, who are the people who are paying. We are growing 15% month on month, and we are present in Nigeria and Benin. We have processed $25,000 in student payment. This is non-tuition payment for students, and we already have signed deals to process about $200,000 as well. This is our user growth. We are present in 20 universities. Users have spent 2 million minutes on our app, going through 150,000 digitized notes, and we have so many success stories as well. These are part of our success story. The first class we launched, 80% of the first class graduates from that class say it was Cubes that helped them because of the organization that we provided. This is our roadmap. We are finalizing content coverage, making sure every student in Nigeria finds their content on the app, and we are going to expand into other markets, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda. By the end of H2 2026, we'll be making $300,000 in revenue every month. This is the team, myself, Peter Adeyemi, ex-PwC, ex-Curacell, a YC company. That's my co-founder, ex-Andela. We are raising $300,000 to expand to other markets and reach 1 million students. And when you want to look at other platforms who are doing similar things, that's Conda, Q&A app in Japan. They do similar things to us and have 42 million in revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cubes. Judges, over to you. 2 questions, please.
Hi, Cubes. Wonderful presentation. Your solution is kind of innovative. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing this kind of solution. Can you tell us your competitors in Nigeria? Because I heard you when you talk about competitors, in Japan and other countries. Can you tell us your competitors in Nigeria and why you are different from them? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that question. In Nigeria, we have students who have experienced this problem for a long time. I went to school a long time ago and I experienced that problem, right? But right now we have students who also are experiencing that problem and building similar solutions. So you find people building just for their department or for their school, right? Across Africa, not just Nigeria. So those are the people we see as our competitors. The other people who are our competitors are people, the process that they do presently. So they go to a kiosk to photocopy, or they have a WhatsApp group where someone organizes the WhatsApp for them, or they have a Google Drive where they find those things. But at the scale that we are doing it, where we are doing it across different schools for different institutions, nobody is doing it at the scale that we are doing it right now in Nigeria. That's why we look at other countries. Who is doing it in UK, Study Smarter? Who is doing it in Japan and South Asia? Q&A app. Who is doing it in the US? Instructure and some of those other companies.
Second question from the judges.
Great presentation. Looking at your customer segmentation, you've decided to go B2C. Have you explored whether other categorizations might be more profitable for you? You're charging 1,000 naira per month per customer, and with, I think I saw 55,000, you were only able to get to 2,600. Have you explored other B2B partnerships with schools across Nigeria?
Yes, and that's part of our business model. So there's B2B partnership where we are working with the schools as well. The truth is that B2B with EdTech is actually very hard because they have like a lot of processes. So which is why we started with B2C, getting the students to adopt the app, tell their friends, tell their siblings about it. We have grown this much without any marketing, just from people telling each other about the app, right? So, but with the universities, we are in talks with some universities on digitizing their curriculum, for instance. So we are in talk with Babcock, we've signed an agreement with King's University, we've signed an agreement with Venite University. These are going to turn on the app for all of their students in their schools, just so they use the app. So we have the B2B agreement going on, but for us to move and move very fast, we started with the B2C, and that's why we have all of this structure.
So a follow-on question, what informed that pricing of 1,000 naira?
The Nigerian students, right? So in other markets, we are happy to, explore more and charge higher, but we wanted to also start at that low pricing just to see what the adoption would be, and then we regulate what that pricing looks like.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Cubes. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. I've been informed that a follow-up question is allowed so long as it fits under the same category. So, in case you were wondering, I'm going to invite the fourth startup up onto the stage. Judges, are we ready to move on? Yes? Yes? Awesome. All right, next we have CaseRadar. Please welcome CaseRadar onto the stage.
If it's me against the world, then I'll be heartless.
Your timer starts when you say start.
Hi, konnichiwa. My name is Agbo Obinaya Godson, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of CaseRadar. CaseRadar is the one-stop shop for legal services in Nigeria. What we do is simple. We help Nigerians like business owners, founders, and the general public to get legal advice through our AI-powered solution, which we've trained with local data, judgment from the courts and Nigerian laws generally, and then we go ahead to connect them to lawyers on our platform. And at the same time, what we've built also help lawyers to help their clients, more efficiently and fast. And then the problem we are solving is the problem of Nigerians not understanding their rights, basically. Every day we have tenants being thrown out of their house by their landlords. You have, people being fired wrongfully, just like my friend Esther. In 2016, Esther was wrongfully fired, and she just took it as a normal thing. She didn't do anything about it. However, in December 2024, after we've launched CaseRadar, Esther happened to find herself in a similar situation. So what Esther did was, she came on our platform, she got legal advice, and we connected her to a lawyer. She did not just get the compensation that she deserved, she also learned how to protect herself with the law. And that's why CaseRadar is the one-stop shop for legal services in Nigeria. We are the future, and we are solving real problems for real people. Now, this presents the market opportunity, a massive market opportunity, and it's valued at $9.8 billion. And we have other players in the industry, but what makes us stand out is we are the only ones who have used local data to train our AI model in a way that it does not hallucinate. And at the same time, we connect them to lawyers. This is how CaseRadar works. As a person who has been aggrieved, you can come on our platform, get legal advice. As a lawyer, you can do in-depth legal research, and that way you can serve your clients more efficiently and faster. Our business model allows people to, afford our services for as low as 1,000 naira, which is $0.67. And we have a team of, our team has over 30 years of experience, and most of us are lawyers, so we have experience. We are building an industry that we understand. In our traction, we've made approximately $1,000, and we've organically onboarded 2,000 users with 166 paying customers and 80% user satisfaction. We are seeking a fund of $500,000 to start doing paid marketing. We've not done any paid marketing. Thank you.
Judges, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is legal space is definitely the right place where I think AI technologies to be applied. So I think you're in the right market. The question that I have from someone who comes from outside is that how different is each of the major African market? Because I assume the legal systems are different per country. And I think your TAM was all over Africa. So how do you, given there are potentially country differences, how do you scale these services across Africa?
Thank you so much. Just like we said earlier, we want to expand to countries like Kenya, Ghana, and Rwanda. Most of them were colonized by the British, and they have
all common law countries.
Thank you so much. And what we've built is an infrastructure. All we just need is get the local data, put it in our AI, refine the model, and push. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a great presentation, and I really like the AI-based legal tech. Who are the direct competitors at this moment? Because there's a bunch of the AI companies all over the world, right? So because you're focusing on this area, you have a lot of data, local data, right? I think you have a kind of a strength. But in the near future, a lot more competition come, right? So at this moment, who are the competitors and who can be in the future the threats to you?
Currently, people will consider competitors are Law Pavilion and Judy Legal. However, what makes us stand out is the fact that we are AI powered, and that is one. We have access to the local data, and we are the only ones that give legal advice to our users while also connecting them to lawyers. So we don't just come and connect people to lawyers when they don't understand the law. So we use our platform to first of all educate them. So we are also relevant in the education sector, where we also connect them to lawyers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CaseRadar. Give them a round of applause. I really love how all the pitches have been just on time. You can tell they've been practicing. It's not easy to get on this stage and tell people why you need $10,000 in 3 minutes. I know I cannot use 3 minutes to tell you why I need $10,000, but well done to the startups so far. We are going to move on to the next one. We have two more before our little break before the second session. Next, I would like to invite TalkTwo to the stage. Please welcome TalkTwo onto the stage for their pitch.
Cause my dreadlocks are longer. I know say right now, my time, I no go waste them rather. I go use them dada. You know say this in a bastard.
So my nephew is autistic and is non-verbal. For the past 12 years, he's 15 now, and for the past 12 years, my sister has struggled to find specialists to care for him. If I were to go around the room and ask us, how many of us here know families who have autistic children or who know people, kids, who are non-verbal at age 5? They're not saying anything. They can't ask for water, food, they don't go to the restroom, they don't say anything. I bet 95% of us will have our hands up. This is why, and then we notice a common problem also with parents. There's a constant search for help, and people just cannot find any help. It's expensive, it's inaccessible, and it's just insufficient. People cannot just find help. 1 in every 12 children globally has a case of speech impairment. In Africa, it's over 60 million children. That is a huge number. In Nigeria, we have under 200 specialists to a country of over 200 million people. The supply just cannot meet the demand. That's why we built TalkTwo, which is a personalized, on-demand online speech therapy platform, which gives kids access to speech therapy anywhere, at any time. Parents, all they need to do is sign up, take a personalized assessment for their child, after which the system will go ahead to then generate a personalized activity track for that child. Then the child can then proceed to start their activities with the guidance of their parents. So in this case, imagine you cannot afford a speech therapist, but you as a parent can be equipped with the resources to engage your child in activities that will get them to begin to at least say their first word. Our business model is pretty straightforward. We charge a $25 subscription on a month-on-month basis. So far, we have made over $1,000 in revenue under just 4 months since we launched our product, and we have 4 partnerships. One, a very unique one, which is from a top 2 university in Saudi Arabia, who has seen a unique value in our product and has said they want us to work together to build an Arabic version for the Saudi Arabia market. Our team is made up of 4 amazing founders, 2 of whom are specialists, have core background in speech and language pathology. Myself, I'm a Draper University Silicon Valley trained founder, and my CTO is an IBM trained AI and machine learning expert. We're looking to raise the sum of $250,000 to help us build out our products and scale and serve over 50,000 parents over the next 2 years. Don't hear from me. We have parents also who have said it. We had a parent who came on our platform. Her child was completely nonverbal at the age of 8. Just after 2 weeks of engaging, the child was beginning to start consonant sounds like ba, pa in just 2 weeks.
Time.
Thank
you. Judges, over to you.
I actually love your products, and then this resonates with me because I have a customer who has an autistic child, and this customer is actually in the rural area, and I noticed your solution is probably for semi-urban or urban people. So do you plan to serve those people at the rural areas because they don't have access to specialists, and even if they want to, get your products, this person does not have smartphone. Do you have any plan to serve this market aside from using mobile app? Thank you.
Okay, good question. Absolutely. Already, we have things in the works. We have projects that we're working with a few of our partners to do outreaches to these places where we know that people do not have access to smartphones, just so that we're also able to support people in the last mile and not just people who have smartphones. So definitely, we already have some kind of engagement where we do free consultations for some people. So if you need help, you reach out to us. We had a parent who reached out to us saying our child had hearing impairments. So we had to facilitate speaking to an audiologist and sort of help with the process of trying to get the child a hearing aid. So in the ways that we can, as a company, we do. And then if there are companies that have CSR projects and are willing to sponsor these initiatives for rural communities as well, we work on projects like that as well. So yeah, absolutely.
Product. Have you solved for the legal and medical regulatory compliance around this product?
So we are fully data compliant, for starters. So all our patient data is fully secured, and we are keeping everything within a controlled system. So we're not opening up our data sets to anybody, or everything that we use is within the system. So even in the context of leveraging AI, we're very particular with the ethical use of this data. So just so that we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. So we're fully data compliant at this point.
And the medical compliance, I have not heard much about the medical team the medical person on your team and how to be sure that the information that you're giving is credible.
Okay, so back to my team. We have 2 members of our team who are board certified speech therapists. There's Dr. Ibrahim, who has his background in speech and language pathology, and then he has his PhD in early childhood education. Then there's Victoria as well, who has a first degree in special education and then a master's in speech and language pathology. So as a team, we are fully certified, well-rounded, and well-qualified to solve this problem. So everything that we do is fact-based, there's proof, and then we can show you real-life proofs and example of how our system has worked and has solved this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, TalkTwo. Right, we're going to move on to the final startup for this segment. I'd like to invite Trackers onto the stage. Please welcome Trackers.
We're on the field, we're here to play, working hard every day. Pass the ball, score a goal, together we achieve our goal.
Okay, we got some workout here. Let's go, let's go! Give a round of applause, you guys are on the stage. Yeah!
Fans that cheer it loud and clear. In our hearts we feel no fear. Win or lose, we give our best.
All right, nice being here. All right, my name is Odemakinde Elisha. I'm the CEO of Trackers. We are building sports AI analytics platform for youth teams. Work with me as I walk you through the problem. Constantine Heathot, a Cameroonian legend, a partner of Trackers and a 2-time FIFA championship winner, once shared with me the challenges he faced improving his gameplay as a soccer player. And right now he's 59 and he's leveraging on Trackers with respect to African teams in improving their games early on in their career. Kurawi, my co-founder and also a pro soccer player from Ghana, also shared with me the challenges he faced early on as a pro soccer player, and he said, Elisha, I've played with so many youth soccer teams, but most never make it to their top competitions. Why? Because they do not know what it takes to win. Neither do they understand why they lose. And that's because they do not have platforms that give them access to metrics, feedback, or analytics that can actually help enhance their performance. This is the reason why this is not just the problem of Kurawi or Constantine. This is the problem of over 20,000 youth teams in Africa that are faced with this. Nigerian Women Division 1 African Cup of Nations, Morocco, that was 3 days ago. This is the kind of story we would love to build across our teams in Africa. This is the reason why we are building Trackers. Trackers is the soccer analytics platform for youth teams. How does it work? It works by literally uploading your game footage, and by uploading your game footage, Trackers is able to generate the speed, the analytics, chances created, its maps, tactics, and so many other informations needed in order for you to improve your gameplay as a coach, as a player, or as a team. Our business model is a monthly subscription, and we are charging $8 per player per team. We've done 143 hours of game, 50+ team, $3,500 in MRR, and we are growing 25% month on month. Our partners and enterprise giving us access to sport clubs and teams include Sonalysis, Supervision, Interlagos, Box to Sport, VOE Foundation. Our competitions, we know that this is a $150 billion market. Tapping into 5% of this market puts us at an ARR of 112. We recognize competitors like AfriScout and others, but we are not just competing, we are doing this better. Our ask is $500,000 for our technology, infrastructure, research and development, marketing and operation in order for us to achieve this. Join me as we build this together. Thank you.
Judges, please go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And it's very interesting, like a problem to solve. And I think maybe like one kind of curious to hear your thoughts on this, more like a sales cycle process. like if you are selling this like a product to like a soccer team, you have to talk to like management or like a coach. You have to like have like a multiple like a relationship. And how does it like work? And how long it's going to take to get to like one customer as a team?
Sorry, can I get a question again?
It's like sales cycle.
The sales cycle?
Yeah.
Oh, literally, we are charging $8 per player per team. So for every video, we are analyzing all the players, $8 per each of the players on the team. So the club pays for the team, for the analytics of those videos. Yeah.
Is that like easy to like convince a club team to just on board? You have to talk to like multiple people, or just like have like a head of the like team coach or something?
Yeah. We try to reach out to clubs in order for us to be able to onboard their players. And that's why we are focused on sports teams. Onboarding the club literally implies onboarding the teams. Yeah.
God, thank you.
Thank you.
Emphasize his question. How long does it take you to sign on a club?
Oh, wow. So actually it doesn't take so long. Basically, what we've been doing so far has been based on partnership and referrals. Right, and literally it takes the moment they agree to come on board, it takes roughly 2 hours for them to be onboarded and for them to start the analytics.
How long does it take them to agree to use your service?
Literally, the last was literally 5 days. The last that we did was 5 days. So it was real quick.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll say that was one question. Judges, do you have a second question?
All right, great presentation.
Thank you.
I love sports, especially soccer. Although I don't play, but I love to watch. So my question is going to be that, aside from the exercise aspect of it, can you tell us the impact of track course, in the society?
All right, thank you very much. That's a very wonderful question. Investing in sport analytics right now basically implies that you are fostering communities, enhancing communities, you are creating job opportunities for youth teams, right? Thereby getting them out of poverty. A lot of our youth teams do not have access to some of all these things that can actually create these opportunities for them. So Trackers is literally enhancing that, helping them become better athletes, helping coaches become better coaches, and helping clubs understanding what it takes to win smarter and compete with their pro teams and their highlight teams. Yeah.
All right, so you can look at partnering with CAF and FIFA. How about
Yeah,
that?
definitely. That's our goal. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Trackers. Come on, let me see your hands, All right, that's good. If you're enjoying the pitch competition so far, make some noise, please. God forbid, that's too low. If you're enjoying the pitch competition so far, make some noise. All right. So real quick, let's be upstanding. Come on, let's get up. Upstanding. Let's be upstanding, real quick. Yes. We're gonna do a do as I do session. Do as I do. We need to shake off before we start the second round of the pitch competition. So, whatever I do, you do. Are you ready? So let's go. To the left. Come on. Some gymnastics. Let's go. To the right. That's it. So let's go up. Okay. All right. So we're going to go into the second round of the pitch competitions. We've had 6 startups come on stage so far, and then they've had to give us their presentation. So we're going to have the next set of the startups come on stage to give us their presentations as well, or give us their pitches, and then we're going to get the feedback from the judges. Lastly, let's go again. Up. They're not jumping up, is it too much calories? Up, burn those calories, that's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to take the next session. We have to get everybody to stand up, we have to get everybody to move, so that we're all active, all listening. Also, at the end of the second session, we have something the viewers would have to help us do. So if you are in the audience watching the pitch competition, please pay attention. At the end of the second round, you're going to help us do something, and we're going to announce what you're going to help us do at the end of the second session. Please, a round of applause for everybody. Please, a round of applause for yourself. You have been wonderful. Okay, so let me say, touch your toes. Let's just touch your toes before you go. Touch it. Touch those toes. You're not touching it, to stretch it. Madam Rukayat, you're not stretching it. What's that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the second set come on stage, and then we're going to take their presentation. Please, you can remain seated.
To move on to the second set of pitches. Without further ado, I would like to invite the next startup onto the stage. We have Kurawi. Please welcome Kurawi onto the stage. Oh, I love the music.
Start, please.
Please, once you start, the timer will start. Okay. Once you start speaking.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Kurawi. And today I'll basically start my pitch with one question, which is, if you want to source for products from, let's say, Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, or even, let's say, merchants in Sokoto, how would you go about this? Do you know any platform where you can go and find products or merchants to buy from? In 2019, I started my journey into export. I was able to fulfill a couple of orders successfully, and that was because I had an in-law who was playing in the space at the time. So, but scaling this business became difficult, and the reason it became difficult was for me to get a buyer, I needed to travel to the country. That was when it hit me that the problem with African trade, I mean exports in this case now, is not because we don't have the products, but because over 80% of businesses lack global visibility, export processes are cumbersome, and Africa has a very low trust score when it comes to international trade. And that was why we built Kurawi. At Kurawi, we provide African merchants with global visibility. We help them aggregate shipping to drop the cost by over 30%, and we provide an escrow infrastructure to secure buyers' funds from fraud, which means as a buyer anywhere in the world, if you're in Japan and then you probably want to start a coffee shop, you can come to Kurawi and we help you source for your coffee beans. The market is quite huge. A $600 billion market, which is currently undervalued. And there's about $200 billion of that market, which is actually not controlled by government. Our goal is to target 13% of this market within now and the next 5 years. Sellers pay $50 for gold badges. They pay 15% commission on orders that go through our RFQ channels. Buyers also pay 0.5 to 2% processing fees to get their products. So basically, we facilitated over 500,000 in trade. We are currently grossing $6,300 in average monthly GMV. We currently support 1,262 businesses, and we're growing at 20% month on month. We're not alone in this market. But one of the things that makes Kurawi stand out is that as a buyer, you can either add to cart if you need to just get product samples. You can send the seller a message directly on the platform if you need to negotiate. And you can also request for quotes if you don't find the products on the platform. So we go help you source for these products, and we call it our Triflex ordering system. We are currently raising $350,000 to reach 50,000 merchants within now and the next 18 months, and also 10x our revenue. We have a stellar team of 10, but our core team is I myself. I'm an LBS alumni, and I have over 6 years of experience in exports. Isaac has over 7 years of experience building global products, and we have NWBC that has a track record of backing, startups in the trade ecosystem. I'd love to end my pitch by saying Africa is currently at the verge of breakouts, and I want you to join us in connecting Africa to the world brick by brick. Thank you very much.
Judges, over to you, please.
David, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We have looked at a lot of this space, not only of Africa, outside, and then definitely, I think you're building something that industry needs. Now, and I think you kind of positioned yourself like Alibaba of Africa, but I do have actually a specific question to that. So for Alibaba Group, the B2B business, which is actually the original Alibaba.com, I think is the least profitable division they have. I think represents maybe 3-4% of all of the world business. I think definitely less than 5% of their business. So I think the issue for them has been that the people actually come to them directly to find suppliers, but there's very little reason for buyers to buy through the platform. They would just reach out to the supplier and buy direct and cut out the middleman, so to speak. So for your business, how do you make sure that people discover great businesses through your platform, but they stay with you after discovery?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I think it's peculiar with B2B models, right? Even Uber and Bolt actually face the same issue. But one thing for us is because Africa is trust deficit, meaning that if you want to buy from a merchant that you just reach out to, there's a probability of you getting scammed. And then we provide our escrow infrastructure to be able to allow these businesses to just secure their funds. So it means if you go through us, your funds are safe. If anything happens, your products, your money gets back. So
your key value is security.
Exactly. Security, providing them with vetted suppliers, and so that's it basically.
Thank you.
Sorry, how do you make money?
Sorry?
How do you make money?
How do we make money? Okay, let me go back. So basically we make money from 3 core ways, right? One of it is that we actually provide, merchants on our platform get paid like $50 to $200 to kind of get the gold badge. Gold badge is a symbol of trust for us, right? The second way is our RFQ channel. RFQ means, you can find this product on our platform. You reach out to us, send us your invoice. We go help you source it. So merchants we source from pay commissions of between 7% to 15%, depending on the product. The third way is that futuristically, merchants will be able to run advertisements on the platform, just like every B2B model, right? And then our escrow fees too. So for buyers who are going to escrow their funds through us, we take a charge that's capped at $50 to escrow the funds.
So have you ever dealt with maybe cases where people have to return the goods because they don't like it?
Yes, so what we do basically currently is that we make sure we vet goods before they leave, right? So if you're going to be shipping products from Nigeria or probably Ghana, there's just one port of operation, right? So before the product leaves, we aggregate them in our warehouse, and then we make sure that we vet these goods before we ship them, right? So we've currently not experienced that, but it's definitely something we are anticipating as we scale, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Kurawi. We have a few more to go, so I'd like to invite the next startup, and that is HighPrep. Please give HighPrep a round of applause to welcome them up onto the stage. HighPrep.
You can be the best. You can be the king, come banging on your chest. You can beat the world.
Please welcome her onto the stage.
Go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up. You can beat the clock. You can move a mountain. You can break rocks.
Hi, everyone. Today, I want to take a moment to share a personal story that inspired my mission to transform education for kids in Africa. My name is Adama, and I'm the founder of HighPrep.
Growing up in secondary school, I used to struggle with math. Luckily, I had a father who was a physics teacher in my school. So every day after school, he would engage me in my work using questions, hints, and clues that challenged my thinking. That daily study routine changed my life. A few years later, I was a mathematics teacher myself in a public school in northern Nigeria. And I realized that over 70% of my SS2 students were struggling with basic year 3 to 5 math skills. I started to ask questions, and I found out that it wasn't just them. Across sub-Saharan Africa, over 400 million children fail to meet minimum proficiency in math and English, not because they lack potential, but because the system fails to meet them where they are. Classrooms are overcrowded, teachers are overwhelmed. UNESCO reports an average class size of 58:1. For me, that's not education, that's survival. HighPrep was born out of a mission to change this. We place every child on a consistent and customized study routine, helping them to study with deep structure, real-time feedback, and most importantly, a lot of practice. And just recently, we introduced our AI, which is an AI personal learning companion for the kids that guides them through each subject in bite-sized way, helping them understand deeply, interactively, and most importantly, in an adaptive manner. Our platform works in just simple 4 steps. 1, we assess each child using an adaptive baseline assessment. We create a custom learning path. We deliver structured lessons with a lot of practice, monitor and track progress. This was exactly the same thing that my father did for me. It's very easy for parents to pay us. They can either subscribe to our live tutoring sessions that cost about $75 per month, or they pay for our AI by topping up credits on our pay-as-you-go model. Since our launch in 2022, we have delivered over 90,000 plus hours of live tutoring to kids. We have generated over $400,000 in revenue, trained 150 tutors, recently got accepted into the MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship and the Transcend Network, and no day passes by without one parent reaching out to me saying that they need what we have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think you have a very impressive track record. And,
Thank you.
I just want to understand, I think one of the big numbers you have.
Yes.
You were generating $400,000 US in revenue?
Yes, please.
So can you tell me how that revenue is made up of?
So through subscription to our live tutoring sessions, we just recently launched our AI, but before now, we've been doing exactly the same thing with live teachers. Currently, we have an annual recurrent revenue of $200,000. We're currently doing about, I'm not sure of the dollar rate, but we're currently doing about 35 million naira monthly in revenue.
And how much of that 400,000 goes back to the teachers?
Roughly 60% of that amount goes to the teachers, and 40% we keep that for our operations and growth. Thank you.
Okay. You mentioned English and mathematics when you were talking about your story.
Yes.
So is it that you only focus on the 2 subjects or all subjects? And how do you get to your customers?
So currently, we are focused on the core subjects, which are math, English, science, and also reading, and phonics and reading. We intend to, as time goes on, we intend to provide content for other subjects. How do we get our clients? We are parents. My team is made up of educators and parents. We belong to a lot of parent communities. It's just one parent telling the other parent and another parent that there's something amazing happening here. And from one student, today we're doing over 1,800 students.
Oh, that is very impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, please give HighPrep a round of applause. before I invite the next startup to the stage, Aniedi Udal Obong, you might have difficulty entering your office tomorrow and accessing your files. I have your card and your flash drive. Unless you don't want to go to work tomorrow, unless you've seen the company that you want to join. Yes, so please come and see me. Thank you. Next startup that we'd like to invite to the stage is EventParty. Please invite EventParty up to the stage. Welcome them up. I'm not afraid.
It's been a ride. I guess I had to go to that place to get to this one.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent, and I'm dedicating this speech to everyone who has ever tried planning an event or organizing something. So we're EventParty, and we are an AI-powered event management platform. In Africa, there are over 300,000 events that are planned every single month, and this sums up to about $500 billion in annual spend. And in Lagos alone, just last quarter, Q4 of last year, we spent about $58 million in the event industry. But the truth is, event planning is hard. And as somebody who has a couple of unsuccessful events under his belt, I realized that there is no software dedicated to helping event organizers manage the full life cycle of their events or meaningfully engage attendees during the events or even give good return on investments to the sponsors of these events. This is a $275 million problem and usually results in wasted resources, poor guest experiences, lost revenue, and ultimately disappointed partners. Imagine a world where, the truth is, imagine a world where an events planner can wake up and have access to a digital platform that can help them simplify the planning process, find credible vendors that they can work with, boost engagements amongst attendees, know your neighbor, and build communities with people after the events, before, during, and after. And the way the platform works is, we're building a future where everyone can wake up, you have a dream for an event, create an account on the platform, publish your events within minutes, upload your guest lists if you have, or sell tickets to get people to your events locally or internationally. And this is what we started as our MVP. But right now you can set up the entire event structure, build out your speakers, build out your sponsors, your exhibitors, create your agenda, manage your volunteers. And if you don't have some of these components, all you have to do is visit our marketplace and you can find credible vendors to work with, find speakers, find sponsors. You can also manage your payments through escrow payments protection, find insurance partners, and a bunch of other things. We are not just saying this as a pipe dream. We've actually powered hundreds of events, and our flagship event has been the Omniverse Summit with over 20,000 attendees. We have processed over 15,000 in revenue and have about 12,000 plus users on the platform. I'm Vincent. I have extensive knowledge in building products for the past 12 years, and I wear the hat of an event planner at night. We're currently raising a pre-seed of $150,000. I will be putting this in product development, market expansion, sales and marketing, and scaling our operations. So we're looking for partners who can join us on this journey of continental and global dominance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EventParty. Judges, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Vincent. So we run big events in Japan, so I totally get all the pain points. I think it makes sense to us. And at the same time, some of the larger international event platforms are super expensive and not very affordable. So I think this is a big opportunity. I think there's many different ways you can cut it. But for you as a startup, what's going to be your focus for the next 24 months? What are you going to accomplish?
Thank you very much. The biggest focus for us will be reducing the barrier to entry as much as possible so that a lot of people can come onto the platform believing that if I have an idea for planning an event, I don't have to struggle. And I struggled a lot. It's my personal story. It's finding the right venue, finding the speakers, getting these exhibitors to come sponsor the event. So we want to reduce the barrier so that these event organizers come to the platform, and then we can bring the other side of the platform. So the exhibitors,
So you're going more vertical integration.
Vertical integration, correct. Thank you.
Great presentation. Are you focusing on Lagos for now, or you plan to aggregate all the events planners on your platform, or how do you go about it?
Thank you so much. So I woke up one morning 2 months ago and I saw that somebody had created an event in Egypt, and another had created an event in Rwanda, and they had not just sold tickets, they had literally built out the entire structure of the event, onboarded over 3,000 attendees, agenda was happening, people were networking on the platform, and it quickly opened my eyes to see that it's beyond me, it's beyond Lagos, it's beyond Nigeria, and it's quickly going continental, and if I may say, it's going international, because the closest solution to this is about $13,000 for one event. That's how much they'll charge you to use it. And I'm like, geez, like, why the evil? So we're really just trying to democratize the process of, let me call it a project tool for event managers and make it easy and affordable for everyone to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EventParty. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our second last startup here. Judges, are we good to move on? Yes? Wonderful. Next up, I would like to invite RetroCloud. Ladies and gentlemen, please invite RetroCloud up onto the stage.
You know the story of day. This is bigger than trial. This is for the warriors. This is for you and I.
Are you ready, RetroCloud?
Peace of mind. Guys, recording this. What you look in the sky?
Oh, RetroCloud?
Even when stability's never in your favor. Fly with the turbulence, only last a minute. Man, know your dreams, I recognize you different. Run through your valley and peace with bare feet.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges. I know it's a bit cold in the room, but I just want to bring some heat. My name is Afolabi Shoke, and I'm the co-founder and growth lead at RetroCloud. And what we do is that we build AI APIs for automation experts. So last year, me and my co-founders had this brilliant idea of building a research tool that allowed students and professionals use their documents with AI. But then we faced a technical struggle. It was very, very difficult for us to build and integrate AI into that research tool, right? And then we asked ourselves, if it's difficult for us, then it's probably difficult for other people building AI tools. And one of those people were automation experts. Automation experts take manual processes in business, like financial reporting, social media, and content creation, and they automate those processes with APIs and automation tools like Anyten, Airtable, Zapier, and Make to solve problems for their clients. Right? And one of the problems automation experts told us they were facing was that the existing APIs were built for developers, not for them, right? Which required deep developer skills to understand and adopt in their solutions. And that's why we are building RetroCloud. So RetroCloud is a fully managed platform for AI automations, and we give automation experts APIs like data scraping, data extraction, and RAG APIs to use in their existing automation workflows. So here is a case study of Frema, an AI automation agency in Dubai, where they build chat agents to replace customer service in businesses. Before now, Frema was doing the customer service process manually, which means that the CEO always had to be on ground when customers were calling. But with RetroCloud, Frema was able to implement a chat agent for the business so that it could answer customers while the business was away. So there's a growing demand for AI automation experts and agencies like Frema. So the market size, the total available market for this is about $45 billion, but we are focusing solely on automation experts, which is a $100 million market by 2030. Our business model is simple. Based on the complexity of the automation workflow, we charge a pro plan for basic complexity, an SME plan for medium complexity, and a large enterprise plan for enterprise grade automation workflows. Our growth milestone so far is that these automation experts have called our APIs 11,000 times in the last 7 months, and we've had over 300 plus signups in this time. Our target revenue in the next 18 months is that we plan to charge 10,000 paying automation experts $100 per month to make $1 million MRR. Our ask is $100,000 to spend on product, operations, and go-to-market across regions like US, UK, EMEA, and Asia. Our team is very resilient. We've worked across fintech, edtech, and we know the problem these automation experts are facing and want to help them solve it. So if you're an investor here or in the audience and you want to be part of the future of integrating, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. RetroCloud, judges, on to you.
Thank you, Vladis, for your presentation. We do like this space, but also it's a very competitive, and one of the lessons we're starting to see in the US is that some of the AI companies who are building very horizontal technologies that's just outside of, say, what players like OpenAI is doing. Yeah. Those companies are doing well 2 years ago, and today they're having a difficult time getting customers because horizontal technologies are being consumed by bigger players. And by some of the vertical ones who have some moat against bigger players seems to be doing well. And to me, it seems like a very horizontal player you're going after. So my question is, how are you going to survive when the core platforms start touching upon the things you provide at scale and perhaps at very reasonable cost?
Thank you very much for that question. So platforms like OpenAI, Anthropic, and the rest are building general developer solutions like these models, right? But these automation experts don't build, they integrate. So they need an expert that knows how to use these LLMs to build on top of that so that they can provide those seamless tools they can just use and then solve problems for their customers, right? So we don't expect OpenAI to do that. They build the models, and they've always said this, that they are building these models so people like us could build on top of the models to solve problems in vertical cases. So that's my answer to that question.
You. Who are your target customers in this market?
Automation experts.
Yes, within what industries?
So specifically focused on financial reporting, social media, and content creation.
Within those companies, who are you selling to directly? I'm just trying to understand your sales strategy.
So right now, the automations market is still very, very, very early, right? Which means that they are individual automation. They're more like solo automation experts who these businesses hire to come and automate the processes. And in the future, we expect that businesses would actually start hiring these automation engineers in their business to automate major core functions. So for now, just the solo automation experts.
Mostly the developer space here in Nigeria.
So automation, yes, in Nigeria, but automation experts are not developers.
Yes, for the tech space purely.
Yeah.
Okay, how would you sell this to a business person or a CEO who doesn't have deep tech experience?
Okay, so we have partner automation experts, and they have a problem in their business. For example, let's say you want to do financial reporting at the end of the year. It is a very, very, very stressful process. But automation experts already know how to create an automation workflow around the company's existing process. So what I would do is talk to the CEO and ask him, how do you go about your financial reporting? And he tells me the process, and then I work with an automation expert to automate that process for him, and then just make it very, very simple.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, RetroCloud. So we have our final finalist, right? Yes, final finalist. Certainly not the least. Are we ready over there? Yes? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please invite our final finalist, Billy Rose, to the stage. Please give them a round of applause. Please give them a round of applause. Billy
Hi everyone. regardless of industry, regardless of size, regardless of geography, one thing that matters to businesses across board is revenue. However, despite the fact that revenue is important, businesses still end up losing 2 to 30% of their revenue for reasons that I'll share shortly. Hi, my name is Timothy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Billing Rails, and we are building the revenue engine for modern businesses. So what is the problem? Picture this. If you start your business today, it is fine for you to set up a payments gateway, to have your pricing on an Excel sheet, and that basically sorts you out, right? The problem now starts when you start to scale your business. You start to add things like usage-based billing, pricing models. You have to add new payment integrations. You have to add other integrations as well. You have to manage your inventory and other things. And then that becomes a mess, right? So this is what we offer. Our solution is that we are providing you a unified platform, right? That manages everything you want regarding your revenue operations, right? So if you want to manage instrumental payments, you want to support credits, you want to have a gift card program, whatever it is you want to do, we basically power you to do that, right? So we hyper customize it for you. So whether you're a hospital, you're a school, you're an e-commerce business, we have something that grows for you now and grows for you in the future. And then we don't just help you stop revenue leakages, right? We help you find new revenue channels. We provide you revenue intelligence by looking through your business, and then we help you scale globally from day one, right? All right, our business model is quite simple, right? We charge from $30 per month, right? And then we also have a managed payment service where we have a take rate of, so we help you accept payments from like customers. So far, we have released our sandbox and have like 100+ businesses looking to integrate. We have our first paying customers, and then we've also had a few distribution partnerships with Paystack and Kuda for Business, right, where they help distribute the business as to their businesses. All right, Ugo and I have worked together for the last 10 years together, right? Both have worked at Paystack, managing commerce. He has worked at Suppliers, managing B2B commerce as well, right? And together, we've worked for the last 10 years together, and we've built billing both for ourselves and then for other people, right? And what we've seen so far, Billing Rails, is our solution to solve problems that we've seen come up in like a million ways over and over again, right? So we are not just building software. What we are building is the economic infrastructure for Africa's rise. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And yesterday we actually had the opportunity to visit Paystack, and we are very impressed by the talent and the type of fintech businesses being built here in Nigeria. But one question that I have is I'm definitely more familiar with Stripe, and I believe Stripe actually does have a comprehensive billing platform. And to the extent Paystack has been acquired by Stripe, is there a risk that today you're partnering with Paystack, one day they might just say, hey, here's the local version of Stripe's billing platform. And if that happens, how are you going to create a niche or a moat for your business?
Thank you very much. One of the advantages that we're building for our platforms, right, is the hyper-personalization of it. So whether you're a hospital, whether you're a retailer, whether you're offline commerce, we make it feel like the entire platform was built just for you, right? So what you and you and you and you will see on the platform are totally different, and that is one of the places, right? And then we also plan to like help you integrate and do like a lot of other things. So that is how we plan to stand out, just hyper-personalize it for this market, right? Yeah.
Great presentation. So I want to believe, according to your explanation, that your platform is for all, right? So my question is going to be that, why do you think you are in the best fit to solve this?
Thank you for that question. First, there are two answers to that. The first is, Ugo and I again have worked together over the last 10 years. So we've built like billing again and again and again and again, right? Both for ourselves and for other businesses. And we understand the things that people rebuild, right? We've seen people build like the same thing literally like 10 times over and over again, right? what we are basically offering that is, that is different, right, is, okay, sorry. What puts us in the best position is that we've seen it happen both like where I worked at Paystack and where I worked at suppliers, and the fact that like we've built billing projects before and after that, we understand it to a level that is so granular. Like the last 10 years of my life, there's no single year that I have not worked on billing. There's no single year that Ogochukwu has not worked on billing, right? And we've interacted with like businesses that have some of the weirdest billing problems, right? So billing wheels is our honest to God answer to problems that we have built too many times. Once I'm done with like billing wheels, like billing wheels solves the problem that I have faced, and then I've seen like other people face like too many times. So that is it. Like it's a lived thing, like something I've seen firsthand and then seen other people face and help other people solve it as well. So yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. I was told that Hero had a question. Hero, did you have a question? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you there.
Just one quick question. You have experience being acquired by Stripe. Do you want to sell your company in the future to Stripe? No, just kidding.
Because you were the one who invested in Stripe. Got it.
It's very confidential information, right? So you don't have to ask a question. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
By the way, Stripe is a great country, and then now all management people, the Paystack is really enjoying working together with Stripe. That's right? Yeah. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well done, Billing Wheels. Thank you. All right. So I want to say congratulations and well done to all 11 finalists who got on the stage and gave their pitches. Please give them a fantastic, huge round of applause, because once again, it is not easy to do that. Please also give our judges a round of applause for being here. And then, of course, give yourselves a round of applause for being here and watching and sitting through all of that. I'm serious, guys. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Like I mentioned before, there's a QR code. It's about to be put up on the screen. In the meantime, while we wait for that QR code to be put up on the screen, we have want to do a little bit of a feedback session. So as you notice, we have the largest number of Japanese guests Lagos has ever seen. Yes, I'm saying it, quotes me. I said this. Largest number of Japanese guests Lagos has ever seen in this setting, especially for a tech event, and we would love to get feedback from our guests. So I'm going to invite Tomoya?
Tomoya is correct.
Tomoya.
The Nigerian people always say Tomoyo.
I haven't read the first time.
Tomoya is correct. Tomoya.
Tomoya.
Yes.
I will get it. And Hero, do you want to come on stage or do you want to go around, Tomoya? Okay, all right. And I believe we want to get some feedback from our guests and know how they feel about today's event and the startups.
Yes. So we have 30 friends, Japanese friends, and we have from various industry. So we have like investor, corporates, educational institutions, and so on. So we're gonna select some people to get us some comments. Okay, first, Toshi-san. So you're running a conference, IT conference in Japan. So it's going to be, maybe this is your first time in Nigeria to see the Nigerian startups. So what do you think about this event? Do you have any interesting startup?
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting startups. So now, we are watching a lot of Japanese and Asian startups. So, but in Nigeria, there are a lot of fintech and EC startups are there. So, and these kind of startup is, I think, more interesting than the Japanese startup, I think. So yeah, that is really great.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I like that you said our startups are more interesting. I like that already. Thank you very much for that feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Tosh-san. Okay, another friend, Asuka-san. So she's running from kindergarten to university in Japan. How many schools in Japan? 40 schools in Japan. So she's interested in edutech space, and I saw so many like edutech companies. So what do you think about Nigerian edutech companies?
I
I think it's very, well, I heard a lot of EdTech presentation today, and it was very passionate, and I see some visions of the Nigerian future through the EdTech.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And we have you coming later on to tell us a little bit about your work too. So I'm excited to hear about that. Thank you. Who do we have next?
Okay, how many minutes do we have?
Oh, please keep going. We have a few minutes.
Okay, Terakubo-san, Takumash, he runs a fund to focus on investing in African startups. So maybe he's very familiar with the Nigerian startups. So I want to have a comment from Takuma-san.
Thank you very much for the pitch. So I'm really concentrate, listening to your pitch today. So we would like to invest some of the startup this time. So maybe I have some startup is very interesting for me. So I'm gonna reach out after the event. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please reach out to Takuma-san after this event.
So you're telling me that Mr. Takuma-san has the money. He is the one that
he has the money. So please reach out to him.
That's where the money is at. Go shake his hand. Who else?
Okay, excuse me. So last time you are very interested in Nigerian startup ecosystem and then companies, and you had a lot of questions to everyone. So maybe you have some comments and the feedback or any question to startups.
Hello everybody, I'm JJ.
Hi JJ.
I think Nigeria has a huge potential of the market, and everybody's pitch is so amazing. And I believe Nigeria is the future.
Yes, thank you. And we love your jersey, JJ. All right, so are we good? We have one more?
Okay, one more.
One more?
Okay, Ryota-san, he has been traveling around all over the world. He has been investing in startups all over the world as an angel investor. But it's his first time to visit Nigeria to see startups in Nigeria.
Oh.
So we're gonna have a comment from Ryota-san.
Well, thank you. It takes courage to come all the way from Tokyo to Nigeria, but I think we all feel that it was worth it. Congratulations, and I'm excited to be able to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
And any feedback from you, Tamayo?
Wow, I'm a PITCH2WIN regular member, and every time really excited, and we saw a lot of exciting company this time as well. Thank you very much, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back with so many friends this time. We appreciate it. All right, I would like to welcome my co-host Daniel back on the stage. He has some information he'd love to share before we go on to lunch. Please give Daniel a round of applause.
All right, I'm sure we're hungry, are we not? If you're hungry, make some noise. If you're not hungry, we'll continue. If you're hungry, make some noise. Okay, they are not hungry, so we'll continue the competition. I'm going back. All right. I said the audience is going to help us do something at the end of all the pitch sessions, and we're going to announce how it's going to go. So we want to have a viewer's choice winner from all the pitchers that have come up on stage, and here's how it's going to go. We're going to put up a QR code on the screen very shortly, and then everyone is going to have 3 minutes to turn in their votes for who they think the best startup is or the best pitcher is. There's going to be a 3 minutes timer that will be queued in. Are we ready for the timer? Please, can we have the 3 minutes timer queued in? Just let it be on stage. Okay, good. So at the end of the 3 minutes, the timer is going to go off, and then the voting is going to be closed. If you had voted earlier when the QR code was up, you'd have to vote again because that vote didn't count. So we're going to take the voting in 3 minutes, and then we're going to end the voting. But before we take the voting, I'd like to announce the launch plans for everyone. If you have a black tag on your wrist, so if you're having a black tag, you're going to be having your lunch in the mezzanine area upstairs here. If you don't have a black tag, please remain seated. Your lunch will be brought to you. I'll say that again. If you have a black tag, when it's time for lunch, please take the exit here and go up. Your lunch will be served to you up there. If you do not have a black tag, please remain seated. Your lunch will be brought to you on seat. All right, so let's have the QR code up. Up but not open. Let's just have it up. Don't open it yet. Okay, so when I say the timer starts. Please open up the voting. So the timer starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Please open up the voting. Alright, so we have 3 minutes. Please scan the QR code. Make sure you had listened to everyone who had pitched, and then make sure you are voting for who you believe is the startup to win PITCH2WIN 5. Remember, this is not the actual winner of PITCH2WIN 5. This is just the Viewer's Choice Award. We have 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Seconds on the clock. One minute, 30 seconds on the clock.
That's everybody corner, there's somebody with the collar. Let's see the wine, I'm a see fire for body. And if you follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill. Baby, girl, you wine. Love you when you wine.
Seconds on the clock. We have 30 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds on the clock. Wi-Fi. Please keep the voting open for now. No, keep it open. Keep the voting open. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote has now ended. I'll announce again the launch plan. If you have a black tag, please proceed upstairs to the mezzanine area. You'll be served your lunch there. And then if you do not have a black tag, please remain seated. You will be required to give up your lunch pass if you are seated. So please ensure that you have a lunch pass with you. DJ.
Party no vex for me. Say I never go you since, but I hope that you are well. I hope your market sell. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you my bag, God bless you. I never forget.
Okay, so it's time for lunch. If you have your black tag, we're gonna be having lunch for 30 minutes. So if you have your black tag, please proceed to the mezzanine area to be served your lunch. If you do not have your black tag, please remain seated. Your lunch will be brought to you. You'll be required to give up your lunch pass to have lunch. Please remember, lunch is 30 minutes maximum.
No, I got you. Let me be your friend in need. Sometimes it be like said, nobody said you. That's my life. I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like said, nobody said you. That's my life. I did for you, my friend. Remy Atata, you always stay in my mind. I did me gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend in need. Money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go stop her. Cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? See you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? See my sister. I know sometimes you be like say, nobody said you. That's what I did for you, my friend. So, how are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes you never said, nobody said you. That's
All right. Oh, thank you. This is much better. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, by the booths, please come on in and have a seat. We are going to move on to the next part. I'm going to invite to the stage some entertainment that we have in store for you. You already saw the two gentlemen earlier who welcomed you to this lovely event. We had Emmanuel the violinist and Adekunle the bata drummer. But the gogon drummer. I do want to invite a third performer onto the stage with them. We have Ella Forte. She's a spoken word poet, a public speaker, artist, and neurodivergent creative who utilizes various mediums of arts to entertain and educate while inspiring. She's considered a connoisseur of words with a goal to create art that not only entertains the ears it graces, but also intrinsically inspires the soul of the listener while passing across succinct messages. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Ella Forte.
When the ancient rhythm from the drum that talks stops, a new reality begins. One accompanied by strings of codes, one secure in the melodies of numerous possibilities. This is the African identity of excellence. Yes, greatness lives in our veins. As sure as the sun is to rise at the break of day, so is it sure that Africans will innovate. There is a sound rising from Africa, from drums, yes, but also from data, codes, and dreams. From the soft click echoing from the midnight silence of keys. We debut though, no be joke. From scratch we sketch out our ideal future. Silver spoon or no silver spoon, Ijabe or Omorogun, we break apart the mold. We take no shortcuts, just bold ideas ready to disrupt, giving doubt the strongest uppercut. Ashawa ni imole. Our culture is the light, paired with resilience that shines oh so bright, shining through every line of code, every UI design, every pitch that sounds more like a prayer uttered on the back of a sigh. This is what it is to be Nigerian. We are writing codes and disrupting structures. But have you checked out Nigeria? Here, talents day. A full ground, irrepete. Grits where sneakers is stand, can't be. Forget. We dey hustle, whether inside co-working space for Yaba or on PITCH2WIN stage, we stand with Panda, coding apps and solving African wahala. With African brilliance, we bridge the gap, showcasing excellence like early morning akara, eating with hot pap. Understand we stand. From fintech to health tech, AI and machines learning to health tech, we spark the light of hope in systems once dark. We build for the grandmother with no access to lawyers, for a child that wants to learn but not to understand the studying matter, for the youth surrounded by a new wave where artificial intelligence and machine learnings abound. We build because we must. Because we cannot afford to wait for a savior. We are our own rescue team. We are not done, but we will keep moving forward, one step in front of the other, pulling us closer to a world that is better. And so today, in this room full of founders, full of fire, full of innovators, full of people who believe in what not many yet see, to you I say, if them never see them yet, no shaking, no worry. One day, them go need very dark shades just to view your glory. Because your light, it go loud.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so next I would like to invite Akio Tanaka to the stage, who will be presenting. He's the co-founder and partner of Infinity Ventures Crypto, IVC, and also the co-founder and partner of Headline. Akio founded Headline in 2008 and recently announced its fifth $145 million fund. Headline is a venture capital firm actively on the ground in the US, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The funds have over $4 billion in assets under management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Akio Tanaka.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I don't see much energy here. You know, next door to us, there's an event run by Wives of Nigerian Police Force. And they have a lot better vibe than this room. So, hey, did everyone have a good lunch here? All right. Okay, you are maybe half as energetic as the wives next door, but that'll do for now. And because we do have some time constraints, I'm gonna cut my presentation short and then focus more time for the roundtable that we have this afternoon. But let me see if I can get a clicker. Okay. So forward. I'm gonna actually go to the last slide. The most important message, I put it on the last page, so let me, Can I get to the last page of my slide, please? Hello? I'd like to go to the last page of the slide if anyone's on the computer. But during that time, I'd like to tell you with a kind of my personal story. This is my first time here in Nigeria, and just in the last, thank you, few days, well, actually, I should tell you the honest version of the story is full. So for the last several years, my good friend Hiro has been nagging, hey Akio, you have to come to this thing called PITCH2WIN event in Nigeria. We have a vibrant community here, and he's basically told me I would be missing out a lot if I didn't show up. So for the last 3 years, I made up all kinds of fake excuses not to come here. And this year, I ran out of excuses, so I showed up. And I'm so glad I didn't create a fake excuse this year. The reason is, just in the last few days, I have met super high quality, world-class entrepreneurs and companies here. And I just blew my mind because previously I had no idea you have such strong and vibrant ecosystem. Even the speakers we just heard this morning, I think the presence and the level of maturity and just the whole quality of the presentations were, I think, bar none. And so here's to Nigeria. Now, I'm also supposed to talk about Japan, so let me share a little bit of my personal story and what we've been doing in Japan. So personally, I think, actually, I want to do a quick check. How many of you here are entrepreneurs? All right, great. So, you know, I present myself as an investor, but that's my fake identity. I'm actually an entrepreneur. I actually started out as a startup founder probably before most of you were born, because I was one of the first generation of internet entrepreneur from 1990s. So you think of that as the kind of stone ages of internet, where we used to, you know, build internet services with sticks and rocks. That was our era. And back then, we didn't have this kind of great event like PITCH2WIN or great community like Tech Circle. And even on the internet, there wasn't much, because when we first started, Amazon.com didn't even exist. So that was kind of dark ages of the internet. But we were dumb enough to quit school and do a startup. And luckily, out of our ignorance came an exit. We were actually acquired by another US software company, which went through 2 more mergers, became today's Adobe. So I ended up at Adobe by pure accident. But through this journey, I, ended up transforming from a coder, I used to be a programmer, to an investor by accident. And since then, I had an opportunity to go outside of the North American ecosystem where I started and look at what was happening in Asia, which was one of my roles at Adobe. And back in 2005 and 6, we looked at a Japanese startup ecosystem. It was tiny. It was even smaller than this room. And we realized, okay, we have to do something. And one of the things we started doing was actually building a community of founders like yourselves. And within that community, we launched something called Launchpad. So it's almost 20 years. And basically, it was a platform like PITCH2WIN. The only difference is that you guys get 1,000 applicants per batch. We don't get as many. But nonetheless, we've been running this for 20 years, and I just want to share some of our numbers. So for the last 20 years, we had about, in total, just shy of 500 finalists, like today's 12 presenters. But of that, we've already seen 30 plus IPOs. So this is actually quite high ratio from finalist to IPO, and almost 50 M&A exits. So although it's taken us a long time, we have actually seen that this actually works. But what's really interesting is that this community platform created opportunities for young people. About 2011, there was this young lady who was like a startup team member for Facebook Japan. She must have been just out of college. And she came to our event, and she was a volunteer. So it's like one of the staffers wearing a t-shirt in this room. She got so inspired by entrepreneurs speaking on the stage. So she decided to quit Facebook and she hit up on some of the judges for startup money. And 5 years later, her startup went IPO in Japan. This is probably the shortest time from student, well, semi-student volunteer to IPO. So we think there's a huge value in building this kind of a community. And can I go back to the page before this one, please? So one of the things we would like to do with the help of our partners like Mashita-san here, so what I would like to do is actually start building the bridge between our startup community, which we have built, and the Nigerian startup community. And the events we run in Japan has grown big. Now we get about 13,000 people. And, but you know, this number sounds very big, but in the beginning, it was a 50-person event, like quarter is the size of this room. So it's taken us a long time to get here, but now it's a sizable community. And I believe we will select a few winners this afternoon, and I would like to actually invite all the winners today to our event in Japan next year. And even if you didn't win, I think if you're nice to Mashita-san and get to know him, he might be able to find your way to come to Japan. Actually, some of the past winners and community members of PITCH2WIN and Tech Circle have already joined us in Kyoto this year and last year. So we hope to see more of you next year in Japan. So with that invitation, perhaps we can go to our next panel discussion. I'm very, very much excited to talk to some of the top thought leaders in this market. Thank you.
No, it's all right. No worries. Thank you so much. All right, so joining Akio on the stage, I will be inviting Iya Boyeji, who is a visionary entrepreneur and investor, best known as the co-founder of Andela and Flutterwave, two of Africa's most successful tech companies. As general partner at Future Africa, he supports mission-driven innovators building Africa's future. He is passionate about driving innovation, youth empowerment, and economic transformation across the continent, across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Iya Boyeji to the stage. Akio, you can come back to the stage, please. And moderating this segment here, we have Saruman Osamui, who is the founder of the Subtext and former entrepreneur in residence at Africa's Talking. A recognized commentator on Africa's tech and venture capital, he led the GTM for Meta social selling in EMEA and now publishes strategic insights through the Subtext. He serves on the advisory board of Tech Cabal Insights. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you all for joining us today. We have a limited time, so I will make this quick.
Thank you.
We have two entrepreneurs and investors who have built and scaled and supported ventures. E from Nigeria to the world, Akio from the US, Japan, Europe, etc. We're going to have a conversation today about what we can learn across the Nigerian ecosystem or the African ecosystem and the growing Japanese ecosystem. We're also going to learn from Akio's experience investing across all these markets, what we can learn, I guess, as we build in Nigeria. Let's get started. So, Akio, you used to be Director of Emerging Markets Investments at Adobe, and now you've invested across the world. What have you learned on that journey that's especially relevant to the entrepreneurs in the room today?
So I think one of probably my first lesson when I was an early investor. So this is back in 2005 when I suddenly became from like a CTO to an investor with zero previous training. So it was a total newbie. I landed in China, and I met some companies I had never heard of back then, like Tencent and Alibaba. And one of the things that shocked me most is that when I meet them, I had difficulty understanding their numbers because there are so many zeros for their user base. Like I think when I met with Tencent, they say, oh, we have this chat app called QQ. This is what they had before WeChat. And they had like, oh, we have like 120 million users. So the numbers look very impressive. Then I asked about their revenue. They almost had no revenue. So I was quite shocked. Wow, like this is a market that has so many users, but so little revenue, especially compared to the startups I used to see in US and Japan. But obviously, 5 years later, these huge numbers, zero revenue companies became way bigger than the startups I knew in Japan. So there is something magical about the numbers, especially if you're in a market that's growing. So that was kind of my first lesson. Okay, you can't just you look at the revenues and decide whether the company is worth something or not. So in the markets, including in Nigeria, where population is still growing, economy is growing at breakneck speed, we have to look beyond those initial revenue numbers. So that's one of my first lessons.
Do you have any thoughts to share?
In terms of the biggest lesson I've learned with investing, I think for me, it's really that the founder is the most important variable in the transaction. The market might be
especially in the early stage.
Especially at the early stage, right? So the market might be great, but I've seen people sky unbelievable opportunities. The team may be good, there might be money, but if the founder is not truly interested ultimately in building a very big company, all is lost.
I totally agree with that point of view. I think, I think one of the actually valuable assets in any market is people like yourself who are serial entrepreneurs. And another mistake I made, a newbie mistake, I think this was like 2007 or 8, very early in my career. One of the portfolio companies in US I had another co-investor, and it was Jack Dorsey who created Twitter. But at the time, he already had successful launch of Twitter, and he was thinking about new fintech business, payment business. And at the time, we already have PayPal in the US, and what he was talking about didn't much sense to me, so we missed the opportunity to invest in his company, Square. And had I known this insight, you have to look at entrepreneur back then, I would have probably made a different choice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The other part of the equation is the market, and the market that said founder is building in. I'd imagine the same founder building in market A would not necessarily always have the same outcome as building in market B. One of the things that I noticed in the past few years is that on the continent E, this is for you especially, founders are either trying to build for the world or considering building for the world because they have one or two concerns about the size of the market in Nigeria or on the continent. And some investors are only interested in things that bring foreign currency to Nigeria. One, how do you think about this ecosystem? I guess, is this all there is? Two, if not, where do you see opportunity?
So, I mean, one of the challenging things about this market is that sometimes you actually stumble into something and then it becomes a rule, even though that's not how you intended it. And I mean, we started very early at Andela sort of pushing this gospel of you have to scale into other markets and so on and so forth. And to be honest, it was just a practical thing because the way we thought about it was, look, you have a process that works in one market, without a lot of adaptation, you can move it to another market, why not, right? And whether it was in Lagos or Nairobi or London, it works the same way. The challenge I find with the way this gospel has now gone is that people have lost the nuance that you actually have to deeply understand the problem before you can scale. So I see a lot of founders trying to build for London from here. And I'm like, you know, you've never been to London. You don't actually know how London works. You don't know what people in London care about. You don't know how they pay. How are you going to build this? Now, the principle that doesn't change is that you can only build for a customer you know something about that everybody else has either forgotten or ignored. That's actually the fundamental definition of a startup. If you're doing something that other people either know or and are focusing on, you don't really have any competitive advantage. So when we scale to other markets, particularly developed markets, it's not in search of revenue. It's because we've unlocked an insight that those markets are either ignoring or they're forgetting. So practical example is Move, right? When we started Move in Lagos, we were just trying to solve a problem that we knew existed for drivers and ride-sharing platforms in Lagos, which was the people who have money to drive do not have the financial backing or credit access to buy vehicles, right? So imagine paying somebody, you know, $100 a month, right? And expecting them to be able to buy a car, which is a 24 million naira transaction. He couldn't afford it in many lifetimes. You know what I mean? So how do you square that circle? Now, that was how we started, and we built in Lagos, and we're doing very well in Lagos then. Now it's a different story for structural reasons. But then, when we went to London, we discovered the problem was exactly the same. You had immigrants who were driving taxis and couldn't access the financial credit markets to buy cars. And because of that, again, their income was far below the amount of money that would be required to buy a car. So somebody had to stand the gap to guarantee those assets. It's the same formula in Dubai. It's the same formula in Germany. Everywhere you go, the first job anybody can do is drive, right? So we took the model around the world, not because we were looking for dollar revenue alone. It was an added advantage, but that was not the core thing. It was because we had unlocked something that everybody else seemed to be forgetting, which was that, well, if the first job most people will do is driving on Uber, they probably don't have enough money to buy a car, you know? So if a startup is going to expand, they have to come at the problem from the perspective of what do they know about the customer that everybody else has either forgotten or ignored. And most likely you would understand it most deeply in your home market. And if you don't understand it in your home market, expansion is futile.
Interesting. Hello, can you hear me? Interesting. For those who, and this is not a problem I would imagine people in Nigeria have, for those who are building or starting from really small initial markets, or for who the initial audience for their solutions in Nigeria is relatively small, how do they think about that if you're not going to?
Can I put a counter perspective? I think because you guys natively speak English, it's perhaps a different situation, but I can give you kind of opposite lesson. So in Japan, I've met hundreds of startup founders who say, oh, we're going to build for Japan first because we know this market well and can solve their problems. Then once we figure out Japan, we'll go overseas. Well, so far, I have not met anyone who has successfully done that. They got stuck in Japan. And I think challenge, I think, for maybe not for you guys because you do speak international language, but for those people who are stuck in more regional markets, it's actually very difficult to cross. And of course, it really depends on the market. If you're in the market where there's a lot of very unique local problems, maybe only exist in Japan, it doesn't exist in London, other places, then you don't have this luxury of scaling to overseas. So as purely from an international investor, I think one of the personal lessons I learned is that if you're in US and China, you can forget the world. You can just do your own local thing because domestic markets are big enough. So US and China, no problem. The problem is Japan, which is the third largest market. It's kind of big, but it's not like US and China. So if you're successful in Japan, you can do a small IPO. But you cannot become Uber because the market is too small. So I learned some of actually our lessons, not from Japan, but from Europe. So Germany is, similar size, well, actually lately because yen's value has gone lower. Germany and Japan is about the same in terms of GDP nowadays. And in old days, a lot of German startups were like Japanese startups. We're going to just do German stuff like German e-commerce or German healthcare or German whatever. And the founders used to be all German. They only spoke German internally. It was a very German company. And what happened to them? Well, some of them succeeded, but they never became unicorn because they were stuck in the domestic market. But something happened about 10 years ago in Berlin. A lot of founders in Germany were no longer Germans. They had people from Africa, they had people from Latin America, US, and somehow the founding teams were very international. And I think you're right. You cannot develop for London if you've never been there. But in Germany, in Berlin at least, they were able to find people from different places with global experience. And with that, they're able to start building global business from day one. Obviously, they didn't launch in all the markets, but the DNA of the company was very international. So today, 10 years later, Germany has produced more unicorns than Japan. And I think there's some lesson to be learned there.
Actually, and there's a lesson for Lagos, if you can believe it, in that story. It's one of the things that I continue to crow about, that Lagos is not diverse enough as a talent pool. And this is a big problem in terms of us scaling our ecosystem. The only thing that ecosystems like Kenya and Cape Town have over our ecosystem is we believe everything must be built by Nigerians in Nigeria for Nigeria, and it's never going to work. Because if you actually look at the table of unicorns, most of those teams are not entirely Nigerian. Maybe except for Flutterwave, most of the founding teams are all international teams. But rather than be more strategic about bringing in international teams, there seems to be a doubling down of this local for local thing. And I think that's going to be a big barrier to actually scaling innovation.
How do we do that? How do we strategically incorporate international talent?
How do we attract them?
Yeah.
It's very simple. Lagos is the fastest place to become a millionaire. Fastest. I don't think any country in the world can beat that record. Because if you come to Lagos and you know a very specific thing, and there in Lagos, I think there are about $23 billion companies in Lagos, all within Lekki, Ikoyi, VI area, right? If you can get to one of the decision makers of these $23 billion companies, and billion-dollar companies have million-dollar problems, you can become a millionaire. And there are a lot of people who do it, but they're not in the market. You get what I'm saying? They're like around the market, but they're not in the market. I wish that the government could be a bit more strategic about allowing foreign talent come in. And there are many good ways to do that. The free zones, we're building Eternal actually because we want to bring in global talent to Lagos. Global talent wants to come to Lagos. It's just the visas are expensive. It's very unclear to know how to get a visa to be able to live and work here. And we have a lot of work to do on real estate. So we create the right kind of working and living environments for our ecosystem to thrive. But it's doable. It's actually absolutely doable. And I've told my governor, and I've also told the commissioner of tech, I said, look, if Lagos wants to remain relevant in the next 5 years, the biggest issue it has to tackle is how does it get global talent to build from Lagos? If Lagos doesn't look like New York or like Germany now looks, if it keeps looking like Japan, sorry, I have a big mouth.
Wish.
Yeah, don't be like us.
In the next 5 years, we're going to lose our edge.
Thank you. So the government factor applies beyond just the ability to attract talent. Last year, I did a study on food delivery in Nigeria, and one of my biggest conclusions was, well, whatever sectors we are building in, if you don't fundamentally, I don't want to call it a government issue, but if you don't fundamentally engage with the government in a productive way, it feels like we're wasting our time in many ways. So how can startup founders engage more productively with government, given that government's problems often seem so, they seem larger than life?
Yeah, I mean, this is a question that I get all the time, and I also get a lot of flack for engaging the government. The biggest thing is to understand 3 principles very shortly. Number 1, government is not responsible for making your startup successful. I think the more we engage government with a mindset that engaging government will make our startup successful, the less successful our startups become because we ask for the wrong things. We ask for money, we ask for them to come and intervene in our markets, we ask for them to pick winners from amongst us. All of that ends in disaster. Got to keep government far away from us. Number 2, government is a fantastic convener and referee. So what that means is government can say, we need local innovation in X, right? And all the corporates have to find a way to make that true, right? So far, we haven't exploited that enough, where we actually leverage government to create regulation that builds markets and that we create that. Very important. And then number 3, very important, and the third thing, government has the ability, we need to engage government, almost do the work for government when it comes to creating a fair policy environment, but we must do it together. So a lot of times people engage government on their selfish basis. They think government can tilt the rules to make them. But guess what? If you're a horrible startup, you're a horrible startup. It doesn't matter how much of a leg up you get. And by the way, when the government changes, everything will change back. So very important.
From perspective here. So one of the lessons I actually learned in China, this is in the last 2 decades, there was a period, I think, in China where it was actually golden age of innovations. And it's changed a little bit now, but way back in around 2008, 10, I think the whole of China was like a massive sandbox. Back then, if you're an entrepreneur, I think the kind of unwritten rule was you can anything you want unless the government says no. So meaning you didn't have to go get permission to do new things. You just do it. And if it becomes a big problem, the government intervene. But otherwise, you have a lot of freedom to innovate. And out of that came out of a lot of fast innovations, even faster than US, like QR code payment became big in China before any other country. So I think one of the things that government can help is actually create an environment where entrepreneurs can experiment without having a lot of negative consequences.
Amen to that. I have been informed by my bosses that we're out of time.
Okay.
So I'm going to give each of you, I'm going to throw out 2 questions, answer whichever one you think is easier for you to answer. Question 1, how will artificial intelligence impact employment in Africa? Question 2, what problems in the Japanese economy can Nigerian startups help solve?
Okay, I'm going to add a third question and answer it myself, which is, what can Japan do to share its technology with startups in Africa so we can build for our own problems. Japan is a global leader in battery technology. We have a potential energy abundance opportunity here. I don't look at it as a challenge. I look at it as an opportunity because this is the only place in Africa where you have wind, you have solar, you have all of that. There is a need. China can build from the emerging world from places like Nigeria. And it would be great if the only engagement we had wasn't just about funding small ideas, but about solving big fundamental issues like energy, like research, things like that. I'm really looking forward to that kind of collaboration. As for artificial intelligence, all I'll say is Africans will be the human in the loop. We're going to be able to provide the talent for the cheapest in the world. And the only people who are going to lose their jobs are those who will not be able to compete with our labor costs.
Thank you, bro.
So I think actually going to your first space. So I've been here only for a few days, but I've been already stuck in traffic for so many hours. I think maybe one of the things Japan can help is I think, work with Nigerian companies and government help build better transportation infrastructure. That would basically, it's a magic, right? If you could get from airport to here in 15 minutes, and if you solve your traffic problem, basically everybody in this room have extra few hours every day that you can do other things. So I think it's a big productivity boost. But speaking of AI, I think because I've spent some time with our US colleagues, and I think there's actually growing view that at least for traditional white-collar workers in Western countries, this is going to be a bad news. You know, in the last technology innovation, a lot of blue-collar workers got displaced. I think this time, actually, blue-collar workers are going to be winner because plumbers are short in supply for electricians, and people and like car mechanics. Those people can now charge higher rates, and some of them are like charging like law firms, and they are not going to be displaced by AI. But a lot of high-paying middle-class office jobs, like accountants, legal work, are actually in danger. So one of the shocking data that I have seen, this is from last year, is that for some of the top American universities, highest unemployment for new grad was in computer science, which was shocking because I was telling my kids, hey, you have to study computers, and maybe I've been giving wrong advice. So I think that's, so I think the lesson here is that if you're simply doing repetitive, very low value add work as an office worker or tech worker, yes, you're probably not going to have a bright future, but people in this room are not that kind of people. I think if you're entrepreneurs actually have an opportunity now. Instead of raising a lot of money from us and diluting your cap table, you can just get a small check from us and leverage that with AI workforce. So you can now build bigger companies faster with less reliance on, nosy people like us. So you have more freedom to build your businesses. So if you're an entrepreneur, I think it's a golden time.
Looking forward to the first 10-person startup from Africa generating $100 million in revenue. Thank you, Akio. Thank you, E. And thank you all for listening. We have to wrap up now, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Before we move on, before I call on the next presenter, just going to get some pictures. Thank you. I think it was very interesting to hear about how people need to focus on solving the problems within their own geographical areas. He mentioned how people want to be solving problems for London while in Nigeria without really understanding the landscape of where they are. And also the workforce in Nigeria not being as diverse. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes over the years, thanks to innovation and technology. The next speaker who I'll be inviting will be doing a presentation, and it's called The Case for Investing in Africa. I'll be inviting Dr. Ola Brown to come and do a presentation. Dr. Ola Brown is a medical doctor, entrepreneur, and founder of HealthCap Africa, a healthcare-focused investment firm. A healthcare-focused investment firm here in Nigeria. She's also the founder of the Flying Doctors Healthcare Investment Group, which invests in health infrastructure across Africa, and a thought leader in healthcare innovation and finance. Dr. Brown is committed to building a sustainable solution that improves access to quality care on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Ola Brown.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be presenting on one of my favorite subjects, the business case for Africa. You've heard all about me, so I don't need to repeat any of these things. Ran my first fund from 2015 to 2020, one of the first investors in Paystack. That fund returned a 5x DPI. I am a medical physician by background, with a master's in finance, just finishing my PhD in finance. I write a lot of reports, so if you're not following me on LinkedIn or X, please do. I write about venture capital and macroeconomy. But one thing you might not know about me is I actually lived in Japan for 2 years. I was one of the youngest recipients of the MEXT government scholarship, which landed me in Tokyo working in a Japanese hospital. And I wrote my first book with my professor at the time in Tokyo, who on pediatrics, which was what I was doing at the time, pediatric emergency medicine. So I wanted to start my presentation with 3 or 4 reflections from being a Nigerian living in Japan. Number one, I've realized that almost every culture in the world has a weird fermented food. In Nigeria, I think it's iru, that stuff that they put in soups. In Japan, it's called natto. And that was one of the first things that they took me out for, and it was relatively an unpleasant memory, because most people here don't like iru either. The second thing is that there's no letter L in Japan. So after 6 months of being referred to as Ora instead of Ola, I kind of gave up anybody pronouncing my name. So for the next 18 months, I was known as Ora, not Ola. And the third thing is that I was working in a hospital as a doctor, but I couldn't pronounce, even though I'd been studying Japanese for years, I couldn't pronounce Japanese words. So whenever I introduced myself and said that I work in a hospital, everybody seemed to think that I was a hairdresser. And that's because the word for hospital and hairdresser or salon owner are like the same. It was like, I used to say bioin instead of bioin. And then people thought that I was like a salon stylist as opposed to a doctor. So it took me a few months living in Japan to realize why everybody thought that I was in the hairdressing business. So to our Japanese visitors, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Hajimemashite. Konnichiwa. Moshi moshi. It's great to have you here. So I'm going to attempt to do a number of things in the next 10 minutes. I'm going to present on why Africa presents a strong business case for investors. I'm going to give 4 tips to founders for building in Africa. And I'm also going to give our Japanese visitors and anybody that has flown into this event an Afrobeats playlist to listen to and download on the way home. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about is corruption. And that's something that, as I'm flying around the world speaking about the African story, I hear people bring up. And I think when they bring up corruption, it's as if corruption is an African problem. But if you look at Botswana, Rwanda, Cape Verde, they actually outrank Mexico Russia, and even some European countries like Greece in terms of global governance and global corruption indices. So when I speak to international investors, I say two things. Don't just read the headlines, read the trajectory. And I make the case that Africa is disproportionately scrutinized. And the playlist song that I have for this is a Nigerian artist called Wizkid, and the song is called Come Closer. So that's the first Afrobeats recommendation I have. And also remember that America was really corrupt at one point. But in that corruption, it produced its biggest billionaires and its biggest businesses. And as investment came into America, the private sector became stronger, and they were able to be more assertive to government because they were paying taxes and they were rich, and they could take out politicians and they could install politicians. And there were more and more people with the wealth to be able to do that. So actually, as GDP per capita increases, corruption decreases because you can push back on bad policy by taking bad politicians out more effectively. The second data point is the workforce, and this is one of the most powerful things about Africa today. Africa is home to 1.4 billion people. By 2100, Africa will be 8 times bigger than China. By 2100, Nigeria alone, in terms of population, is projected to outpace China in terms of population. So Nigeria will be the biggest country in the world, second only to China. By 2100, 5 of the largest countries in the world by population will be African, and the urban population will double by 2040. That's the next billion consumers, the next billion workers, the next billion innovators will all be on this continent. And why is this important? It's important because throughout history, economic growth has followed population growth. There may be a few exceptions, but generally, when you see a big growth of population, economic growth follows it. And in fact, Elon Musk, I think in December, tweeted about the emergency in America and the fact that population is declining. And he referred to the Roman Empire, which was like one time the America of the world. And he said, like, one of the reasons why the American Empire declined was because of population decline. So he's very, very concerned about population decline. And seems to be single-handedly trying to solve that problem by having like more and more children every week. But the point remains that population increase and economic growth are at least loosely correlated. And we're not just populous, we're educated too. I think a major misconception is that Africa is a place where there's no talent and no skill and no education. But actually, if you compare to Southeast Asia, both on lower secondary and post-secondary, you can see that the rates of education are actually quite similar. Africa's workforce is scaling in size and in skill. My playlist recommendation for your Spotify for this slide is Banky W Lagos Party, an old one, but a cool one that I think talks about population and our Lagos vibe. The diversification opportunity. I can remember when Donald Trump earlier this year announced tariffs, and the entire NASDAQ crashed, including the Magnificent Seven. GTB and Zenith didn't move, the two biggest stocks, or two of the biggest stocks in Nigeria. And that really shows, or is a hallmark of the case that I'm about to present, that actually when you look at Asia, when you look at LATAM, when you look at America, and when you look at Europe, they are actually correlated to the public markets in America. Africa has the lowest level of correlation to the public markets in America. So it's investing in Africa is a great diversification option. People underestimate Africa, say it's too risky, too fragile. And I can remember when my friend Leke Acha was going around America, and he'd walk into a room and ask, how many companies do you think exist in Africa that are earning over $1 billion in revenue? And he never got an answer above 20. The actual answer is 400. But hardly any Americans would have guessed even up to 20. And it shows how underestimated the opportunity in Africa is. So Africa doesn't necessarily lack opportunities, but it also lacks an accurate perception. African innovation is going global. Some of the companies that you might recognize on this slide, Nando's, Zipline, Instadeep, Mediclinics, Rapid Deploy, Time Bank, are all companies that have managed to establish themselves from Africa to the world. It's also, finally, the most shocking point is Africa is the world's most efficient unicorn factory. So we've created 9 unicorns with less than $4 billion coming into the venture capital industry. We have more unicorns per dollar invested than either the US or Europe. That means that we're producing lean, mission-driven startups solving big problems. So what do the founders in the room need to know? Number one, I would say, from my experience, combining tech with real-world touch points. And MoneyPoint is a great example of the way that they built their tech but have agents all over the country selling their products. And they really went hard on having this bricks and clicks model where you can actually see physical MoneyPoint people out in every market in the country. That was, I think, a key lever to them becoming the unicorn that they are today. The second is the Y Combinator motto, build what people want. And I think problem obsession is more important than product obsession. And I think that Inyi spoke about that earlier on. Be obsessed with the problem, have direct user conversations, and build what people actually want. It's very easy to see a gap in the market, but there might not be a market in the gap. The third one, and I think this is the most important, and I'd have actually put it at number 1, is cracking distribution. And a company that cracks distribution really early on is Flutterwave. Flutterwave sort of started with a strategic partnership with Access Bank, one of the biggest banks in Africa. And I've seen a lot of success stories of startups really building from these massive distribution partnerships. Move, for instance, has a contract with Uber. And again, you can see that every single market where Uber has a presence, Move have been able to go in to those markets and follow their off-taker, in a way, into those markets. So cracking distribution is key. And the easiest way to do that is embedding yourself with some kind of distribution system. Aggressive sales, marketing, and business development. The best example of this is the bank that went from an unknown 124th, I think, bank in size to the biggest bank in Nigeria in less than 20 years. The founders of Access Bank, I think, were about taking secondary school exams. They were about taking JAM when GTB and Zenith were being founded. And within a few years, they became bigger than GTB and Zenith. They've been extremely aggressive on every form of sales and marketing and business development. They sell early and sell often, and I think that that's a key for startups to learn from as well. So, in conclusion, Africa's greatest innovations will come from people that understand its nuances, embrace its complexity, and commit for the long haul. So whether you're an investor or an entrepreneur, the time to engage is now. Early entrants will shape the platforms and the industries of tomorrow. So in this presentation, I've shared 5 data points for investors, 4 tips for founders, and a playlist to help you get into the African groove. Thank you very much.
Please give Dr. Ola Brown another round of applause. One moment, please. So a few things I picked up from her presentation before we move on to the next session. 4 things that she mentioned, 4 points for founders. Number 1, Nigeria or Africa in general is not as corrupt as you think or as people say. We love to see the headlines, this just happened in Africa or that just happened. And a lot of times there's a leading story under that. So always read the story, the trajectory to it. The workforce of Africa is large, and by 2100, it will be 8 times bigger than that of China. And there are currently 1.4 billion people on the continent. And throughout history, it has shown that the population is growing. So is the education and the economic growth of the country, of the continent. And the song for that is Lagos Party by Banky W. We also had Come Closer by Wizkid, correct, for the first point. And then, of course, diversification opportunity. Africa has a lot of opportunities for diversification. A lot of times, the continent is misunderstood and undervalued. And there are over $400 billion companies, and we are leading in mobile money. As someone who has lived in Canada, I know that you cannot send money as easily in North America as you can here in Nigeria. The way we transfer money is so much more seamless here in Africa than you can anywhere else in the world, really. And then, of course, African innovation is going global. We have so many companies that are just leading the market all over the world. And we're the most efficient unicorn factory, 9 unicorns from this continent alone. It's very impressive. We'll be moving on to the next segment, which is a panel discussion. This panel discussion is going to be moderated by Fatu Oguche. Could we please have Fatu Oguche come up? Please give her a round of applause. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Fatu, and then I'm going to invite our panelists up. Thank you. Please have a seat. Fatu Oguche is a leading voice in Africa's tech media space and the founder of Big Tech This Week, a fast-growing newsletter demystifying tech trends for African audiences. With a background in communications and public policy, Fatu blends storytelling and sharp analysis to engage, inform, and influence. She is a champion for diversity in tech, digital inclusion, and the power of media to shape ecosystems. Please give it up for Fatu. Next up, we have Yuzuru Honda. Please give it up for Yuzuru Honda. Yuzuru Honda is the founder and global CEO of Freakout Holdings, Inc., an overseas and group of companies, including 4 publicly listed entities and 19 international bases. As an angel investor, Yuzuru has invested in more than 100 companies over the past 15 years, with 50 of these being Japanese companies and another 50 based in countries including India and Nigeria. Yuzuru Honda, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have Takumo Terakubo. Takumo Terakubo founded the Uncovered Fund in 2019 and started investing in Africa for the first fund in 2020. He will collaborate with the African startup and major Japanese companies to contribute to the growth of the digital economy. Takumo Terakubo, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me, one moment, please. And finally, we have Anil Atmaramani. He is a partner at Antler Africa, a global and early stage VC backing exceptional founders from inception. He began his entrepreneurial journey over 20 years ago by launching Canada's first restaurant delivery platform. Oh, you're from Toronto, eh? Anil has spent more than 15 years in Nigeria, where he started and scaled multiple businesses across manufacturing, FMCG, renewable energy, and agro-allied sectors. Before joining Antler, he served as CEO of Cream Inc., where he pioneered operating partner as a service, support for investors and their portfolio companies. He is passionate about building scalable tech-like solutions that drive inclusive growth across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Anil Antamarani.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Come on. I know we've had lunch, but give me some energy. Okay. So this I like to call the big money panel, because these are all VCs. These are people who give people money out. These are the people who judge people like all the pitches that we've been hearing today. So I'm always very, 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 very interested in speaking to people who give startups and give founders the resources that they need to build their dreams. So I'm going to be talking to 3 of them today, and these are all folks who have built like incredible businesses and supported other businesses on the continent as well. And we met yesterday, and I think one of the things that was very surprising to me when I was reading about just your work and also your personal life as well is that you've been in Nigeria for 20 years, right? And one of the things you said to me yesterday was, when you landed in Nigeria, Abacha was still alive. In fact, he died the week after you got here. So you've been here for a really long time. And I know that also connotes a certain level of like optimism that, we don't necessarily see in Nigeria as much anymore, because like most of the time, if you speak to 5 different people, they're trying to jackpot, but you have been in the country for about 20 years. And it looks like you're still going to be here for a while. Yeah, so like what are you seeing here that's like made you stay here this long?
Thank you for that, Fatu. I think I'm a case study for reverse Japa, right? This is home now. This is where I intend to grow old. Thank you.
That's very nice.
To answer your question about the optimism, the points that I would like to make, Dr. Brown made just before me. We will have, so I believe in Nigeria. Let me start there. Like, I believe in Nigeria, I believe in Africa as in general, but that belief is driven by data. So Africa is going to be, or Nigeria is going to be the 3rd largest population in just 24 years more, in a landmass that is the size of Texas. 1 in 4 people worldwide in the same period of time is going to be African. So that's Africa as a whole context. So it's not just about the total number of people. If you add a layer that 55% of this population in Nigeria today is connected to the internet, 89% of that population is connected on cellular network. 60% of the population is not even born yet. So they're going to be born with smartphones in their hand. And the final lens that, again, Dr. Brown just mentioned is that we're the dollar for dollar, we're the best value for money for producing unicorns. All of these things combined together drives my optimism. There is no reason to not invest in Africa.
And speaking of unicorns, so you posted something on LinkedIn. I think this was like 2 weeks ago, maybe about a week ago or something. And the fund that you're a part of, Antler, 2 of your portfolio companies, Eralo and Lovable, just became unicorns recently. And you were like, yes, you guys are about to back the next unicorn in Africa, right? Right now we have 9 unicorns. We've spoken about all of them today. So I think that, and actually, apart from Andela, all the companies on that unicorn list are all fintech companies. I think we are due for a non-fintech unicorn in Nigeria. But what industry do you see that potentially happening in? Especially now they're kind of like, okay, I want to be able to just go back unicorns now.
So if I had a crystal ball, right, like I would invest in just that sector, not be sector agnostic. But your question reminds me of the first pitch deck of Airbnb ever. And in that pitch deck, we use it as a case study, the market size opportunity. So Airbnb in the earliest days said that their entire market opportunity was $1.8 billion, and that their SOM, which is the serviceable obtainable market, was around $10 million. Their revenue for last year was $10 billion. That is 10 times the size of, or 5 times the size of the market that they anticipated was the full size. This goes to show that you don't set out to build a unicorn. The way to build a great wall is to put one brick in place as perfectly as possible. And if you do that repeatedly, you will build a great wall. Africa has African problems, and all the businesses that have potential to become unicorns are spaces that need to be explored by the bright minds in the room. And the next unicorn could come from EdTech, it could come from PropTech, it could come from HealthTech, because these are real problems with users wanting those solutions to be provided. So it's just a matter of better minds than myself to come up with solutions, and hopefully the pull in the market is going to be great enough that they can organically become a unicorn.
All right, amen to that. Takuma, I am so invested in the work that you do at Uncovered Fund. One of the big things that you do is connecting African startups to Japanese companies, right? So what kinds of partnerships have you seen like come out from that? And why has like Africa been like such a focus for your work at Uncovered?
Okay, yeah, actually we have invested 31 startups so far in Africa, and then our fund is backed by Japanese corporate, so we make more collaboration between Japanese African startup and Japanese corporate. And then, let me speak like when the first time come to Nigeria, I feel some of the similarity with Japan, Nigeria, which is related similar to the Japanese like 70 years ago. But at that time, like the Japanese big corporate like Toyota, Sony, that kind of corporate started, and then so they they contribute the Japanese economic growth. So it means the Japanese economy is grown by the entrepreneurship. So I feel a lot of passion for the Nigerian people, the similar that. And then, so that is very important to connect Japan, Nigerian startups. So we have some collaboration already, Japanese corporate and Nigerian startup, like Yamaha, for example, the two-wheeler company, invested to Max. And then, so they collaborate with Max, so they try to sell their vehicle with fintech. So that kind of the new way to sell the Japanese product to African market. That is one. And also the AutoCheck got the investment from Toyota Tsusho. The Toyota Tsusho support the AutoCheck to distribute more second-hand car to the African market. Also like in East Africa, the EV is big booming. Japanese corporate provide some technology to EV, OEM startups, and then creating the new battery, new vehicles. So that is already happening. So I think the Japanese corporate can provide a lot of opportunity and a lot of technology to support the startup, and then that makes more hyper growth of the African startups.
Thank you so much. So, Yuzuru, you have like one of the most interesting past lives I have ever seen. And I'm going to have to read from my phone because you have to understand all the things he has done in his life before becoming an entrepreneur. So, he used to be a music composer, a robotic engineer, a research biologist, and now you're an entrepreneur. You sold your last company to Yahoo Japan, which I think is so remarkable. And now you're the founder and CEO at Freakout Holdings. I really love that name, by the way. And I love the philosophy as well, where you say give people work that requires a person. But when people hear that, they might probably think it has something to do with like AI or whatever. But Like, what has inspired like all of the things that you've done? We have like very young founders in the audience right now who are pitching, they're trying to build new companies, and like you have just been able to just pivot your career to the point where you're doing what you're doing. You've spent about 15 years doing it. So like, what has inspired all those moves?
Okay, about my career. Okay, I'm now 50. Yep. And when I was well, what does the policy? And so in my 20s, first I started a musical career when I was still in a university, and after that I started robotics. And after that, I went to the university in the US as a scholar in the biochemistry department. That was my 20s. So like 3 years musical career, and then 2 years robotics, and 4 years researcher. So I acquired the knowledge of that art and tech as Google changed advertising industry. So before Google era, advertising business is like consists on the art and science. That means, well, because advertising business is like, what we do is maximizing the consumer's empathy. So that is art and science. But after Google, they started to do it with the technology. So then after Google, so in advertising business, what we need is art, tech, and science. Oh, so that's what I did. Yeah. So then I decided to start the first advertisement company about 20 years ago, and that was acquired by Japan, Yahoo Japan. And the second company is Flipkart, and I'm now still running that company.
And what's been your interest in the Nigerian market so far with like this, with Flipkart Holdings?
Well, we are our headquarters is in Japan, but we have expanded to about 15 countries, but mainly in Japan, mainly in Asia and the United States, but not in Africa yet. But in case of India, I personally went to India about 10 years ago before starting business and starting investment. Then after that, we decided to start a business and start the investment not from me, but from the company. So I think right now we are not doing business in Africa yet, but maybe later. But I think the similar case is going to happen to like India.
All right, thank you so much. Anil, back to you. So I know one of the things that you also do at Ankla as well is it's not the accelerator, is it? It's not, what's it called?
Well, we don't like using the words incubator or accelerator because it sets you up with very specific expectations.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday.
We're not here to incubate or help or propel anyone. We're looking for deep domain experts who have an incredible work ethic and want to solve a real problem that they know deeply about. We're just here to help them get there further, faster, with every resource that we can provide. So we basically say, just bring your grit, bring your experience, we'll give everything else that you require, and in 2 months you either have a product or you don't.
So one of the things that I've been having conversations about with friends of mine is that, especially when you're looking at it from like the VC angle, there's all this talk about the fact that there's capital to be deployed, but there's just nowhere for it to go, either because the kinds of businesses that are being presented, no one is really interested in it, or they don't see like a life cycle for this particular business. So have you been seeing that in terms of like just thinking about, okay, what kinds of industries are we going to be giving capital to? And like, what would you tell founders or businesses that are in that like space right now in order to have access to that capital?
The reason, so I have a theory that the reason why we have such great fintech successes is because 15 years ago, 20 years ago, InterSwitch, Nibs decided to create the rails for it. In our ecosystem today, I find everybody, not everybody, I apologize, I rephrase, most of the people chasing the next trend as opposed to thinking deeply about the infrastructure that is required to solve these problems. So if you think about it from that perspective, we at Antler go around saying that we'll invest in anything innovation. And by that, we mean that if there's a poultry farmer that has figured out how to get a chicken to lay 2 eggs instead of 1, we'll invest. It doesn't have to be tech and tech first. It has to be innovative enough that you are relevant in 5-10 years from now. So that's our lens, that's our view.
By the way, shameless plug, because he just mentioned InterSwitch. I recently had an interview with Michel Elegbe, the CEO of InterSwitch, about how he built his unicorn. So if you search for my name on Twitter and go through my timeline, you find an interview there. It's really, really good reading, especially for entrepreneurs building businesses. I'm very interested in what you have to say about like the kinds of trends that you're seeing right now that you think maybe certain investors are kind of like overlooking, and what's kind of like driving your investments in Nigeria?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see. In the past investment, we have some success and some failure. I had experience, and then I think like the Africa has some risk. Like some political risk and currency risk. And then I know some investor from, the global investor gone for past few years. But the point is, which is very important to see what is happening, what is, don't miss the opportunity in Africa. So I often come to Nigeria and then see what is happening in the market. That is a very important point. And then also the past 5 years, the city and then, is totally different. And then, and also there's a very great entrepreneur here. I invested Remfi, PGBest, AutoCheck, and some great Nigerian startups. They're growing, super fast. So always I'm learning from entrepreneurs. So always taking communication with the entrepreneur and then see the market and then take a risk. That is very important as an investor.
All right, thank you. So there are lots of inspiring or aspiring founders in the room right now, and even people who have businesses here. And just based on everything you've done so far, like what would be one advice that you give to people that are now trying to build like really great companies?
Well, there are a lot of the local specific issue. And I was saying, why don't you look at those things? And in Japan, we have a lot of local issues, but I think here, you guys have more than that. Yeah, that's one of my advice. And one more advice, and if you the pitch to the foreign investor, if I talk about the differentiation between your company and the competitors, but what we want to know is not only that, but also the local problem, the difference between your country's industry and other countries. So these two are very important for our pitch, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who's listening to us. I am like such a big believer in our ecosystem and all of the great work that everyone has done so far. So thank you all so much for just like telling us everything that you think about Africa and Nigeria's ecosystem and why you continue to commit and invest here. So thank you very, very much. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much to our panelists and to PITCH2 for moderating that session. Can we please have those pictures taken quickly? And as I prepare the stage for our next panel session, I will quickly read the bios and then I will invite the speakers up. Our moderator for the next panel session is Ikweme Neto. Neto Ikweme is the founder of Wella Health, a leading health tech company making affordable micro-health insurance accessible to Africans. A trained medical doctor turned entrepreneur, he is passionate about using technology to expand healthcare access across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Neto Ikweme. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite to the stage Asuka Suzuki. Asuka is the Vice Chancellor of Suzuki Education Group, which runs over 40 kindergarten through graduate schools on a national level and provides overseas students opportunities to study in Japan. Welcome to the stage, Asuka. Next up, we have Ugochukwu Aronu, who is an award-winning blockchain engineer and founder of Zen Finance, a DeFi platform making decentralized finance accessible to Africans and credit unions. Ugochukwu Aronu. And finally, we have Wipla Swang, head of global at IVS, which is Infinity Venture Summit. About 70 countries attend and join IVS every year, and he has been handling all global guests for the conference. In the past, while he was handling Web3 investments operations, he also served as the operations manager for IVS Crypto, one of Japan's largest crypto conferences. Please welcome to the stage Wipla Swang. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here and excited to learn, in fact, the lessons in your experience. I was really impressed reading the profile and the excellent work you've all done. So really looking forward to learning a lot. In the last panel, I think Takuma had spoken about how he feels like Africa and I think Nigeria is similar to where Japan was, say, some 70 years ago, right? So, 40 years ago, maybe. But anyway, some similarities from the past. So I'd like to get from your experience, what was that journey like? What are the cultural contexts that are potentially similar from back then? How did you navigate that scaling a business from 0 to 1? Start from you, Asuka, I guess. Yeah.
So should I talk about the startup business or should I talk about the 7 years ago?
Absolutely, yes. Whichever you think is best.
Okay, I'm Asuka, and I'm educational backgrounds because my family business has started 7 years ago in Japan. Absolutely, right after the World War II, my grandparents started schools and educational business in Japan. So compared to the situation at this time, I think it's Nigeria situation is much better, and it has more opportunity here. And in terms of the startups, 25 years ago, after I came back from America, the US, I figured out that there was not no ecosystem of the startups in Japan, especially in Tokyo. So I decided to do starting the incubation center in Tokyo, and as well as I collect some money from the investors and do the starting investing in Tokyo as an investor. And since then, at the time, Japan has systems and investors or VCs and nothing at that time. And compared to that, I think Nigeria has a lot of the opportunities in the early landscapes and especially I see a lot of entrepreneurs already here. So I think is that what you call the leapfrogging? What do you call? Yeah, it's a situation is totally different and see more opportunity in Nigeria.
Okay, that's excellent to hear. So you think we're maybe a little bit ahead from what it was back then? Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Well, ask yourself then, what sort of local challenges did you have back then or starting in your own experience? There's a mic. Yes, Wayplus, please.
Yeah, so I'm Wayplus. I run the largest startup conference in Japan. And if you would like to join us next year, please let me know. Okay. Yeah, so IBS is a long conference which has getting back to 2007. So it was from 50 people and to about 500 people until 2021. But when I joined from 2022, we want to make it bigger. So and now it become more than 10,000 people. So it's totally different event. So what we struggle is we don't really want to, we have so many conferences in the world, right? We have CES, we have Web Summit, but we really don't want to make any conference like those normal conference. We want to make a conference with really connecting investors and entrepreneurs from all worldwide. So I just want to introduce one point is we are one conference, but also including 500 events. So we call it side events. So we're not choosing the location in Tokyo, but we moved the location actually outside of Tokyo to smaller cities. Recently, we based in Kyoto because it's right a city as a size for people to communication, not at daytime, but also in the nighttime. So people mingle around, coming to cafes, bars, temples, and Riverside to talk together and having events. So I believe this kind of communications, like informal communications, or what people say on conferences can bring all the participants more closer and to really create a common experience for those participants to bring them hearts closer. So that's so we want to do a conference not organized by us, but more about a protocol to let all the stakeholders to have a fair and equal relationships to give and take, and to bring the whole community and ecosystem better.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm hearing a lot about ecosystem, community, and how that's been built over the years. Ugochukwu, your experience here, how have you seen the challenges, especially thinking about the ecosystem support going from 0 to 1?
Okay. Yeah, so ecosystems are really important. For us as a company, we started here in Nigeria, in Enugu to be precise. And one thing I can tell you is that over the years, the ecosystem has evolved. I mean, when you come to Lagos, seeing what it is, it's really important to have very big and strong ecosystems. Well, one thing I've also learned over the years is that in as much as we're evolving, most people, or should I say most companies in the ecosystem are also being, I'm looking for the best word to describe it, somewhat, stretched beyond their, capacity because of some of the challenges that are being faced in, the nation. That's why I think the first panel session that we had, that was had here, I think the Japanese speaker said something about, building and having that thing in your DNA to expand to different parts of the world. I think the past month, I spent it in New York. And why did I spend that long there? Because I just wanted to see how to expand and have local operations in America, right? We're a company that started here, but you need to be able to connect to other ecosystems. You need to plug into other markets. And also ecosystems will grow when companies that are in those ecosystems perform or grow very well. It's always nice to have external investors it's great to have different people come and invest in your ecosystem, but it's even better when you have local people from those ecosystems invest in those ecosystems and to see them thrive. America is the way it is today because it has a lot of risk capital, right? And the ecosystem there is just insane. Silicon Valley is crazy. And you have existing people like Mark, you have Jeff, and a couple of other guys consistently writing checks and improving companies within that ecosystem. They would not necessarily prefer to invest in people they understand, but that's just the way it is. They would write checks to those people first. People might not even pitch just out of reference. They just invest in them rather than maybe someone who is typing 1,000 emails, right? Cold emails to investors in Silicon Valley. They will most likely not even read the emails. So I think ecosystems are important, and for us it has helped. And one of the things we're even trying to do now is to support as many startups as possible through maybe small checks or direct introductions to investors that we know, because I mean that's the only way we can thrive and grow as an ecosystem. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you so much. I think you hit on a key point there around sort of local investments, right, and people writing checks locally. Asuka, I'll come to you and would like to understand from your experience. You've done a lot of angel investing, right? You do. And so what have you seen are the biggest factors that can predict success when you're writing checks? What do you look for? So success when you're writing checks as an angel, what have you seen predict success?
I see a person a lot because it's an investor, angel investor. I see many people who has business plans and have some, and I had an interview with those people, but I more see the person who is going to launch the business. Because, okay, business plan you can rewrite at any times, and you have to agile any times, depending on the situation. Say, COVID-19 has happened, you have to change all the plans. But more than that, I think the entrepreneurships and the person who has entrepreneurships and passions and tolerance, those, and has a visions, those people are the leader and the true entrepreneur, I think. And when I see those kind of person, I always make the investment. And those people really makes us succeeded in Japan.
Okay, so it's the person really.
I think that's a matter. That's a key, yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's good to hear. And Ugo, what do you think then about people? So, talent is key, right? And Asuka said about people. How have you navigated managing people and finding talent?
Yeah, I think I agree with her. The person comes first. I mean, even when I work with people, like the employees we have, one thing I've realized over the years is that, because people usually ask me, okay, based on the kind of products we build, they're really difficult, and it requires a ton of research, years of research. It's not just something you whip up, in a whim and just appears, right? So most people ask me, how do you hire these talents? And the good thing is that these talents are local, right? So they are here in Nigeria. But one thing I've also realized is that most of these talents come when they see people building something exceptional, something different. You might put out a job post and get people who just want to make money. I mean, people who want to earn a big paycheck. But then when you're building something really different, you realize that most of these really brilliant minds, they will actually come and talk to you, even without you putting out the job post. They can send you a message and all that. And that's one thing we've seen that has worked over the years for us, right? We've been able to attract really brilliant people over the years locally. And now for founders, I also interact with a lot of founders, right? And it's also about them. Because I tell them, look, it can get to a point where your product will not work. It has happened to us like twice. One of our products, we woke up one day and Google and Apple switched off some core operating system functions, and our company died instantly. Like, you wake up and your company is dead. And what do you have to do? You have to go back to the drawing board and build an entirely new system that is independent of these big tech companies. And we did all those things. And you see, most people will just, just lie down and die and say, do you know what, we're done. So you need the founder, because it's not just the product. The product can fizzle away, can disappear, but the founder needs to be able to just keep going. And if you have employees that can also keep going with you, then I think you have the most valuable resources in the world. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Very well said, Ugo. We haven't got much time left, but Whipless, I'm not going to leave without asking you about thinking globally. You have done a lot of work with conferences, attract a lot of global interest. And I think here in Nigeria, certainly, our view is how do we build for the world? So really quickly, give us a sense of what you've learned and what we can take from that in trying to build globally.
Okay, good question. Actually, it's my first time to Africa. And on the first day I landed in Nigeria, I went to Balogun Market.
Wow.
To see what is happening
must
here.
Must have been intense.
And I was seeing people I think they're fighting for life. A lot of products, a lot of people who want those products. It's a vibrant market, a lot of demands, a lot of supplyings, and of course, a lot of problems. I think the problems are the soil to bring the great entrepreneurs. Not like Japan. Like Japan is a country which is very good social welfare. If you become an employee in a company, you cannot be fired. So that's why people not choose to take a risk to become entrepreneur. So to become a very successful entrepreneur, the first thing I think, I really love the Ugo said, first principle, you have to have your first principle. You have to have the problem which you really think that is the problem. So, and then you find the problem which is it's not only you, but that can be the people who hold the same problem can be spread all around the world.
Yeah.
I think that's the idea of starting business from a global perspective. It doesn't matter which country you're in, because there's always somebody in some corner of the world to share the same problem of you. So it doesn't matter Nigeria or Japan. I think we can all make a great global business anywhere. In the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. There's less than a minute to go. So just a quick fire. One piece of advice you'd love to leave with founders that are looking to go from 0 to 1. Very quickly. Asuka, we'll start from you. Very quickly, one piece of advice. You get ready, guys?
So once again, I think the person is securing a talent person is a key. And as an entrepreneur, I think having a passionate and visions to share the teammate is important, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, there's this quote I heard yesterday. It says, it's from Marcus Aurelius. It says, to just break it down really easily, the obstacle is the way.
Obstacle is the way.
The truth is that no matter what you do as a founder, don't die. That's just it, don't die.
Absolutely, don't die. That's my favorite advice. And Whipless, finally?
But I really want you to show to investor or anybody else, you are the one who understands your problem the best in the world. So you are the one who want to solve the problem the most in the world. So you have to show your passion to everybody around you.
Excellent, thank you so much. So show your passion and don't die.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that session. Could we please have the photographer come and take the pictures? Perfect, thank you. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to prepare us for the third and final panel session. The moderator for this session is Damilola Tedi. I will read the bios quickly, and then I'll invite them all up onto the stage. Damilola Tedi is an ecosystem builder with over 14 years of experience in Africa's technology space, primarily focused on supporting and enabling access to capital for high potential startups across various stages. Please welcome Damilola Tedi to the stage. Please welcome Damilola to the stage. Thank you so much. Next, we have Olumide Okuba Abadejo, Olumide Okubadejo is the head of product, artificial intelligence, and machine learning at Sabi, Africa's leading B2B commerce platform, enabling informal retailers and service providers to grow through digital tools. Olumide Okubadejo. I've been informed that Wale Adedeji of Data Melon is not here, and somebody will be filling in for Wale, I believe. Yes, I apologize. I wasn't given your name, I'm sorry. Next up, I'd like to invite Akimbi Akiribido, who is the Chief Commercial Officer for Sub-Saharan Africa at Data Melon Limited. Thank you, please welcome him onto the stage. And finally, I'd like to welcome Yinka Daramola, who is the CEO of Cocoon Limited, a dynamic fintech company that bridges ideas and business realities through technology.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello. I know this is the last panel, but are we together?
Yes, we are.
Okay, awesome. So good afternoon. I have pleasure to be here, and I have a stellar panel today. I think I will give Toyosi quickly to introduce himself, if you don't mind. Just your name and your designation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Omotoyosi Olasamson, but you can call me TY. I go popularly by TY. I'm standing in for Wale Adedeji, CEO of Data Melon. I'm the head of pre-sales engineering across our Europe, Middle East, and Africa markets.
All right. Thank you so much. And we're talking about an interesting topic, which is AI. Everywhere you go is all about, I don't even think you can have a summit or conference where you don't mention AI. From my mom to grandmom, probably, whichever side you are on, it's either, damn it, you have to be careful about this AI. I don't know what is going on. Or people are using it for the benefit of their companies. So we're going to dive into talking about responsible AI, talent around AI, what impact does it have on the ecosystem? And I'll dive right in with Yinka. I'll go with you first. So we probably have startups in the room, right? And what advice will you give to founders who want to integrate AI, but they don't have the technical resources to do that? Where should they start, and what should they be mindful of?
All right, thank you very much. It's the biggest buzzword around now. If you're building anything and it's not got a taint of AI in it, you've not started. So there's a rush for talent, and I can relate with the challenge you just described. The talents aren't there readily. Then how do you go about finding one? Okay, so starting point is to understand quite well what you're building. Now, and the next step would be to look around for help you can find from, I would say, the OEMs, the providers of this AI. They will always lead you somewhere, okay? And one other thing is to realize what resources are out there that you can leverage on. There are quite a lot of, okay? Then ask AI itself, how can I find help? That's one beautiful thing I've seen. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So if you want to start from somewhere as a founder, you want to know what exactly it is that you want to do, and then you seek help based on exactly what you want to do. And like you said, you can always just ask AI to also help.
AI, how can I build you?
I think one of the things that is very closely related to that is we have seen people like adopt AI in their solutions. And this would be for Lumide, without maybe necessarily thinking, especially third-party AI, without necessarily thinking, what are the privacy concerns I should be aware of, especially if I'm handling very sensitive data. So I think I was watching a video where Sam was saying that some people don't know, and they are just oversharing with AI, but they don't know that if you enter any trouble and the court requests for certain things, they are actually legally supposed to provide. And he was saying that people use it for therapy, they are confessing sins, and so on and so forth. When startups integrate AI into their solutions, sometimes there is that rush to just, integrate anything. But you also, I think there's that part where you also need to be mindful of how it might affect your users, like what you are integrating or even your company. What would you say about that? How can you be ethically responsible as a startup? What are the guardrails you need to put in place? What do you need to check to make sure that whatever I'm integrating, I'm not exposing my users to the negative side, or I'm not exposing my team?
Thank you very much. I think there are two phases to this. There's the conceptualization bit, and there is the integration bit, which links into infrastructure. When you talk about the conceptualization bit, it goes back to how you're thinking or formulating the problem. And in the formulation of the problem, you're thinking of how does it relate back to my company? What are the ethical nuances that I have to think through before I do any integration or ask any questions? Am I using, what are the data laws, in fact, for different countries that I'm in? What am I exposing? PII? Can I mask it?
When you say PII?
Personal information.
Okay. You have to explain. Okay.
Yeah, so when you think through that conceptualization bit based on what you're doing as a company, then you can get to the second bit, which is integration. When you conceptualize as a company that this is the data that you're legally allowed, to share, with an AI system, and this is what relates back into your own product build or the conceptualization of your company, then you can say, how do I integrate to be able to meet the fine prints of the concept or the conceptualization that I've done? There are many ways to integrate. You don't just have to integrate to the cloud versions. People have integrated into air-gapped versions just because they want to have fine control over the data that is being shared and how it is being processed. People have adopted a hybrid approach. There's some of it that they can share with cloud versions. There's some of it that they have to host locally. People have adapted these, AIs, and they've put it on intranets as opposed to the internet. So there are many integration layers or infrastructure layers that we have to think through. But one isn't able to reason through that except we've been able to think through the company, the vision, and the laws around what you're doing and what is allowed and what isn't allowed, and then you distill down to infrastructure.
Yeah. So the first thing is actually doing that work of saying, what exactly do I want to do? What data will I be exposing? What is allowed? What is not allowed?
Exactly.
Before you then delve into it. Yeah. Thank you so much. And let's go to something that people usually talk about, which is infrastructure costs and running things affordably or running models affordably. Had a recent conversation, and some people have the opinion that this cost is never coming down. Just find your way around it. But from DataMelon, what do you say about that?
Yeah, so in my daily role, that's what I face. I hear things from customers across enterprise, startups, or SMBs, and they'll tell you things like, oh, cloud is expensive, and even the cost of a GPU right now is very expensive, right? I don't know anybody that's much that has that infrastructure or ready to put that $1 billion money in place. But one of the things that I found out is leveraging on, just like what Yinka said, OEMs. Some OEMs have already gone into partnerships. Like, for instance, AWS has gone into partnership with NVIDIA. They already have these GPUs. And what you can just simply do is consume popular pre-trained foundational models, like the popular Llama, OpenAI, Titan, and the likes, right? With just a service on an hyperscaler like AWS, right? You don't have to reinvent the wheel completely. Now, also, I see a lot of times that when customers are trying to build something related to AI, there's something we did recently, and we are telling customers, oh, what can AI do for you? Just in a word, or just write something short. And you see somebody want to build an entire end-to-end system. And what you're now saying is, what part of this is AI, right? So we now say that the customer has a lot of things. They want to do big things at once, and especially in the startup ecosystem. What I would say is run them at smaller capacity, leverage on pre-trained models, leverage on architectures that has already been put in place to expedite the process. And most importantly, leverage cloud-based solutions. Why? Because you don't have to reinvent that. You can just leverage on architectures. And also, I know that even OEMs support you on your journey. And you can even work with partners that can hold your hands to guide you on the right architecture for your AI solution. And that way, you don't have to run into costs. Yes, somebody will get 10K today. And imagine you just go and spin up one big GPU. Your 10K will go down in less than 1 month or two. And you come back and say, it's expensive. Yeah, that's what I've said.
Thank you. Any additions to that?
Yeah, I cannot agree more. Understanding what you're building, like I said earlier on, is very important. And the right architecture, the right models, the right skill set, all of these things have to come into. And you must plan ahead, right? Don't jump into it because of the buzzwords. You jump in, you jump out. Right, thank you.
And let's stay with you for a bit. In terms of talent, how do you find, because of the kind of organizations you run, how do you find and retain AI, ML talents across Africa today? And what are the gaps you are seeing in terms of skill sets?
All right, very interesting question. So, yeah, very interesting because there is a very intense search for these talents. And what we have decided to do is to maintain a pipeline, quality pipeline. So we have a program called Tech Skills Accelerator Program, TESA. We get up to 5,000 applications every quarter, and we select just the top 50. So we take the top 50 2-3 months, and we continue this on a quarterly basis. So we're able to supply ourselves and to supply a lot of off-takers. So that's the only way out. Right, that's what we've done.
So there is actually a lot of people that want to learn this.
Quite a lot of people select the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. Just 50 out of about 5,000-6,000 applications every quarter.
Do you share that pipeline with others, or it's for?
No. So we take out of the 50 that graduate every quarter. We take about 5-6 to ourselves. Then we have quite a number of them to off-takers. Yeah. So it's something we want to make big. So we have most of the tier 1 companies come to Tesla to take talents.
So just a quick question for people in the room. If you want to train like the top 50, what exactly are you looking for? What did you use to select the top 50? What base skill do they need to have?
All right, mathematics.
Okay.
From there, to make sure it's a level playing field, okay. We have some materials, proprietary materials that we give to this candidate. They read it up. It's not testing you on AI yet. It's not testing your test skills yet, but general aptitude. So that's how selected people will select. Yeah.
Thank you. And Olumide, when you've done a lot of work around different startups, growth stage, I don't know if you've done early stage, but you've done you've done big companies as well. But when adopting AI as a growth stage startup, do you see greater value in building in-house capabilities or working with externals? And when is one approach better than the other?
Interesting. I think that there's one concept that I usually use to advise when it comes to growth stage startups, or when I'm working with growth stage startups, to determine what approach works best. So at the point where you're working with, or you're building a highly nuanced product in an environment where you don't have that transferability, most times it is better to build in-house. In-house allows you to have fine-grained control over multiple things, your data collection, your data pipeline, which is very important. But it also allows you to embed the skills in-house that allows not just your research team, but your engineering team and your product team to come together to be able to build, at the scale that you want to build, and scale even more. Also, when you look at, building in-house as well, growth stage startups, when they start to use AI, most of the time it's not just external facing, it's mostly internal facing, right? So what they're using AI to do is to scale internally, operationally, commercially, things that'll take maybe many people to do. You're trying to reduce the number so that, you can scale effectively. So a lot of times it is better because building in-house is better because it gives you the mix of allowing yourself to understand the workings, the internal workings of the company. Times where I feel like there is value in working with external companies is when maybe you're building a product that, you know, you're not first to market. Yeah, probably there are probably a lot of people in market that have been able to build that. You want to catch up, or scaling is really about, you know, pushing out more features just so that you can get to be the best of the best. In that case, where speed is important, it might be important to go external.
All right, thanks. Toyosi, last question for you. There are a lot of startups that are building for enterprise as well. In fact, that's a common theme, that if you're doing AI stuff, you're likely to just build for enterprise. In the boardroom, because you're engaged with this enterprise, are they really adopting AI, or is it just a buzzword or like a front? And what kind of capabilities are they looking for?
So I have opportunity to work with enterprise customers a lot, and I can tell you for free that AI is no more a buzzword. In the FSI space, I was with one of our customers, and we had like sort of a training for them, I think 2 months ago. And we were talking about, so there's this open forum, and funny thing is the bank already had like an AI roadmap and strategy of what they wanted to achieve for 24 months. So they were at that point of then sourcing for partners that can help them achieve it. So it's not more a buzzword, but at the enterprise space, what I would say that I'm seeing a lot is you see a lot of POCs. You are not seeing full integrations yet. There is the risk around data privacy, data must stay in countries, my data safe, all those kind of fears are still there. But you could see that engineering teams are now beginning to adopt. For instance, one of the banks we're working with is looking at, we're doing something around AI-powered fraud detection agent for them, right? So it's something that enterprise customers are adopting. But if you ask me, even the startup space is the biggest one, right? The startups guys are looking to infuse AI into what they are doing so they can go for funding. A VC, the VCs are here, they just want to know, have you incorporated AI into it? And I've seen quite a number of startups that were supported, infuse AI, and they go for funding and they get it. Okay. So it's no more a buzzword, it's becoming a reality. And I believe that, and this is something we say, just like I like to catch to what Tinka said. I'll say this and I'll leave this with everyone. AI would not replace you. AI, right? But if you don't use AI, the person that doesn't use AI or the business that doesn't use AI will be left behind. I sit today and I cannot think of doing anything without AI. The time it will take me for me to do the work that I would usually do. I do architecture, so you're not. Right now, I can't sit down and be drawing architecture on a, we'll call it draw the tile. It will take me days before. Now, by just prompting, I would get a mock-up and I just need to make some changes. Yeah. So,
if you're not
everywhere, it's been, and enterprise SMB startups, it's no more a buzzword. Adoption is going like wildfire.
Thank you for ending on that. If you're not using AI, if you're not thinking about AI, then it's likely to replace you and whatever business it is, you'll be left behind. All right, thank you so much. Please give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniela. Can we please have the photographer come and take pictures? I'm sure you guys are ready to find out who won the pitch competition, right? You're not ready? You want to stay a little longer? We can stay here a little longer if you want to. Don't you want to know who won the $10,000? Where are the finalists? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to find out who won? Finalists? Yes? 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 Well, I think the winner is the only person that's ready. But before we do, all right, so as we prepare for the announcement of the winners for the pitching competition, and the People's Choice Awards. I'd like to invite Cocoon to the stage, one of our sponsors, to please come and give their sponsor's message. Cocoon, you have 5 minutes. Every sponsor who comes up to give their message, please make note of the timer that's placed in front of you. That is the amount of time you have to speak. Once you exceed your time, your mic will be shut down. It's 2 minutes for Cocoon. Could we please have a representative from Cocoon?
Good afternoon. My name is Chisom Anyekwensi, and I'm a business development manager at Cocoon. So I'm just going to talk about Cocoon briefly before I give a message to the finalists. So Cocoon, we're a technology consulting firm with about 6 key services. We offer cloud consulting services. We also offer ML and AI services. If you're listening to the last panel session, you must have heard from our CEO Yinka talking about AI and the future of technology. So currently, we have our presence in the map. We have our offices at North America. We are currently in Dubai. We're also in Europe, and we have a presence in Africa as well, where we're headquartered in Lagos, Nigeria. So in terms of offering the services, we work across various sectors. We work with enterprise, public sector, and recently, just 2 years ago, we started working with startups. And based on our experience with startups, we'll be able to see that we can offer services to startups in terms of cost optimization, because usually startups, they start out on the cloud, but because of they're trying to explore cloud services, they architect in a way that they're able to incur more cost. So when we work with startups, we try to help them see how they can architect better, and then they can spend less on the cloud. So that's one of the things that we do with startups. We also help them build their products and help them own it as well, because that's also one of the things that we see startups struggle with. They don't have the capacity to build products that scale. So we work with them in terms of that. So we've been listening to the top 15 people present their startups, and we're looking forward to see the top winners, the top 3 at least, and we'd like to work with them in terms of building products that scale and also selling their products to the world. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. Next, I'd like to invite the representative from MTN. MTN. Could we please have 2 minutes? Thank you. There's a timer placed in front of you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I know everybody's tired because I'm tired too. But if I'm going to leave you with anything today, it will be about our data center. So at MTN, we've just launched a new data center. It's a tier 3 data center. And it has carrier neutral connectivity. So there's a lot of cross-connect at that data center. And what it offers you is some sort of seamless integration with our network, seamless integration with APIs, seamless integration with also hyperscalers, because we can actually offer express routes. For those who have workloads in Azure with Microsoft, we can offer you some sort of dedicated pipe to your workloads. Another thing I would like to talk about today will be our MTN cloud infrastructure. So if you want to spin off virtual machines on the fly, we have a self-service portal that will help you do so. You can actually use this cloud infrastructure in a pay-as-you-use basis. So that is also available for you. The cloud infrastructure is set up such that you have access to some of the data sets and APIs that are available within the MTN network. So I'm hoping that the teams here or the enterprises here would also make use of our cloud infrastructure. My third idea, or it will be the MTN Cloud Acceleration Program. This is currently open. And what this offers you is it is actually a 12-week program that starts on the 6th of September to the 6th of December. It will expose you what? Time up.
Time up, yes. Okay, but we do have to stick to time and we have to invite the next one.
It's fine. So it will expose you to coaches, mentors, grants up to 100 million. So we're actually calling for applications now. It closes on August 15th. So we are hoping that you make good use of that. So thank you so much. I don't. You guys.
Thank you so much. All right, I would like to invite the next company up. Our next sponsor would be Clever. Please, the representative from Clever. If we don't have the representative from Clever ready, oh, here we go.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheon. I lead growth at Clever. Right. You would agree with me that one of the biggest challenges we have today, in the tech space is receiving payments. Right. We all do this work. We have this skill. We have this startup, and then you think about, okay, we have all these things sorted, but how do we receive the money? That's where Clever comes in. So Clever is a platform built for freelancers, remote workers, and startups, businesses, and what we primarily do is helping you receive international payments. So on Clever, you can receive payments in multiple forms, right? Especially dollar payments, and I'll give you examples, right? So say, for instance, a developer in Nigeria who works for a company in the US, right? And you want to receive your USD salary. You can basically open a Clever account, copy your USD account details, share it with this business, and then you get your dollars wired to you directly on Clever, right? Same thing with ACH transfers, right? These days in Africa, we have a lot of content creators, freelancers on Upwork, who get payment through PayPal, Stripe. So you can actually connect your Clever accounts with these platforms, right? And receive your dollar payments seamlessly, right? The final one is stablecoin, right? On Clever, you're able to also collect stablecoin payments, right? Which is added to your USD balance, right? So in addition to that, right, from Clever, you can actually move this money to your local currency. So you can move this from Clever to your Nigerian bank account, right? And then there are a lot of other exciting things on Clever. You earn cashbacks, and then it's seamless. Customer support is great. And then we have a lot of other features that we've also introduced, like the virtual dollar card, and then, you being able to earn points, from using the product. So if you've not signed up on Clever, I'd advise you check us out today. It's on the App Store, both iOS and Play Store. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clever. You can leave the microphone there. Next, I'd like to invite Data Melon. Data Melon. I know we had the CEO up earlier. Okay, all right. Could the representative of Busha please get ready? Busha will be next. Oh, so sorry. Representative of Busha, please get ready. Awesome, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure it's been a long day. My name is Tobechukwu, and I'm a startup manager here at Data Melon, and I'm going to quickly run through our free services that we provide at Data Melon. We are an AI-first company, also an AWS Advanced Consulting Partner. So our free services are the free well-architected review. So we can conduct a well-architected review for your AWS environment in terms of your security check, sustainability, reliability, performance efficiency, operational excellence, and also cost optimization. I know we all like to save money, so we can actually help you conduct a well-architected review to save costs. Also, get you access to AWS Activate credits to scale up or dive into generative AI projects. So if you have any generative AI solutions or ideas that you might want to leverage for your business, you can reach out to us and we can discuss how we can actually help you achieve that. We also have hassle-free billing management service. So you can remit to us in your local currency, in Naira, Ghana cedis, whatever currency, and it can help you pay for your AWS bills in dollars. So we have the free workload migration to AWS. So we can help you migrate from wherever you are, Ostinga, whatever platform you are. And if you're looking forward to migrating to AWS, we can actually assist you in migrating. So we have the free AI ML use case assessment. So like I said, if you have any generative AI projects or ideas that you want to leverage, so you might want to actually check the accessibility to your business, or if it actually fits into your business need, we can actually assist you in conducting an assessment for that, and also access to customer acquisition from our global startup community. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Reach out to us at Data Melon. Thank you.
Hey, not necessary, guys. Come on. Next up, I'd like to invite Busha. And can we please have Raynest be ready? Raynest, please get ready.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Oluwada Okpeni. I work as a product manager in Busha. Okay, my time has started already, so I'll just keep this short and straight to the point. Busha is one of Africa's leading crypto exchanges. We're authorized by the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. And since 2019, we've catered to over 1 million users, both retail and on the business side. So what does Busha do? Like I said, we're a crypto exchange. On the retail side, you can buy, sell, convert, save, and even spend your digital assets. Whether you're buying, selling, and saving your assets, trust me, we have the best rates in the market. On the business side, we offer secure, efficient, and compliant financial solutions within the crypto and digital space. Our services include robust over-the-counter foreign exchange, OTC trades, off-ramp and on-ramp services as well, designed to enhance treasury operations with competitive rates. We also have our APIs, so businesses can integrate with our APIs for crypto functionalities, manage their digital assets, and accelerate cross-border payments directly from their own dashboard. We're focused on facilitating seamless transactions and ensuring regulatory compliance across all our offerings. I know most of us here are in the crypto or tech space, but if you want to know how we do things differently, you can come to our booth and we'll answer your questions. And for the finalists, I want you to know that for you to have gotten this far, your ideas are brilliant. And even if you don't win, the sky is just your starting point. So good luck.
Thank you. That was very kind of you. Next up, I'd like to invite Raynest. Raynest? Do we have a representative from Raynest? Going once, going twice, and it's gone. Next, we have CloudPlexo. CloudPlexo, do we have a representative from CloudPlexo? Go ahead, you have a 2-minute timer on the clock.
How many minutes, please?
2 minutes, right there.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Hello.
Please change to CloudPlexo, not Raynest.
All right.
CloudPlexo.
Hello.
Thank you.
I hope we are all having a very nice time here today, and I'm excited to be here. So in order to cut the whole story short, we are CloudPlexo. We are one of the advanced consulting and technology partner for AWS. We are really out to support startups, founders, investors, to build the kind of application that will be able to make a kind of an impact to their target market. And how exactly are we really making this impact out there? We are trying as much as possible to ensure that the kind of applications you roll out to your target market is cost effective, is really reducing your time to market, and is also giving you that ability to be able to scale effectively. One thing that actually makes Cloud Plexo to stand out from the crowd is we are not really out there to try as much as possible to start billing you at this stage, but as much as possible to invest in your own startup. Number one, the kind of applications you'll be rolling out, we will ensure that they are those kind of applications that has an ability to be able to scale and to be online 24/7. So we have wonderful gift for every one of the startup that is currently here today. I'm talking about in terms of getting AWS credit and also getting free technical implementation. If you have any idea of artificial intelligence and machine learning and you don't know how to go about it, our team is here to help you integrate this into your own application at no cost at all. So in terms of that, if you certainly have a kind of an application that has that ability to be able to scale at no cost, Cloud Plexo is the answer for you. So our booth is right there, and we are really looking forward to meeting you to help you solve all of your problems at no cost. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cloud Plexo. Next, I'd like to invite to the stage Cascador. We have a representative from Cascador. Cascador? Going once, going twice. It's gone. Our next sponsor I'd like to invite is SeamFix. All right, we have SeamFix coming to the stage. Can we please have SeamFix on the screen?
Okay, hello everyone. One thing I love about startups is the fact that they're very nimble, they're very fast-paced. But guess what? Cyber threats are also fast-paced. My name is Tonwa, I work with SeamFix, and for the next minute, I'll quickly tell you why I believe startups need to get better at access management. Now, whether we like it or not, in the workplace, there's people that will still share passwords. There are people that would, based on trust, they're still sharing passwords, and also, it's difficult for companies to be able to know at any point in time who is accessing the applications at any given point in time, and there's a risk of an internal data breach. Now, especially to the startups that are here, whether they like it or not, the investors will do their due diligence on your security infrastructure, and if it's not in place, you're not likely to get that money for the business. So, what do we do at SeamFix? We have a solution that will basically help you to secure access into your office applications. So when we talk about access management, I'm not talking about physical access into the building, but into things like your office email and other applications that you have. So rather than remembering passwords, all you have to do is use your face or your fingerprint and securely log into your applications. We also have the capability to be able to use only the, for the team members to only use particular solutions that they're assigned to. Now, because of limited time, I also want to encourage everyone to check out our booth for a quick demo. But an important announcement I'd like to make is that we're giving away $11,000 worth of infrastructure credits to the 11 finalists here. And we're also, not just that, we're also giving away $2,500 worth of infrastructure credits for the first 10 eligible customers that come to our booth, right, to get more information. And of course, there we'll have more time to discuss, and we hope we can help secure your applications within your workplace before you decide to scale as a business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's only because you were sharing money, that's why I allowed him to finish. That's the only reason why. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Cora. Do we have a representative from Cora? I see someone running over there. I'm hoping, okay, no, it's you, okay. Please come up on stage. Your timer is in front of you.
Okay.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Promise, Head of Product at Kura. I'm just going to quickly run us through briefly how we at Kura help businesses to scale. So Kura is a PSP, payment infrastructure company that helps businesses to scale and to thrive essentially. At Kura, our vision is very clear: to create a future void of digital financial barrier. And we do this by providing payment infrastructures for businesses. Over the years, we've built a suite of products that would enable businesses to accept payments and also facilitate payments in various ways. So first, we have our payments and payouts product. Then we have card issuing, identity verification, and currency exchange or currency conversion as we know it. For our payments products, we accept payments across various regions, or we enable businesses to accept payments in various regions. So in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Egypt, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, even the UK and the US. And for these various regions, we enable businesses to accept payments in the predominant payment method in those areas. So in Nigeria, for example, where bank transfers, cards are the predominant payment methods, we allow businesses to accept in those payment methods. And in East Africa, Kenya, as you know it, mobile money is the predominant payment method there. So we allow businesses to accept payments in that payment method. Also for bank transfers, bank accounts, sorry. Same thing for payouts. Our payout coverage is across Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Egypt, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, and we plan to expand to other African countries in the next couple of months. I mean, what is payments across borders without a way to process conversions? So we have our conversions API that enable businesses to also convert between these currencies. That's KES, which is Kenya, EHS, Naira, and South African Rand. For identity products, when
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite up to the stage Meeden. Meeden, please welcome them up to the stage.
Hello everyone, my name is Isioma Oguda and I lead marketing at growth at Meeden. And I just want to set the record straight, it's Meeden, not Meeden. So a lot of startups here juggle different vendors to issue cards, offer different financial products. And with Meeden, we are aiming to change all of that. With Meeden is the operating system for businesses, enterprises, and financial institutions to build and manage their payment circles. So from card issuing to global payments, Meeden brings it all together. So to learn more about Meeden, visit meeden.co. And good luck to all the finalists. We hope we go on to do great and be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Agora Visa. Agora Visa to the stage, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Tope Emiola and I lead growth and marketing at Agora. Because extraordinary talent deserves extraordinary access, Agora is bringing global mobility to founders in emerging markets. This means that we are helping founders in emerging markets, Africa, and pretty much, emerging markets to process their US employer-based visas, right? And it means that you can build your startups from the US, get access to the right funding, right network, essentially. Today, we are giving out $3,000 worth of discount on US visas processing to the winner of today's PITCH2WIN. Also, $2,000 discount to the first runner-up and $1,000 to the second runner-up as well. And in addition to this, not to forget every other person attending this event today, we're supposed to have, yes. So if you scan this QR code on the screen right now, you would see an eligibility test that lets you find out if you actually qualify for an employer-based US visa. And if anyone scans that code, qualifies, you also get $1,000 worth of discount on your visa processing fees. How does that sound to anyone? Is anyone excited about that? Very good.
Very excited.
And, in addition, that's good. In addition to this, we also have like free visa brainstorm for anyone who comes to our stand right after now. So if you're interested in moving to America, building your startup from America, getting a well-paying job in America, you should come to us and have that talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last but not least, I would like to invite Paystack to the stage, please.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Akin. I'm an analyst at Paystack, focused on startups and small businesses. Paystack helps businesses receive payments from across the world. And if you're a startup here, you're looking to receive payments in Africa or even globally, we are backed by Stripe, so we can also assist you. Beyond payments, we also provide support to startups with community events, access to founders, to investors, funding, and also some startups, resources, and programs. So for example, we can give you access to growth tools, maybe like discounted AWS credits to help grow your business and get value out of it immediately. So let's talk, we're around. You find me or Lydia in the room, let's chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Paystack. We have one more. We have Voltron Capital, and then we're going to go straight into the announcement of winners. Please welcome Voltron Capital onto the stage.
All right, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Hope we're all doing well. So I'll just say a few words. First off, congratulations to all the finalists that have made it this far. So I'm here representing Mr. Olumide Shoyombo and Abe Choi, general partners at Voltron Capital. We're an early stage venture fund that has backed over 100 startups in our ecosystem. And so we're very interested in talking to a number of the startups in the room here today. Our thesis is that we back extraordinary entrepreneurs out of Africa who are solving critical problems in large markets on our continent. So if you think that your problem is going to scale, please find me and come talk to me. We're really glad to see how far our ecosystem has gone. And I'll just leave you guys with 2 words. One is, it's always day one. So regardless of what happens today, just know that there's a bright future ahead of you. And the second thing is you should believe in yourself as an entrepreneur. If you don't, nobody will. So carry that fire within you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, so the part that we've all been waiting for so patiently. Thank you once again for all of you who've been here today. The finalists, the venture capitalists, the investors, the audience, tech bros, Texas, everyone, thank you for coming here today. I would like to invite Dr. Oji onto the stage. He will be announcing the winners for today's pitch competition. Please welcome Dr. Oji Ojong onto the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
Hi everyone. Instead of me climbing the stage, I'm going to add the tension for the participants. I'm going to delay a bit, but yes. Can I have the envelope? I like to touch all you people a bit. Are you guys okay? Relax. It's like I said, it's a show. So relax. We are going to have fun. So yes, I'm back on stage again, and this time is to announce the winner of what? No, incorrect. I'm here to announce the winner of the Audience Choice Award. Are you guys excited? So I would be inviting Mr. Hiro Mashita onto the stage, please. A round of applause for him, please. He'll give you a few words and then, can I get the mic? And then, of course, please introduce who would come and give a handshake to the winner of the Audience Choice Awards.
Thank you so much. It was a long day, but this is like a finalist, the announcement, right? So one of the most exciting moments. Please be patient and then use your last full energy, okay? Thank you so much. So let me introduce the presenter for Audience Award. Let me kindly invite Mr. Shuichi Takenaga. He's the CEO of the Oak Farm, which is listed company in Japan. The influencer auction and then used devices and electricity products exchange platform. So welcome, Mr. Shuichi Takenaga.
Round of applause. Please, can the event managers guide everyone from outside of the hall inside? There's a lot of chatter. Please guide everybody in. There's a lot of chatter. We're at the finale. So please come inside. Come inside. Reduce the chatter, please. All right. So, as you very well know, whilst the pitching was going on, we did have an opportunity for the audience to pick out who they think should be the winner. And that's the source of the Audience Choice Awards. And in this envelope, that's where we are, the Audience Choice Awards. Yes. In this envelope, I can always say, do I know you? Have I seen you before? This is sealed. So I'll give it to you, Mr. Suchi. Just hold it. Yeah, it's inside. So he's going to pick it out. And the winner is for the Audience Choice Awards.
Winner is...
Please come to the center. Please come to the center. Get ready. One of you is the Audience Choice. Get ready to scream and shout and jump on the stage.
So, music maybe? DJ. Okay. So, okay. So, thank you very much, audience. On this part, we collected all data and audience award will
HighPrep.
Destiny, I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
All right. A round of applause once again for HighPrep. Audience choice. The audience loved you. And We would then go to a second category, a special category, and I'll tell you about it before Hero will. So we did have a lot of guests come from Asia, all the way from Japan and environs, and they very graciously decided to join this event by contributing what we call the Japanese Delegates Award. So, Hiro, please explain, and then let's get going.
Thank you so much. So, all 30 Japanese delegates seriously thinking who can be the winner. Okay, that we voted. And finally, we got one winner from Japanese delegates. Let me introduce presenter, Mr. Matsuzaki. He started career as investment banker. He became an executive of company called Rakuten, biggest e-commerce giant in Japan. He was M&A merger acquisition department. He acquired Buy.com in US. He was working as a CEO of the Buy.com in US. And then now he's a CEO of a crowdfunding company in Japan, which is called Kibidango. Now, Mr. Matsuzaki, it's your turn to announce the winner. So music start, please.
Open the envelope. If you notice, it's folded a million times to add to the anxiety and the pressure. So which of you is the, let me see your hand up, who is the IBS delegate winner? Oh, right, great, brilliant. All right.
Okay, so Japan Delegate Award goes to
HighPrep.
日本のデリゲートの方、すみません、ちょっと今記念撮影しますので、舞台に上がってきてください。All Japanese delegates, please come to the stage to be in a picture, photo. Thank you. 皆さん、急いでお願いします。後ろどんどんお願いします。So, HighPrep, we all love you. Yes.
So difficult to pick one out of so many great candidates, sort of presenters. But I think you stood out in terms of being very clear, presenting all the numbers that are very convincing, and above all, the future of Africa really relies on the kids. And you're going to make that difference. So once again, congratulations.
HighPrep. 皆さんありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。皆さんご協力ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Who is trying to bribe me? He says I should not announce till tomorrow. Are you guys excited? There's one more. There is one more. Okay, the moment we've been waiting for. You guys want to guess who? Let me not. All right, so yes, it's been a long couple of months. We've been planning PITCH2WIN for several months, and as you very well know, it is a pitch competition, but also an avenue for showcasing growth, progress, all sorts of nice attributes for early stage founders. And we are here to celebrate these founders. They've all been very good because I'll give you the history. We had over 1,300 applications in this version. And we had to go from that 1,000 to 100 to 20 and then to 12. So I would say that these 12 are winners already. So please give them a round of applause. They were the strongest of the lot when you think about that volume of applications. And to put things in perspective for you, I do this work elsewhere where even the large organizations would put out a call for applications and they don't get up to 300, sometimes 400. So for us to get over 1,000 applications is a testament to the fact that PITCH2WIN is a platform of choice. So please, a round of applause to the Tech Circle team, the PITCH2WIN team, and they talk plenty, Abby, and the tension on that. It's deliberate. Okay, so thank you very much, Hiro. Hiro will be introducing the Japanese delegates who would be giving the handshake for this award. So over to you, Hiro.
Okay. So this PITCH2WIN number 5, right? Can you imagine who will be the winner? Some company name in? Okay. Let me introduce presenter. He's CEO of IVS, Toshi Shimakawa.
Okay. Lucky, you have the winner in this. You also have the clicker. If you click too fast, they will know who the winner is. You would click. He says, get ready because everything will be in sync. He's going to announce the winner and you start your thing. They're tense. They're tense. You don't. I'll block you guys.
Okay.
Are you sure you want to tell them?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hold on? Okay.
Yes.
What's happened?
We missed something. No, I've not even done the first 5. Our production had a glitch. I do apologize. It's part of my game, Abby. So, yes. So what we're going to announce here is actually the pre-winner. A round of applause for the finalists, the top 5. So that's what we had. Oh, thank you very much for glitch. So what happened was that we actually did decide to showcase the top 5, and here we have 7 finalists. Why? Because there was a tie. There was a tie on number 5, and so we have the 7 finalists. Let's see, we'll wave of hands. What are the top 5 finalists? A round of applause for them, please. Simio, I saw my money for go. All right, so congratulations once again. Please a round of applause for the top 5. Hey, I can see Pregify there. Hi, Pregify. Okay, so the mic back to you. This time, no glitches. He has opened it already. So this is it. Get ready, you need to jump to your jump very high. Whichever or whoever the winner is, get ready. All right.
The winner is Crick. The winner is winner is TalkTwo. I am a born champion. You are a born champion. Yeah. We are the born champion. This is the song for the champion. I am a born champion. You are a born champion. Yeah. We are the born champion. This is the song for the champion. I am a born champion. You are a born champion. Yeah.
Amanda, what are the judges?
Wow.
Music, keep on. Music. Come on now, give us.
You are a born champion. Yeah. We are the born champion. This is the song for the champion. Champion minds occupy the front line. Never met jokes and them bye-bye. Methodically me virus is spreading worldwide. Every them bash me, nothing go up wild. Don't know about you, come and change your life. See eliminated every parasite. Yes, I thought you know them for side by side. And me jumps my color, me tell them subside. Make way. Roll the carpet. Smile up with the cell. Play up everywhere. The done was service the general pipe of country. Boundary adjustments. Roll the carpets. Red carpets everywhere. Wave on the flag. Season. But your friendly Mr. Vera is the remedy for the free no me pedigree. But I with no apology, me gimmicks a philosophy. And the ammonia, we could perfection this me not like 2000 degree. If you not get with your critics, up when you try to give a rest. Yourself as you want, still not the same. Never hurry, never afraid, man. Yes, indeed, never decrease all the things with me and family. We set on the record and we break it that way. We call out the shot and we bust for the year. City limit is what I'm preaching. Serious for me, not skinny. Enough for them just shoot you like train. This champion vibe has working that chain. Jump on your feet, wave your flag, let's touch your
Me that as my dreadlocks are longer. I know say right now, my time I know go waste them brother. I go use them dada. I go use them dada. I say let's in the master. I receive so if I do you wrong, that's what I'm like. But if you move with this in my thoughts, I'll go make them loud. love you right. Full of snakes and spiders. You can remove, lose your life, make it hard for your mother to sleep at night. Sleep, no love you right. Some people they found naturally. Some people they found. Don't feel bad, you want my one. Jump back, time I stop. Never best inside. My best
Okay, yeah, congratulations. So, your great pitch really impressed us. And yeah, IBS help connect Nigerian and Japanese companies. So please come to the IBS and Japan. So, and I hope to work together in the future. Yeah, congratulations again. Congratulations.
I am shocked, very honest. So last year, I was at PITCH2WIN at Moson Center. I was in the audience. I sat there, and I remember TalkTwo, we're still refining the idea of the product at PITCH2WIN 4. And I sat there. I had the first conversation with someone in the audience, just trying to say, okay, how do we go about this? So, and then I said to myself, I looked at the pitch, I looked at Register, she was so passionate, Pegify, I saw It's Medical, I was there, I was just watching everybody, and I was like, you know what, next year, I want to be on that stage. So, when I saw the application, I was like, definitely we are going to apply, right? And we started putting in the work to make sure that, yes, what we are building, we put it in the hands of parents. And this is a passion project for me because I have seen the impact and the impact of early intervention in the lives of special needs children. I spoke about my nephew when I was pitching, but I would say to you, in the last 1 year of constant specialist support, he's been able to build some level of communication skill and is in culinary school right now. He's 15 and is autistic and is thriving. And we know that there are a lot of children out there who are 4, 5 and their parents don't know what to do. And this is why we are passionate about what we're doing. We want to make sure we give these children a chance at life. The fact that you're special needs or you have speech issue does not make you any less than any other child. And that is why this is my co-founder, Victoria. Oh my God, I love you so much. And I just want to say, when I came to her and said, see, come, we need to build this thing together, I'm sure she was probably looking at me thinking like, oh, like how? But we're here today, and I just want to say a big thank you to the judges. I honestly didn't see this coming. And for me, this is a big success story. And I know that this will be a catalyst from here, and it's going to be growth, and up all the way. By the next year, you guys will be hearing about us in places. It's not just going to be Nigeria. It would be in other African countries. It would be in the Middle East. It would be in the US, UK, everywhere. So watch out for TalkTwo. Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of PITCH2WIN 5. If you know it's been a journey, make some noise. Okay. So we're going to be having the closing remarks now and also the vote of thanks. And I'd like to bring up on stage. So I'd like to bring up on stage Yuzuri Honda for the closing remarks. A round of applause for him, please.
Okay. It's okay?
Congratulations, TalkTwo. And okay, my name is Honda, and well, it's a great honor to give a closing talk in such a great conference, and I have participated in this PITCH2WIN from the very beginning, first time that was in 2019, and I've been attending this event for this is my fourth time, and so as a frequent attendee, I would like to talk about the couple of changes that I noticed this year in particular. The first one is the size and the scale of the event. And I found that every year the venue changes. So I remember that 6 years ago, the venue was more like a large meeting room than a conference space like this. But you know, then right now, you know, the number of the people and the number of the applicants for the pitches are keep growing, and the level of the pitch was, you know, so yeah, Japanese people were surprised that the pitch, the level of the pitch is not like, you know, seed round. And we are surprised. You guys are doing so well, and this is truly thanks to O and his tech circle team. Thank you very much. And the second one is Japanese tour people, and when I came here first time, the number of the Japanese people just 4, but right now this time we're about 30 people were here, and I heard that according to Japanese embassy's info that in Nigeria only Japanese people are about 100 to something, but that is an official number, so real number must be less than that. So that means, you know, about 30% or 40% of the Japanese people in Nigeria are now in one startup event. So that is remarkable, right? And third one is a little bit my personal note, and this time I brought my daughter. She goes to the university in the United States, and I came here with her from New York. And so the reason I took her here is I strongly wanted her to experience the energy here in Nigeria. So after this event, please show your passion and enthusiasm to the first time attending young Japanese people, please. So now the event is going to be over, and it's time for investment for me. And well, I have invested in the winner of the pitches every year so far. So last year, Register, and 2 years ago, Farmaran. And especially 2 years ago, I have invested 5 startups just in one tour here. So that is my record. That is my record. 5 startups in 1 week. That is my record, and I've never done this such things in other countries in my 15 years investment career. So to surpass that record this year, this time, so I really have to ask Hiro-san to set up as many other meetings as possible, please, during the rest of the 2 days. Yes, same, yeah. So lastly, I'd like to thank you all, and wish you the best in your future success. So see you next year here or at IVS in Japan. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Yuzuri Honda. All right, we're coming to the end of the event, and then we've worked all day. It's time to play. There's going to be an after party at Crossroad, just adjacent the reception here in the hotel. So, if you're in the mood for some amapiano, it's time for it. But before we go, I'm going to call up on stage OO to give the vote of thanks. A round of applause for OO as it comes on stage, please. Keep clapping till it gets here, please. Yes, now, show us your moves, OO. Go.
My waist don't break. We're all tired. I just want to wrap it up very quickly. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you, Hero. I don't know any individual, maybe Y Combinator in those days, right? But I've not seen anyone more passionate about Nigeria. And someone that's not Nigerian. From Japan, I always tell people, not China, right? It's different. The whole of Nigeria, 100 Japanese people. I think there are more Chinese people on this street than there are Japanese people in Nigeria. So it's not a common source of interest in our country or our economy or a subsector like technology. So thank you, because without him being a champion, we would not have 30 people. We would not increase the number of people in the country by 30%. So it's massive if you think about it. So I hope they had a good time. I hope everyone has a good time and had a good time. And to the finalists, I always tell them the idea of this pitch is what they call a head fake. It's a means to an end. So a few of you will have meetings set up. Hopefully you take it from there. Some of you will get good feedback. We'll try as much to do as a lot of publicity to see if from here things can get better. You can only reach out. You can always reach out. Make your ask as quickly as possible. I have to thank my sponsors. I do not want to start calling names if I miss, but Cloud Plexo, TLP, Workstation, Clever. I won't call Ubulu. Data Melon. That's to show that there's so many that I just have to read it. Busha, Cocoon, Simfix, Maiden, AgroVisa Times, and of course, MTN. The thing is that I always like to do free events. So without sponsorship and without a lot of money that SG Grow, they are here, they are partners. SG Grow, IVS, Freakout, and Uncovered Fund. All these people, especially these four, I wouldn't want to tell you how much it costs to run this place, to feed everyone, to do all the decor. It's amazing. I need to thank my team from Tech Circle, Damblala, Victoria, Soji, then of course the people from Ubulu team, my wonderful designer, Rookie. This is the best logo in a while. Yes, and the lady that did it, she's 24. And she came to Lagos for the first time yesterday. Hey, Rookie, come, let them see you. Yesterday was her birthday, and she was working all day to make sure, yes, this is my designer. Don't steal my designer. Yeah, thank you so much. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Hero. It's a day. Let's call it a day. Thank you. Thank you. Odi, thank you for being a wonderful partner. All right, thank you.
All right, do not forget, after party at Crossroads.
Jimka, thank you. Everyone, thank you.
After party at Crossroads.
All of you now, thank you.
It's time for some piano. It's time for after party at Crossroads. It's right adjacent the reception at the hotel here. It's still
Pictures.
So I'd like to bring on stage. The Japanese delegates to take a picture. Waburu Africa team and TalkTwo team, please get ready. Right after them, you come on stage to take pictures. TalkTwo team and Waburu Africa team, please get ready. Right after them, you get on stage to take pictures.
No stress, no success.
Yes, volunteers as well, volunteers. Volunteers, please come close. Be on queue. Volunteers, please come close. Be on queue.
All right, that's a good team.
Yeah, all of you, come on. George, everybody. Stand properly, take it. Arrange. Nice, everybody.